Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated.
for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alu Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Day 3 and time is slowly running out as we are now here at the PMSL SEA Fall 2023 Touch Bunny alongside our favorite player Achul from Boom Esports, alongside Jungs, our favorite translator as well, on the stage before we open up this day. And today is a very, very important day, especially for Boom Esports, given the fact that they are currently neck to neck with GE, and today GE isn't playing. Let's see the state of mind of these players. Achul, I can't help but feel like there's a lot of pressure mounting on your team's shoulders, especially since the end of yesterday. As you still have another 3 days, including today, can you share with us a bit of your team's mentality moving forward into the day?
Oke, jadi kalian pastilah ngerasa pressure di pundak kalian gara-gara GE juga berada di atas kalian, dan kalian harus pasti yang kamu harus mengalahkan GE lah. Jadi gimana pressure gimana kondisi tim saat ini?
Saat ini kayak baik-baik aja sih, kayak main aja gitu, kayak nggak peduliin kayak GE di atas kita, fokus ke tim aja sih.
So Achul said that they don't care about GE, they only focus on themselves and they just gonna play their best.
playing their best is something that they really need to do coming into today. And we did talk about it. I mean, we did talk about this with Kent yesterday about how you guys are always coming back at the last moment. So these 3 days, especially today, will be very vital to them. Now, coming into today, what is your team's target for each match? Are you guys gonna go for eliminations, and how many eliminations are you gonna go for? And what about placement-wise? What are you thinking?
Jadi hari ini rencananya mau main seperti apa? Apakah tak ada target spesifik setiap game itu kalian harus mendapatkan minim berapa poin gitu contoh?
Target sih ada, cuman kayak lebih fokus ke per matchnya aja sih, kayak supaya dapat poin maksimal setiap gamenya.
So they gonna try to get a lot of points, like maximum point that they can get in every match. So yeah, they just gonna focus on that.
Right. So coming into yesterday, if you guys didn't watch, they did start off the day strong with a chicken dinner with a lot of points, and subsequent to that, they did manage to get a lot of eliminations despite not being able to get that placement point. So I guess they do still have the same kind of play in mind. The question now is whether or not it will be stopped, because today with GE not playing, I think that this might change. Now coming to that, yesterday your coach mentioned that he takes the blame for your team's mistakes. And do you think that whatever mistakes you guys have been doing have been fixed coming into today?
Jadi di interview kemarin kan ada sempat bilang yang dia menyalahkan dirinya sendirilah karena beberapa hal yang terjadi. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah permasalahan yang telah terjadi di beberapa hari kemarin itu udah diselesaikan pada hari ini?
Sudah, kayak semuanya udah kita selesaikan. Jadi kayak week 3 nih kayak ngejar top 1 lah.
Okay, so basically all the mistake that they have been go through before, they already fix it by today, and yes, right now their motive is like they want to get a top 1 by end of this day.
To get top 1 by the end of the day means that I need to be able to overtake not only GE but also GEEK fam with that surprise win at the end of yesterday. Now to make it through into the grand finals, you need to be placed above GE. Is there anything you want to say to GE before we start the day?
Oke, jadi untuk kamu lolos ke grand final itu kamu harus benar-benar berada di atas GE. Apakah ada sesuatu yang kamu mau sampaikan kepada GE?
Baik aja. Kayak fight gitu, perang.
Okay, so to GE, let's fight.
To GE, let's fight. However, today they're not playing, so let's see that happen soon. Regardless, let's see how many points they're going to get at the end of the day. And for now, we're going to toss it to casters to start off and kick off the day. Boom Esports, good luck. See you in the field.
Now today's going to be interesting. You guys back with us, which are going to Choo Choo, and always the funky Cloud with us. But speaking of today, right, Cloud, GE is not playing, like how we interviewed them just now, coming out from the boom side. But will the scores from GE would be enough for them to hold until the end of today to be in the top 5?
Well, we'll only find out later on. But because we're like day 3 and some of the teams only played like 2 days, so the points are close enough to catch up on the GE. But I wouldn't be too worried since, well, that also means that GE have games in hand. What I'll be interested to see is that whether Boom will be interested to take E's drop spot, especially in our first game today, Sunhawk Resort. It's going to be open because we don't have GE, we don't have Xavier. Happen to be the same.
In case you guys have no clue who'll be playing or not today, we do have Group C not playing here, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be Xavier's, Yoodo Alliance, GE, as well as GEEK fam. Now that kind of opened up the opportunity for Boom to push the numbers up there, since GEEK fam and GE is having a break here today. But that doesn't mean that these two teams will not catch up later on, since they will be playing until the end of the week. But also noted, coming out from Group D here, they only remain with 2 days left, which are going to be Sem9, Vampires, XERXIA, and Box Gaming. Especially Box Gaming, they're down to only 2 more days for them to score those chicken.
Yeah, 2 more days, so that is 12 more games to go for Box Gaming to score that chicken dinner and at least bring home something, bring home a good memory of getting in the chicken dinner and not being the only team without the chicken dinner inside of PMSL, which is their current record. If we remember last season, it was DB who went the entire league without a chicken dinner. So hope to get that with Box Gaming. So 12 more games to go. Let's see if they can do it.
But in case you guys missed the entirety of the league, we're down to the final week here. You're not too late to catch up now. We're down to on the 18th of August, which is going to be week 3, the middle of the week. We have 20 teams with 4 groups matches per day. And so far, we don't have a Group C playing here today. And also when it comes to the system and ranking points, it's going to be the same as previous season.
Yeah, it's going to be the same from the previous, including the 50% of the points through the weekly points will be the starting point in finals that will be happening next week, starting on Friday until Sunday at a live event. So in case you just joined us for the season and if you're wondering how it works, well, based on the placement, they will receive starting from 20 points to only 1 point. And this will be the participating teams for week number 3, but Group C will not be playing today.
Yep, speaking of Group C and Group D next to each other. Group C not playing it, but at least they are playing until the end of this week, which is going to be Sunday. They're having a break in the middle of the week. There's actually a good strategy as well to be in Group C if you happen to be, having a break in the middle of the week. But for Group D, on the other hand, these 4 teams, Sam9, Vampire, XERXIA and Box, will only have 2 more remaining days. Now, where do they stand for Group D since they only have 2 more days to go?
Yeah, so we'll see. Because at the end of the day, it will still balance out. So by that time, we really know who is truly on top. But right now, we do know that GEEK is on top, the first team to receive more than 100 points. The battle between GE and Boom, since GE is not up today, definitely they will drop. That is expected. Boom will surely go above GE. That is the battle for the bottom. On the other end, teams like DBD and MORPH is not 100% safe, especially with Boom and GE currently performing.
That's kind of true. I've been calculating myself at the back. But also when it comes to top 4 eliminations right now, the Vampires do live up to their statue, right? That's why they're one of the best in the world. But Xavier closing in the gap. RQ, there's quite a margin between them. And same goes for the side of Sam9. But I love the fact that every single nation is representing up there for top 4 eliminations.
Yes, we got a different there.
Wow.
But we don't have a different representative for this stat. It's the players to focus. Everything right now is on Tony K. To be fair, he did play all the games and RQ took a break yesterday. So this Napeko's time to catch up to him. For now, Tony K is at the lead with eliminations of 150.
There's no reason for you guys to call him overrated anymore because it just shows the numbers don't lie. But we are hopping ourselves into our first Sunhawk of the day, which is going to be focused on towards these 4 teams. XERXIA, Baonam United, DBD and BTR. And all these 4 teams are playing here today.
Yeah, so all the Sunhawks are playing, in other words. So it will be really interesting to see what sort of Sunhawk we're going to get. Well, we're going to check out the best moments of yesterday. So Boom Esports, they're kind of okay right now. Considering that this kind of performance, they can maintain it to the end of the week, well, we might see them survive. We might see even G5 as well. Other than that, PERSIJA EVOS still showing a good level of consistency. They have found a good formula to play in the middle of the circle and that's been working very well for them. And it brought them good amount of success. Despite not a chicken dip, it's all about points collected.
Now, at the same time, we can see a lot of teams start to adapt themselves in the latest meta we mentioned previously about being in the center of circle. And so far, we do noted that a lot of Indonesian teams have been advanced way a bit more earlier than the other teams to go in center. That's included BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS, even Boom and REGUM at this stage. But when it comes to adjusting and catching up to the latest meta or the latest strategy these days, I feel like even BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS kind of struggles the moment the other teams start to catch up in the final week.
Well, that will be how they will need to adapt. And when we talk about adapt, it's like not really following that, okay, just into the middle meta. I'm sure there are many other ways to work around that, especially when, like what you said, a lot of teams are starting to play in the middle as well. It gets a little bit more crowded. But for our schedule today, no changes, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be the same. We're going to start off with Sunhawk. The first 2 Wrangles before we go on for a Margaret break. When we come back from the break, be the last Erangel for the day, and we'll end the day with 2 Mirror games.
Yeah, but also don't forget this exclusive time for you guys to have your hands on to one of the very first PMSL exclusive skin of South Asia, and you can flex it over to all your friends and show that you're one of the OGs in this season.
And if you're OG enough, you definitely know these characters from Dragon Ball Super. That is the special game mode available inside of the game. Now, check it out. It's different than your usual.
And also don't forget the Dandy Grifter, the ultimate set this time available for you guys. And you guys can just have a first draw at only 10 UC. Pretty much get lucky. You might actually score the set by yourself. But speaking of which, today, serious business all day long. We're down to the middle of the week, and it's the final week even. Everything is so important. Every single point will be giving such a big factor for all the teams, especially down there.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is the final sprint, especially when we are talking about 4 teams to be eliminated by the end of the week. And for teams that maybe have a very small chance of getting across, like Team Secret, it's all about paying for them. But we're going to still stick with Boom, with Box Gaming, because we really want us getting the chicken dinner before the weekends.
I have no other comment on this. I mean, as long as they did not score, we're still going to keep using this as our prediction. Right? It's just for a reminder for Box Gaming to know the fact that they need to score that chicken. I mean, I'm okay with vegetarians. I have nothing against vegetarian, but not in this tournament right now. We need some chickens to get into the fray here. Coming up from Box, I mean, worried is already something in the past, because we do know they will be relegated by the end of the day, but at least finish the tournament, finish the league in a fashion, in a way that everybody remember that they actually do score a chicken.
Yeah, so yeah, basically the theme is also play for pride and play for survival. Depending on which team that you're talking about. Box Gaming definitely playing for pride right now. If they want to survive, well, I mean, 12 more games to go is really hard for them. It's very, very unlikely at this. So it's more of like the theme of playing for pride for Box Gaming to at least get chicken dinner. I mean, we've been repeating this all over again, and we'll probably repeat it for. Hopefully, we don't need to repeat it much longer, because the moment they score the chicken dinner, okay, then our narrative moves on to somewhere else. But speaking about somewhere else, this is venue here. So we got the teams getting prepped up. We have BT on screen, and Yuhai is going to start this time. Right now, we are one of those teams who like to make substitutions very, very often, just like the last season.
Sim, this time we're going to starting off with Janfos and UI as a duo. Well, possibly for a sort of VTR, we won't be looking at Keen and playing this time, and possibly maybe even Boichu. So maybe we're going to have that swapping in and out when it comes to second half of the day, or even in the middle of the Erangel rotation. But coming up from the side of DBD, we do know for a fact they're not safe. Same goes for the side of MORPH here. But when it comes back to Box, I have a feeling today they will score chicken. You know, I have a feeling today Box will finally score that chicken.
Okay, we'll wait and see on that, because we're always very hopeful for Box to get that first chicken dinner, and hopefully just to make it fashionable. A couple of chicken dinners would be kind of nice. So yeah, so Box really down to them to score that chicken dinner for themselves, especially because it's at the end of the day for them. We got Alter Ego in the fray today as well, and looks like usual lineups. I don't see any changes. Earlier on, we covered over to FaZe Clan. We're going to stick with the same lineup as well. So no big movements here. PB, they're back here today. Expect to see them play with the same lineup as they did Monday, with the absence of Monboy.
No, I personally feel like I'm missing Monboy here, because it's just a different lineup, entirely different dynamic. But coming up from the side of BTR, this lineup feels a bit more stronger. We saw how Gemforce kind of played so well yesterday. Tony K, nothing stopping him. It feels like Tony K is the golden standard when it comes to the best of the best in Southeast Asia. I don't want to call for the globals yet, because it's still going to be another stage to go for these guys this year. But you have to just admit the fact that Tony K is arguably one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, no, Tony K. I mean, there's no debate about it at this point. MD for PMWI and all that, and arguably PMWI is the world standard sort of tournament, and if we can get that MVP there, I mean that is a statement by itself. I noticed also that as we hovered over PBE, interestingly, Monboy is playing time, and actually I had a thought after looking over at the standing yesterday after the show that PBE, assuming that they go like all the way down, they also have a slight risk of getting booted out, but it's a small risk. GEEK fan, because they're doing well, they'll be okay. So P with the same amount of points, they have a slight risk of going down. So I think that they are not taking that risk maybe today, so they're feeling Monboy to play instead.
Yeah, but it's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to the final week here. We don't know for a fact. It's down to these three teams. FaZe Clan, don't forget about them. GE and Boom can make such a big factor into changing of the overall rankings by end of this week. And also when it comes to the bonus point standings, who will be relegated and who will be advancing for the top 16s in the grand final. And notice one thing about Vampires here, they do have Stone play alongside Ravenclaw, Tony K and Traps. So we don't have Newsy, we don't have Fluke playing as a starter lineup coming up for our first Sunhawk of the day. Now speaking of which, it's going to be the middle of the week and it's the final week as well. Buckle up ladies and gents, we're heading over into Sunhawk.
Sunhawk it is! Game number 1 for today. So expect Paradise Resort to be open. Maybe Boom might be interested to go there. Yesterday they dropped in Mongnai. If they're comfortable with that area, Paradise ain't that far. And even with this flight path, not going to be an issue. They can drop into Paradise Resort directly. It's going to be fine for them. So I'm keeping my own Boom since they are the nomad of every round. We got PBE playing today, so they're going back to Sahmi, somewhere that they're comfortable with. RRQ is going to be their neighbor in Camp Charlie. We also have a vacant spot in Camp Bravo since Yoodo Alliance isn't playing too. So we got a good option here for Boom. Either Camp Bravo or Paradise Resort. But looks like no, they're going to go on Camp Bravo instead.
Wait for this contact mate between Baonam United and BTR right now, right on top of around core area and in between Painam down there. You don't even see the circle pops just now, but BTR and Baonam United having a bit of a heated up start between both of them. Nobody being knocked out except for one PERSIJA EVOS out of nowhere. I'm not sure who's they're fighting against right now for PERSIJA EVOS, but MORPH and Box also having a go. We did mention about Paradise Resort, it's going to be super vacant, and there happens to be two teams interested to take it.
Well, two fights happening at the same time now. Defending the ground against BN United. Yuhai's on the other building. Keenan really low down with about 10% of health, but Sata comes in and back him up. And they will win the fight against United. BN United, all of them eliminated? No, they have one player left. We move over to Paradise Resort now. So we got MORPH, GPX, and Box Gaming. This also happen to be in the main peninsula. So Paradise Resort is going to be an important ground.
6 teams, if I'm not mistaken, as a start, just straight off the bat, starting off open fire. I'm surprised how aggressive things can get, and this one right now. But back to our Paradise Resort, which is going to be hellish for these two teams. If it happen to be another third party passing by, it's going to be a bit of a problem for them as well. So they need to wrap things up swiftly. Don't have any more time to waste down there. But speaking of Box and Baonam United, BTI, at least they're winning over the side of Baonam United, but Box having to start as a trio, not really great now.
Yeah, again, probably another rough start for them. I mean, they don't necessarily do well to sign on one of their least collector point map. So with this kind of start again, they got a little bit more passive, it seems. They're going to wait on the outside of Paradise Resort, hoping exit frags, but MORPH GPX, after learning between GE and also Xavier, they're probably not going to repeat the same mistake.
FaZe will be the next target for BTR after they almost absolutely decimate the entirety of Baonam United before, right on top of round core area on the northern side and around cave, maybe on the outskirts of Painan even. in between those places. FaZe happy to leaving Onzans alone down here. I'm not sure where are the rest of the roster, as Onzan happen to be fighting the entirety of BTR alone. They do have those slight elevations coming on the side of BTR. FaZe possibly still hovering around Painan. Like Cow, we do have on the northern side, you're going to take it over by the side of Infinity. But I spotted out DBD dropping himself on round here as well. And speaking of DBD, they arrive. And that's just giving another box one of few points they needed before the entirety of box being finished off. But box, we do have faith in them. This might be it. Can they come back here? Even though they got one man knock. But DBD giving away their bodies freely to the hands of Box Gaming. That's going to be 1 point into the bag of Box.
Yeah, so Box Gaming swiftly drove to this area. This is one of the popular spots, really, this 3A house. So with DBD, who normally drops up north, naturally with Circle, if you want to go like into the middle or as close as possible to the middle space, one of the areas that you will pass by. Box Gaming, I believe they anticipated that, they were prepared to take that fight and not lose any members in the process.
When it comes to the northern side, Paradise Resort is going to be one of the tough places to get here and one of the tough places to capitalize over, because we're talking about 4 to 5 teams possibly try to breach in the DBD. One of it, Box Gaming, with that one last, with that one player being eliminated out. I hope they manage to reset. Yes, they're still going to work as a trio. We do have Infinity might actually go down south due to the circle. Boom, just waiting for the right time to meddle into that business. But back on the side of FaZe, happened to crossing Pioneer early on and just cutting across Bootcamp. We do have BTR coming out of Pioneer to go up north, and Venturas keep a tight eye on the side of BTR right now. Bonam United, Max, the last player, being scouted over by the side of PBE, who dropped initially at Sami before, and now a bit closer and closer towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, they're going towards the area of Painan. Looks like they have an idea to cut across Painan, but before that, they're doing a little bit of planning work here. If only they have the information that there's only one player, the player of BN United, inside of Painan, then it's going to be go time for them, but they don't have information yet. So they're playing this really safely, knowing that Painan is one of the choke points.
It's a big choke point at that. But lucky it's not many teams coming out from the side of the small island around Sami or Ruins, except for Vampires, of course. I'm not sure about Vampires' rotation, though. Will they go across Painan later on, or go up north to Cam Alpha, where Alter Ego resides? Same goes for Hard Team, which is going to be PERSIJA, EVOS down there. On the side of Team Secret, they dropped themselves initially on top of Kampong, and they still got themselves that circle. So it's not quite necessary for them to move that early on. They can take their own time, wait for the next circle shift.
Normally, Vampire Esports, they will cut through the L house, and normally they will come in a little bit later. Okay, yeah, it looks like they cut through the L house, not passing by exactly Painan, and now they are in the circle. So nowhere to really stop them from coming in, and they have a compound of their own. So Vampire Esports, normally they don't try to go straight into the middle. They try to go a little bit by the side and try to get elimination points by finding team fight as they go into the circle. So it looks like this is the case for them right now by sending Ravenclaw out to do a little bit of a scouting work just to see where everyone's at.
The circle commences right now. The circle with Pops, and that's going to be right on top of Bun this time. XERXIA and Team Secret do have the center, and the right side being capitalized over by the side of Boom Esports. But on the top, FaZe and BTR here. It's going to be only one team survive if they're not being careful. Venturas is spotted out, and the rest of FaZe is just too far apart.
So Ventura is taken out. Going to be the IGL eliminated. So going to play the rest of the round with 3 players. Now with this sort of situation or this sort of circle, BTR, they can play the gatekeeping role. Knowing BTR's trend right now, what they're comfortable with, they normally like to play in the circle, but perhaps also because this is Sanhok that we're talking about, the map is a bit smaller, you expect teams to come by faster, so they can also play this gatekeeper, collect points. And speaking about points, BTR could use a good amount of points because it's not usual that we see BTR down there. And speaking about collecting points, Next one is going to be big. Vampire Esports.
EU high. Rotate all the other way around to reposition himself. Keenan going for the push. Keenan is playing this one. Janforce and Satar. I assume it's going to be La Pal for the next few rounds of rotation player swaps later on. But for the side of Empires, Ravenclaw, Strapstone and Tony K try to just defend their ground while Infinity Bridge into DBD's compound here, greeting them warmly, and DBD will respond with taking Lobby out. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade between these two teams. Well, Armstyle managed to spot on one. They try to finish off for more. Just going to break those doors for now. Logan with a shotgun trying to find any window shot, but it's quite difficult based on his current position. A bit of a lower ground, but Beer's already in.
Here we go. Logan comes in on the other side. He sees the member of DB, but can't get a knockdown. Echo, on the other hand, counters onto Logan. Logan eliminated, but is there with the DBS to finish off Echo. And now DBD only has one player left on side. Beer 11, he has the DBS. His other teammates are around as well. Another team is approaching this area.
Attempt of flushing out the entire of DBD seems to be successful on the side of Infinity. But we do have another contender. Kwang and the rest of Box happen to be interested as well. And they start to open fire with the DBS and just finish off the rest of DBD without breaking a sweat. 10-2K finished off and decimated DBD to place himself at 16. And DBD at least they're going down with 1 point. But on the side of Box and Infinity, now Box. Infinity managed to capitalize, taking over this compound out of DBD's hand. But can they defend?
3v3, so it's a 50-50 fight now. And Tien, he has the DB hand. This is going to be the best weapon to use in a close quarters combat light. But they want to get an advantage onto their side. So it's either getting information or getting a knock on at least one member of the Infinity. The Infinity is stocked up as well. We can see Armstar DBS of his own. It's all about information. All about knowing exactly where their opponent is at before executing it.
A lot of smoke's been popped by the side of Infinity there. I think that's taken up from the side of Lobby. Just to confuse and delay the time from having Box pushing in. Elmstyle cooking up the nade, but the circle happened to be popped at the exact moment when they try to finish off the rest of Box here. Well, Box, the attempt for them to finish off the entirety of Infinity will be challenging because of their firepower. But the circle happened to be right on top of XERXIA, BTI, and as well as REGUM down there. A lot of Indonesian teams taking the center of the circle, and Box realized the circle shifted away. They don't want to waste any more time against Infinity. Now that's a smart call to know when to back down.
Yeah, and it is, of course, playing with the current sort of meta. It's like, okay, you prioritize the circle, you get in as soon as possible. And even better for them is that they can also play by the house that they went to, and they can play the gatekeeping role against the Infinity. So they first move. That is good call there by them. But for Boom, now they see action. M9, Tam knocked down. Looks like it's going to be a long range. Tam, not sure status, but we should be able to get a visual soon under them.
Boom spotted our team secret on the southern side of the circle. It's taken, capitalized over the right side on top of Bond. Now there's great position coming up from Boom here right now. They don't have that much contenders coming up from behind unless Infinity try to rotate to us all the way to the back of Bond just to get into Boom's back that time. But on the side of 7-9, taking all the way up north, which means they are going to enter from Boom's side on top of Bond here if they keep moving this direction on. And on the side of Boom, they have very clear path into Bond to get into the center of circle. XERXIA will be just in the center across them, and they spotted our team secret on the south before. If they're not being careful, 7-9 will be the closest contender. It's all down to seconds now, the moment they'll be stepped into where Boom is standing for the side of 7-9.
Besides Boom, I noticed PERSIJA EVOS. They came in a little bit later, so a different strategy for them this time, and they're tanking on the blue. They've been tanking the blue since the early stage 3. Now we're moving on to stage 4. They definitely need to find somewhere to be at within the circle, or at least in the clear. It's going to be difficult to heal up, especially in this current Sidehawk meta when it comes to stage 5. So it will be wise for them to find a good position at this point.
I agree. We've seen that before with 18 first aids. No matter how much you have, abundance of first aids will not save you because the Blues start to hurt really greatly when it comes starting off third and fourth stage onwards. But on the side of Empires, take a bit of low grounds, might be spotted out by PB who do have those elevations at the edge of those small mountains and hills to work with, but they can actually march forward to get those compound just across Vampires now. And Vampires will gatekeep PBE since PBE don't have other way in other than brute force straight advance and cutting across Vampires from down south, or they can just take a bit of a risk, rotate a bit up north and fight against Team Secret instead. But RQ do got the circle this time.
And Boom doesn't. So Boom needs to move from Ban in. Now they need to a good scouting work here. If not, they might bump into either XERXIA or Team Secret. I guess I'll be interested in the left side because you got 3 teams on the outside. You got PERSIJA there together with 2 other teams who need to get into the circle as well. And they go in the same direction. So that's where we'll see more fights happening. Team Secret in now, they finish off the last member of BN United. And BN United, so far the only team without a single point this time, thanks to Team Secret.
Sharp Eyes coming off for side of Team Secret to spot out the last play of Baunam United, but they're also giving away their position to a side of PBE now, just behind their back, where PBE rotate himself all the way up north, try to avoid the fight against Vampires, who just capitalizing over the southern part for now and do have those advantage when it comes to the compounds. Sam now approaching towards the end of XERXIA right now. It's coming out all the way from north, trying to cut across XERXIA to get into the center. But on the side of XERXIA, they're here first. They got those elevations. They know exactly the position and entry point if any teams are happy to cross their path. But the problem is not just one team being ambushed by 2 teams at the same time. Here comes Boom.
Okay, here comes Sem9 as well. Kenny with an 8 on the Chopper. Okay, that will alert Chopper that someone's down there. But you mentioned about Boom. They're executing their move now against RRQ, going straight to the middle where RRQ is at. But the good news for RRQ is that they are on the other side of the road with their own set of buildings, so they'll be okay for now. But it's not going to be okay for Box Game as they lost Tien 2K and Drums in. Only one more to go. That's going to be Young and Guang taken now by the Infinity. And that is Box Gaming. 11 more games to go for a chicken dinner.
Infinity, who just less than 100 meters away to get into the circle, now will join in with MORPH and XERXIA, who happen to be just gatekeeping on the northern side here, where XERXIA is quite busy against Sem9. Now they're trying to keep them at bay, but Sem9 did not take those warning at hand. Megamind keep those pressure on the side of Sem9 with those mollies and the hand grenades, but the sprays come up from Megamind, clip on 1, 2, and the entire team of Sem9 taken out of equation. We're down to 12 teams there.
Okay, now it's starting to be hard and fast because we've got 12 teams with stage 4 onto 5, and the circle, bouncy circle, more towards the southern side, but middle part of the circle, RRQ and Boom, they still have it. That'll be their fortress. But on the south, PBE will see action against Team Secret.
Now they start the fight here early on. Team Secret managed to finish off the last play of Battle number 4. Definitely PBE have some clue that there's somebody across them. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand barely hanging on to the blue zone, but Alter Ego will try to stop them at the same time. But on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, they lost 1 man early on. On the side of Alter Ego, they also got knocked down on Rosemary before, but Rosemary being reset and picked up by his teammates, and Potato kept the pressure with those hand grenades being tossed over by PERSIJA, and it feels like PERSIJA EVOS don't have an entry at all. Where is that one last person of PERSIJA EVOS right now?
Notice the last time we saw the map that he's still tanking out the blue, so he's going to join the fight, maybe going to deny the point. But now, on the southern side, Team Secret and PBE, the moment we switch over the camera, PBE eliminated by Team Secret. Points for them, unfortunately, but Team Secret collects all the points, so it's 4 points in the bag now for Team Secret.
Another one bite the dust there. That's going to be PBE. Phil attempt to cross to a side of Team Seeker, but on side of MORPH, even though they got himself quite almost near the center early on, but now the shift make it even harder for them because they have to just cut across to be in the center. Infinity, RRQ, Boom, and FaZe happen to be here quite early on, and then MORPH could make it through with 8 teams remaining. FaZe, on the other hand, approach at the edge of the circle on the northwest side. RRQ spotted out Megamind and XERXIA, but FaZe started to breathe behind their necks down there. Just on top of RRQ, and there's going to be FaZe. Vampires taking out BTR. BTR seems like they're having a bit of a problem down there.
Oh yeah, with one player active, Sata reviving his teammate, but Vampire Esports coming in. The nade, putting pressure onto BTR. Right now, Tony K is by the building. They're going to come in right now. They're going to execute. And that nade from FaZe Clan, tossed out by Tony K, will take out the entire BTR.
RRQ got one of the most solid compounds, saying goes for the side of Boom right now on the northern side of the circle. Spotted out the rest of Empires trying to march in here. 2 of them almost being knocked down. 1 of them definitely already on his knees. Tony K tried to give the support fire to make sure that the rest of the teammate of Empires can have a bit of a reset. RRQ spotted out Megamind for quite a long time, but due to the structures in between, having a hard time to pin him down. But Megamind popped those smokes. He will run towards the other end, with Empires hop onto the vehicle and will try to have an instant push to brute force themselves in the center.
Okay, let's see. Speaking of force, Vampire Esports may want to brute force themselves. Okay, but they need to clear the flank first. They got the team on top shooting onto them, and that's going to be a nonsense. So now they're alerted with the presence of FaZe Clan on the high ground. 2 of them knocked down, and now Tony K putting focus on FaZe Clan instead, but they got some help from Team Secret on the other side. Team Secret can be the kingmaker between these 2 teams. Whether Team Secret will shoot down Vampire or FaZe Clan.
But on the side of Vampires, left, right, center, being aimed and being attracted unwanted attention right now. I don't think they will actually last long. We're down to 5 here. Team Secret, arguably, this is also one of the most aggressive play they've been shown throughout the entire 3 weeks of this tournament. I'm loving this side of them.
Taking advantage from the long range, especially when they are on the clear. So smart play there from Team Secret, knowing that close quarters combat is not their best trait. But for Vampire Esports now, they need to try to win this fight against RRQ. Or maybe now that the circle shifted down, but it's quite open for RRQ can still shoot them from the window. XERXIA on the other side, no circle. This is going to be hard for them.
It's going to be a big molly come up from the side of Boom. And not just Boom, Team Secret have their eyes and interest to the side of XERXIA as well. Is waiting for the inevitable right now. Sharp taking the blue zone. As the meantime, there's nowhere for them to survive that much longer. I hate to break it, but XERXIA cannot make it through as we're down to 4 teams remaining, with 2 teams having a full squad. There's going to be Boom and RRQ. 1 knockdown on RRQ for now. Down to 2 players left. Even though they do have a bit of a reset, RRQ always had the circle since the start. Unless if they start to give it away, where the circle will not actually comprise of that compound, leaving only 2 remaining on Nepeko and no missing left. Can Nepeko hold his ground by himself?
Oh, he has 1 window to play with. So, but this 1 window, he get to see all the members of Boom Esports. Okay, that's going to be his main worry right now. Oh, he has nobody behind him as well. So Nepeko going to play the proactive move. He's going to go towards the edge. He knows he got an advantage. He might want to try something interesting. Boom Esports needs to climb out. This is a hard task for Boom Esports. But on the other end, Helton taking shots of Boom Esports, almost knocking down Helton. Helton's safe behind the rock.
Oh, this is going to be a clear shot for Nepeko, and that's the entirety of Empires eliminating the handouts on Nepeko. But the side of Team Secret, they only have 1 entryway in. That's going to be advancing forward, and RRQ is stopping them from that across the field all the way around. Spot outside, right side, and that's going to be it. We're down to 2. Boom and RRQ. Boom do have the numbers, but they don't have the grounds.
Well, it's going to be all Indonesia at least. So now, Boom, low ground versus RQ, high ground. Who will win this? Numbers versus numbers, or will it be the terrain win? We got Yummy at the forefront. He has a 4 in hand, trying to take down the Nepeko. The Nepeko's in the house, but we have no mercy from the side. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it is the numbers that prevail for Boom Esports.
And boom, we do know for a fact GEEK Fam and GE is not playing it today. They took whatever potential and advantage they can get and play as efficiently as we saw. It was a clean win come from Boom just now, despite they do have a bit of a lower ground, but the circle just be on top of them since the start. Literally, we talked about since stage 1, they're moving along and play alongside with the circle. But on the side of REGUM, they've been journeying quite a fair travel, coming out all the way down south. But this time our MVP, we never get disappointed by the performance of Yummy. I talked about this before. Yummy May, it's crucial for him to play in the first Sunhawk map, which sometimes they don't place him in the past few weeks before, because this guy is the nade god and the DBS master. There's no way for you not to put it in Sunhawk, where he can be the most high potential player to pull out all the weights here when it's his specialty.
But that's the happiest celebration I've seen on the faces of the Sports players for the longest time. So on top of that, slight different type of timing for Boom. They didn't like really go as close as possible to the middle of the circle from the start. I would say like stage 3 onwards, where they noticed that, okay, this circle, there's that compound really valuable, the one that was held by RRQ for the longest time. That is when they decide to go into that compound. And good enough for them, RRQ, they did not like open like 1-1-1-1. So there was no one to the right side of the compound, allowing Boom to enter. And because there's a road separating the both of them, so they don't really need to take the fight with RRQ that early on. Instead, leave it for later. But I still gotta give it to them. Even though on the later stage where they had to cross the road, it was actually a very tough situation to be in, but still somehow managed to knock down a couple of members of RRQ before enough space for them to get across.
Now I'm gonna recap really how the rotation of Boom just now. They were actually way earlier into the circle than the RRQ side, but RRQ do take around bomb houses earlier than sort of Boom. The Boom have been playing in the center of the circle quite early on, because they are dropping themselves on the right side of the circle since the start. That was their drop spot before. But coming into the points there, 9 eliminations coming up from the side of Boom, and RRQ do have quite a number, a lot of 5 this time, with an average of 5 across the board. We do have 3 teams with 5 elimination. Team Secret has been playing so well this time, despite they being stopped by PBE early on, but they made it through and defended their grounds. Vampires have been cutting across the map, trying to run and gun all the way up from south all the way up. But we do have a couple of teams ended up with a 0. That's going to be PBE and Baonam United.
And well, I'd love to see more of the Team Secret and PBE fight, just to know exactly what went, because by the time the camera pan over, the fight was done. So with the loss of PBE to Team Secret, they are now at number 19, going all the way down. PBE, let's remember that their points aren't that great. So I know about like MORPH, GPX, DVD, and so on and so forth. But PBE, if you think about it, also one of the teams that have a risk of dropping into the bottom 4 as well. And with Secret now 4 points away from PBE, and if they push PBE down to a number 2 spot, then it's going to be really scary for PBE. Knowing the closest competitions around PBE, they're all doing fairly well.
I agree. PBE, GEEK Fam, MORPH, DBD are not safe either. These are the 4 teams that might get a shot at relegation if they don't try to get themselves a double-digit closure for their bonus standing points later this week. But for our top ranking performance, it's going to be Vampire, SM9, DX, and GEEK Fam. And we do know for a fact that DX and GEEK Fam will not be playing. So Vampire, SM9, I have a feeling another 2 slots probably will be given to some of the Indonesian teams down there, because they do love Erangel over Miramar.
Yeah, and besides them loving Erangel and Miramar, they also have the most teams inside the PLL. So percentage-wise, would definitely lean to them in securing for almost every map, naturally, because just because they have the numbers. But not going to discount their skill level as well. The skill level is really good. Boom is performing well. Can't discount other teams as well, like PERSIJA, EVOS. They do have a lot of it as well. But what we can't discount is the design of the skin. Looks amazing, I must say. This is the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Series. The Dream Chaser comes together with an entire set. The suit, the mask, the 16 gun skin. Check out the event inside the game and get your own skin now.
And also, it's going to be a very rare occasion for us to release another axe suit here. The first axe suit with exclusive glide effect. There's also a lot of firsts in this season. There's going to be a Memorial axe suit. And also, don't forget the Aston Martin collaboration with PUBG Mobile exclusive color scheme, where we do have it up to the September of 13. If you're late into it, you might actually miss this. So speaking of being late down there, we do know for a fact some teams, including a sort of PBE, if they're late into getting those numbers up, that's going to be a bit shaky for them. Now, I do know you guys have been watching a lot when it comes to the final week. And are these teams going to get relegated? Because there's some of them actually up there, right? Like GE, Boom. Don't forget about the bonus standing points, because that's the one that will initially determine who will get relegated or not.
Correct. It is not the 100 over points, it is the double-digit points that's important, basically. Because some people, I remember last season, some had the question of which one is it? Okay, it's actually the weekly bonus points. It's a general, just to remind everyone. But to remind everyone, 11 more games to go for Box Gaming to get the chicken dinner. 11 more games to go, Box. Come on.
11 sounds very, very little for now. I mean, like, that's going to be only 2 more days to go for the side of Box, and definitely counting down to the very last minute whether they can score themselves the chicken or not. Now, we definitely don't want to have any team go empty-handed by the end of the season, not scoring at least a chicken. But on the side of Box, they still have to have that drive, right? Somebody have to give them a reality slap, showing that, you know what, at least you can finish off with a chicken by the end of the entire league, even though you will be relegated for the grand finals.
Yeah, it's about playing for pride. 11 more games to go to play for pride, really. So I don't know. Looking at like the past few days, even at least the last 2 days, looking at the first game today, looks kind of hopeful. They look kind of okay-ish, but it's okay is not good enough to get the chicken dinner. So they have to do a lot more than that. 11 more games to go. Run really fast. By the end of the day, it's going to be 6 more games to go. So the amount of games that they have is just so little right now. But hopefully they can score it. I noticed that 4th row, the coach for PBE, is sitting there. I don't think he's a registered player. So I guess he's just chilling with the players now, prepping them for the next round.
I wish Box Gaming do have some swap of the players. If the coach needed down there, why not? Because right now they're hitting a brick wall. A big stone brick wall that's stopping them mentally from getting those chickens here. Speaking of, just to recap a bit, when it comes to the previous 2 weeks, since we are down to the final week, right? Don't forget, when it comes to week 1 Terminator, it's always been Tony K. And best performing team in week 1 was Belnam United. When it comes to week 2, it was the Telco. And RIQ actually got himself the best performing team in week 2. Now, can we have a different team? Or is it going to be the same team? They're being achieved as best performing team previously can get the final week here. And Belnam United, they got themselves the best performing team in week 1. Well, we haven't seen that Belnam United team in week 1, in week 2, or even in final week here.
Yeah, they're somewhere in the middle pack. So an average of about almost 30 points, 25 points per day that they've collected. Not the amount of points you want to be like the real top team. Even if you want to shift the conversation to RRQ as they played day 1 with 38 points, so it's also not like the 50 plus goal standard point that would warrant you to be like really up there. So RRQ is not like the RRQ of last week, but of course they probably have a different objective because they have secured their slot in the grand finals. Not going to be an issue for them. It's just a matter of whether they can collect as many starting points as possible to have a good start in finals. And for the icing on the cake is to be the team of the week. But so far, you talk about the best team of the week, we will be definitely looking at top teams, right? So like GEEK Fam, GE, Boom, they are looking good so far.
I have a feeling might actually, by these 3 teams, like how you mentioned, GEEK Fam, GE and Boom, will score themselves the best performing team. High chance it will be them. But it all down to the final 3 days, yeah, including today, if they can still pull it off by end of this week. Because if they happen to be going down the slope and happen to be a stagnant performance by end of this week, I don't think they can actually be staying up in the top 3 by end of this week still. And also don't forget, yes, right now we're talking about a lot of relegations because that's needed for the next step before we're heading into the grand finals, where the grand finals, the top 6 of PMSL will get themselves a slot in the PMGC. So a lot at stake for all the teams, but one step at a time. It's all about getting into the grand final first. If they can't get into the grand finals, don't even think about PMGC for now, because you need to have one step at a time, is one tier at a time. You have to pass those challenges first. And speaking of gears up and all ready up, it's going to be the next Wrangle map. We're having it over. Who will win it this time will be a different team. Let's head into it.
Well, here we go, Wrangle. And speaking about the PLGC points, the only team that can go to PLGC without going to the grand finals is FaZe Clan, the only one. Just because, like the other Thai teams, the point is too far, and they happen to get an extra slot thanks to Esports winning the PMWI. So it will be pretty much between these two teams to go to PMGC. Well, not between. It will be these two teams to go to PMGC, looking at how unrealistic for the other teams playing in the PMSL from Thailand to catch up to them. So only FaZe Clan has that ticket. But for other the rest of them, they still need to fight in the grand finals, because for all regions the points are close enough, except for maybe GE. The gap should be big enough, and also Xavier, the gap should be big enough. These two regions.
Yeah, it's all about timing. It's all about how much they can gain for the points of PMGC as well. Try the entirety of PMSL here. Sorry, it's not just about getting to PMGC, it's about getting those points and about getting themselves in the grand finals. But one step at a time, focusing on towards the grand finals here. Circle pops just now, right tucked into one corner, which is going to be on the right side. On top of it is going to be centralized. It's sheltered. The Medusa intersection is going to be one of the hardest places for all the teams to fight over in the start.
And speaking about starts, I could have a good visual of what where Boom is going, but it's okay. We'll probably get it later. What we got right now on the elimination feed is range knockdown. Bob will take the first blood thanks to Namcute, and I believe this is the toll for the vehicle that happened between the two teams, and so happened that Box won it. So PBE will be playing the rest of the round as a trio.
Last time I saw Box, they were right on top of a round farm and on the way possibly going to Milton. I'm not sure because it's quite crowded down there. So between them, it's going to be Team Secret, Alter Ego, BTR and Sem9. So I'm not sure where they finally landed by themselves after they parachute themselves right onto the ground. But PERSIJA EVOS happen to be sharing Yasnaya Poliana. We do know for a fact PERSIJA EVOS has been in Yasnaya Poliana for the longest time, and Box happen to be sharing there. And I'm not sure if PBE is nearby too, because the last time I saw them around Yasnaya, unless they took themselves some vehicles to go up north to Stalber all the way.
Yeah, so that will definitely be the important thing for them. Go there. I'm looking at like the teams, right? Okay, so MORPH GPX, they are playing, will be up there. We got Vampire Esports up there. We got PBE supposedly up there as well. So yeah, so on top will be kind of crowded. Think about it, and yeah, but I guess it will also depend on like how big the circle is, right? If it just scams and just goes to like not Sydney anymore, then it's going to be a different conversation.
That's true. If it happened to be around the farm side, if Circle just shifted down south, where it's quite vacant on top of SMB and Nova Rapnoia right now, I'm not sure if BTR will take vehicles to go down all the way. But definitely I agree with MORPH taking Rosshawk early on, and Vampires taking Zaki across the northern side of Jogopur, where FaZe happen to be there. Infinity on top of Hospital and also the southern side of Jogo Pool. DBD also on top of Gatka. So a lot, maybe like around 4 teams coming out from the left side, a bit later than the others, who happen to be already sharing the circle since the start. Now, MORPH Rosa is quite vacant, but I'm not sure if they will start to move towards Yasnaya as well. I feel like it's going to be possibly 4 teams on top of Yasnaya if MORPH happen to decide to go there. But for how much longer? It's all down to circle. They all have to wait for stage 2. If the stage 2 is still going up north, then it's great if you happen to be taking Yasnaya. But we do have a bit of a replay what really happened for Box Gaming early on. They do spot themselves some vehicles. And then what happened after that? And just, yep, Namcute managed to just steals away the vehicle quite early on. And that's just going down for range. He couldn't actually avoid this car crash since just nearby to each other.
Yeah, so it was like, who gets it faster? So, yeah, so it looks like the answer from there. One of those things that just happen, right? Like, if you're hovering around, like, you can also decide, like, do you really still want to go for it? Or do you want to let it go? Range kind of took the risk to let it go, to go for it, but unfortunately, it was a tad bit slower than his opponent. So, lost his life there, and that would cost PBE, because right now PBE and Team C 4 points difference. So
honestly,
PBE,
if I was, yeah. So go ahead.
I was about to just say that PBE cannot afford to go down to number 20.
I agree. And if I was PBE player just now, since you can't actually reach out to the handles of the vehicle on time, might as well just open the door and just be in the passenger seat instead and sharing the car. We'll actually buy a bit more time longer to survive. And they've been running down by the side of Box Gaming just now. And surprisingly, Box Gaming don't have a lot of players around Namcute when it steals away that vehicle. But coming from PBE, I think it's not really a bad start, because we've seen it before come up from PBE. Even though they're starting off a trio, they are being more aware when they are working as a trio instead of a full squad.
Well, we'll see, because I'm sure no team wants to play as a trio from the start, but they still need to find ways to work around it. And you know, you can't say that, oh, can we reset the game? It doesn't happen.
Wow.
The looks like it's going to be the same case for Sem9. They're going to play the rest of the round as a trio. Lost their IGL thumb to MORPH GPS, who moved out of Rosa to this area. Boom and BTR. Looks like we have a crash here.
That was a crispy spray come out from MORPH, by the way. And BTR high with the DBS. Fighting at Razy with another DBS. There's going to be a ring around Rosie between these two. 2v1. Yuhai got 1, he got 2. Maybe he can score 3. No way. And down to 1 person on the side of BTR here to try to save up Yuhai. Yummy may already cook up the nade. He almost clutched it to follow a bit later on the side of BTR, unfortunately. But boom, coming out with Yummy May. They're down to 2 players. They managed to reset on one of the players just now. Boom, down to 2. Yummy May tried to revive his teammate, but you need to find the open position first, just in case they start to rush him back. Both teams happen to pull back all the way back to their respective buildings here to have a bit of a reset.
BTR, they had to take time to revive their teammates, so that's why they couldn't really rush in. But now with Gen Force on his knees, boom, they could go in. Okay, double knock right now. Okay, definitely a go boom here. Keenan defending his ground, but that final name from boom, BTR, go boom. 0 points. Opportunity for DBD, Box, even PBE, maybe even Team Secret to overtake BTR now.
But on the side of FaZe, but BTR just now, it was unfortunate because Yuhai had it going with that clutch before. Unfortunately, the follow-up was a bit, just tiny bit slower and delayed. If only everybody can actually just follow through what he has actually opened up, it might actually be a dead game. But unfortunately, on sort of BTR ended up with a 0 instead, and you have to thanks to Yummy May on top of that, making such a big entrance, saving up the situation, and Curry, his teammate, being knocked down back into place, and managed to give them a Kobe for taking out the entirety of BTR. But the next circle will commence. We're going to get to see where the circle scam all of us. It actually did, and just moved down south all the way. And BN United did drop himself a bit on the center before and drove all the way into SMB, and Nova Remnoy was well worth it for them.
Yeah, it's good for Boom because they took Yoodo Alliance a spot at farm, so the access to the circle now Speaking about Circle, FaZe Clan also going straight into middle as well, so they're not playing by the side this time. They're trying to see if they can get success by playing like how everyone's playing right now. For Vampire Esports, they're going to stick to their philosophy of playing from the outside in, try to get any elimination points as possible at the same time. And they got a good, decent round in the previous Sanhok, but of course Sanhok, I always call it an outlier map. This is where the real challenge will be for them.
Box still having a 4. Good start this time. 1 eliminations in the hands. Definitely what they needed. All they need to do is just precisely know the calculations, the timing, to get out of that compound. Just to navigate himself on a better, safer route for now. Not to be attracting too much unwanted attention. At the same time, try to take advantage as a third party if they possibly can. FaZe, on the other hand, have 2 visitors from the north and the southern side. Baonam United, Porsche. I'm not sure where are the rest of the roster. So has been spotted outskirts. Porsche is indoor, spotted on Megamind. Gonna have a bit of trading between XERXIA and Baonam. They have the 3 players, but the rest of XERXIA creeping in. Porsche can hold the ground by himself with a Vector, and that's gonna be done and dusted. Baonam United spreading out too wide amongst themselves.
This is where it gets difficult, right? Because the meta is that teams will want to get as close as possible to the middle, and with this kind of shift, with this kind of circle, if you're not prepared to like be together to defend a certain compound, then this is where teams will have the advantage over you. We've seen that with GEEK Fam, and when BTR rushed into their compound, they got caught as well. So now with the different shift of meta, teams who are already in the middle to find a different way to defend their ground.
Team Secret hovering around. A lot of teams playing around the coastline right now. On the main peninsula. Knowing the fact Circle just divided a tiny bit, around 20%, still on top of SMB, all the way down south for the second stage here. But we certainly know for sure, the third stage, we get to know whether it's still going to be on top of main peninsula only, or it's still going to be divided into 2 sides of a map. Vampires taking over the Pachinki Potato Hills. They don't have anybody passing by. But on top of it, the Circle happen to be shifting now. Baonam United already made an entrance on top of that bridge. But Circle just shifted away. And Baonam do have a solid compound to work themselves. But PBE will try to contest it out of their hands. Infinity will crash into Team Secret. With Vampires marching at the backline of Alter Ego from from northwest side. On the north all the way, it's going to be Box Gaming. They're moving away from the Circle right now, which is quite perplexing for me.
Yeah, probably going to make a big round rotation. That's why they're moving a little bit faster. So we have about 40% of unplayable going to get crowded there, and maybe that's why they anticipated that as well. So they're going to play probably a little bit slower to get into the circle, just like how they normally used to play. We don't see gaming going straight into the middle of the circle. It's not really their kind of style. So they compete with whatever they're comfortable with, coming in from the outside, try to win fights as they go.
Alter Ego. Left of the tree, Rosemary. I'm not sure if he got himself. Well, he didn't use the first ace right now. Pretty low himself. Being sprayed by the hands of Vintorius coming up from FaZe Clan. Vampire spotted out Infinity. Alter Ego barely got any covers for themselves there. The only thing that barricade themselves between them and FaZe and another team across them is just going to be a couple of rock. That's the only structure they will take covers from. Infinity Bear spotted a small shack. Take his covers from there. And coming up from Infinity, they left with the duo. Not too much of a player, but at least a shack will be enough for a duo to fit into it.
Most importantly is whether they can defend or not. Since we got all the teams, like even on the minimap, we can see like 5 teams quite out, but still it's 5 teams in the minimap itself. Can you imagine if we just widen the minimap, be a lot more teams, because this is where pretty much the center area is. And I understand why the teams, they try to play on top of this road that we can see on the minimap. It's because like about 40% unplayable land at the south. So in an esports mode, the circle will not come to the water, meaning that it will pull up onto the main peninsula. And this will potentially be the middle point in the next stage.
Mela with a DP28. Tried to tap out Alter Ego. Just give a bit of a poking and jabbing from the sides here. It will connect somehow. Rosemary and Alter Ego. This is going to be tough for them to get out from. Left, right, center. They are in the middle of everybody else. Infinity as well. TN2K come up from Box Gaming. They're left with only... no, they actually do have a full squad. But MORPH QEON spotted him out clear as a day. That was a spray. Definitely taking it back on the side of TN2K. The rest of MORPH already here. They're rushing in. Attempt to flush them out.
And here we go. So they need to defend their area. MORPH GPX has arrived. DBS in the hands of Bobo Crew. And here we go on the left. Them one there. But he's not going there. Okay, he can't go there because of the molly. Now TN2K leading back to the slope instead. Leaving the compound for MORPH GPX.
The circle shifted all the way to his PBE 79 in box just now on the right side of a bridge. Sadly, Bellingham United. If only they have a full squad, there's going to be a bit of a death circle for now. MORPH QEON doing so much work since yesterday, and today he's dragging his momentum and performed quite well here on top of his performance. Box Trongzen reposition, Rocky being knocked down by a nade, Kobe down by Trongzen. He tried to drop another, he knows exactly where Rocky is. But it's a bit skewed to his right, and Rocky will not be hit, and nothing connecting for the follow-up after that knockdown. Namcute hoping for somebody to save him, and Trongzen will try to do the job. Well, there's going to be one player only to go for the push. I'm not sure about the communication of Box Gaming right now. 10 ticket going alone with 2 players trying to save Namcute, but in the end of the day, nobody saved Namcute, and it happened to be all in vain for TN2K to push in. And now this seems a bit unsynchronized on the side of a box. Just willingly giving their bodies away one by one, not knowing what their true objectives are. A bit messy when it comes to communication.
It doesn't help the fact that Boom Esports is on the other side, stealing away nations from afar. We got Palmbit there with his M4. So Box Gaming got caught out with 2 teams basically. And now MORPH GPX in the compound. Thanks to Palmbit, they have time to reset. They're up at all 4s. So now continue to defend, and Box Gaming, with only 2 players, they cannot continue on the fight.
That was something unnecessary for Box Gaming. I don't know what they were doing, honestly. They tried to go for the save, but nobody tried to save, and then TN2K just pushing by himself. Happens to be not ever been on the same page of communication down there. It cost them quite greatly when it comes to this tournament itself. Box Namco finally got finished down by the side of Semna Mikhail. But I do have XERXIA fighting against DBD, parting the 2 side, 2-2 formation on the side of DBD. XERXIA clustered up to get about fanning out to make sure that they do have a wider engagement field of view to go against DBD right now. Shopper and RNG taking 1 building, and the other across the road we do have Alter Ego fighting FaZe at the same time.
DBD, XERXIA, same compound. Going to be an interesting fight there because it's going to be a good area to hold, especially if the circle goes there. But we go onto the left side. You see that there are a good amount of teams here as well. Alter Ego, one of them, playing by the rim of the circle to block FaZe Clan from coming in. And it's not only FaZe Clan that they need to manage. Another team down south that they need to manage as well. So it's at least 2 teams they need to be aware of.
This is something puzzling for me. Alter Ego, on the other hand, quite in the open, got only a couple of vegetation to take covers, but managed to survive as long as they needed to. That's just how they are so aware of their surrounding right now. Rosemary and Potato quite far apart, around 50 meters between them, but they still can get each other back at this point. But FaZe pushing in, Rosemary spotted out Team Secret, but RRQ and Perco will finish off that side. Rosemary, valiant attempt on taking away those points from afar, but couldn't make it through, and he got punished instead. Knocked down to his knees by Melas, naded just now.
Oh, now FaZe Clan, it's a goal for them. But Ventura's on his knees. Okay, are they going to pick up the gun, or are they going to go for it and leave him behind? Looks like the answer is yes, they're going to go for the pick. Kala is the one to revive him, but PERSIJA EVOS waiting for the moment. Venturas is the bait, and now they managed to get Venturas, and not only that, they caught members of FaZe Clan.
This is one of the few times you get to see Misery actually long lasted enough to survive here. But Lengths tried to bait out Mela. He take a bit of a chunk of the HP down, but that is a brutal way to go by Red FaZe as per usual. This man is just a different beast. but running down the entirety of FaZe is not done yet because XERXIA versus DBD has been going on a stalemate for the longest time. The tension is building up because the Blues will start to shrink this side, and they've been having a bit of a nade galore this side while the circle just shifting away from them.
Oh, back to the compound where BD and XERXIA is at. Now, without the circle, they must end this fight. XERXIA only has 2 players, but they're being shot at from the other side, it seems. Gotta be super duper careful here. Time aside. Now, us on the off angle, taking care of Izin. But he still has the other members of DBD still active, though. Izin stolen away by King from 7-9 from afar with a mini 14.
That's going to be devastating on the side of LZ. That was a fine tracking by LZ to knock him down, but to be stolen away from afar like that, that's not the nicest way to being stolen off. A sharper finish off by Jimmy OP. Coming up from the side of DBD. That's leaving only LZ, the last remaining member of XERXIA right now. Jimmy OP with that DBS prepared to go in, but there's somebody stopping them from afar. We do know there's going to be a lot of contenders inside of a circle. Try to gatekeep this side of the angle, but XERXIA and also DBD don't have enough time. And it's going to be DBS fighting UMP. UMP won in that round. LZ tried to hold on to his last ground there, while DBD tried to search him every corner possible way, but they're wasting time as the blue zone hits at stage 5.
Thanks to the patch 2.7, the DBS slightly nerfed. Plus, he has a level 3 jacket. That really helped him to win the fight. And now he has no more to deal with. How is he going to win this fight? He got Yen, but Echo is follow-up. So Earth is eliminated. That is it for XERXIA. Just too much for him to handle. They'll be out right now with DBD needing to move, but it looked like eliminated. Yes, it's RRQ that got them.
A bit too late now. The gatekeeper spoken for themselves. There's going to be RRQ at the edge of the zone. While on the side of PERSIJA, EVOS, as per usual, Misery always the one being knocked down as first, being the sacrificial lamb every single time, and nobody can save him from that distance, so they have to actually sacrifice him again for this map. RRQ are marching up to the side of PERSIJA, EVOS closing the distance with Boom hamming them at the other end. PERSIJA, EVOS, how to get out of this very sticky situation for them. Sandwich in between two teams now. Even Bounham United break, taking a shot against PERSIJA, EVOS. They're stuck in a corner, no way out. PERSIJA, EVOS in trouble.
Oh, RRQ as well in trouble thanks to BN unit. And they kind of did PERSIJA EVOS a favor, but the circle is not doing any of them as it shifts towards the right side where PB is in the middle of the circle playing Rio. They'll need to defend the ground against 7-9 down south coming up. But we're into the fight between RRQ and PERSIJA EVOS. They're not done yet with each other. The name in the hands of Z. He will toss it out anytime soon, waiting for the right moment. And he switches over Red Face with an M4, trying to get a knockdown through the spray, but the nade from Hex, the one to score against Zaxi.
PERSIJA EVOS taken out of the equation right now. It's down to RRQ to march towards the circuit. Just shifted. Same goes for Bounham United. Boom, coming up from the north, will actually have to fight against Vampires. Also, Ego left with only Potato down there. And that's going to be the entirety of PBE next to Alter Ego. Last player, Potato. RRQ managed to slowly advance. Slowly, surely, one step at a time. But still not touching the rim of the circle. While PBE gatekeeping on the southern side. Bounham United spotted out RRQ. Want to extend this one. But Vampires stolen it away from the north. It's going to be almost 100 or 200 meters apart, but it spotted out the rest of RRQ. And the worst part is RRQ cannot even try to pick out. Now they're both two teams stuck in the corner on the left side of the circle. Bounham United and RRQ. RRQ, at least they have the vehicles to just brute force their way into the northern side. While on the side of Bounham, I'm not sure if they have any vehicles.
Well, the United, they do have one buggy. I noticed that earlier on, but the buggy's at the top, so it's going to be quite risky for them. But Break is on his feet, going across. But we got RRQ winning this compound, taking out the last member of our Ego, eliminating them at number 7 with 1 elimination point. RRQ now collected eliminations at least.
RRQ not doing so great right now, leaving only Hexas alone, the other one bleeding out for no mercy. Max and Break from Bounham United want to finish him off, but being stopped by Momboy, who's been gatekeeping them tightly and sealed off this entrance entirely from that side. Vampires start to shoot from the northern side as well. So Bounham Left, right, center being crowded over the other side, being cornered all the way. And Momboy making sure they cannot even advance one step forward. Feels like one step forward for the side of Baonam is going to be 3 steps back for them. PBE making sure they cannot even try to get out. Hexas is the one that can actually help Baonam at this point, but he's trying to decide whether to go against Baonam or just taking a fight against PBE right now. It feels like Hexas won a bit of Baonam as well.
Nice window for Monboy to stop being united, but who will get the point? Looks like the answer is here. The one and only Tony K to take on the point for Vampire Board. Still in full squad, 8 elimination points. Next is going to be 7-9. By the blue, they need to cut across. PBE is in front of them, so they're opening up the smoke. They're on their V. Looks like likely they will crash into the compound. But now 7-9 says me on the other side, and they clear out their left. So they're going to take an alternate entrance in.
Down to 4, Tony K cooking up the nade. It feels like a perfect angle for the entirety of 7-9 to be in a blunder, but lucky to have that small shack to take covers from. Shredded almost is fast. Tony K keep the pressure on side of 7-9. We're not willing to let them go. But on top of it, PBE taking the blues, and the one that's sitting this quietly is going to be MORPH. Is MORPH going to take the chicken away since nobody's spotting him out just yet? And Momboy taking out on Dap. That's going to be the last of 7-9 as Momboy is back here for PBE. He's playing this time.
Yeah. Previous round, we didn't get to see much of him, although he started, but we get to see a lot more Momboy. MORPH GPX now on the outside. We're seeing a lot of as well as they still have a full squad. The only team with a full squad now. Trying to put pressure onto Vampire on the left side. Rocky taking a slow approach, using the advantage of this house just to get a good visual on the other teams, gathering information for his own teams inside the circle right now. At least his teammates are inside, so they will be a marker for him to get in.
MORPH has been sitting this one out for the longest time. Has been very quiet. Vampires, on the other hand, has been hunting people down. 5 elimination out of 9 by Tony K himself. Taking his weapon to be used as efficiently as possible. Taking it as most advantage as he can. Potential points you see all these players are. And Tony K, with the help of, I think there's going to be Straps alongside with Tony K right now, trying to find any sort of a loophole on the side of PBE. Mix trying to advance by being stopped entirely by Straps sprays just now. Momboy take the vehicles up, but Tony K drop a Kobe. Mix down on the ground. You don't have the frontliners anymore. Here comes Momboy with a vehicle, hoping to save Mix. But backline, MORPH started to shambles out. Vampire's line out, slowly lane by lane taken out from the backline. But Straps decided to advance anyhow, going through the smoke, hoping to finish off PBE, because this is the only thing that's stopping them right now. It's one out. Momboy is not going to survive this one, and Straps down on the ground. Momboy still survives. Tony K is up to him to call the shot. But Vampires can make it through. MORPH survive. It's going against 2 teams and PB down to last player.
Way! MORPH GPX tossed the nade at the right timing. Netting the chicken dinner for themselves. Oh my goodness. That's unexpected. They fought so hard to win against Vampires. Just to go kaboom by MORPH GPX. That was insane timing from MORPH GPX. Man, but that was also so close for Vampire Esports to win the fight. Straps missed the first few shots. Only he landed the first few shots. He would have gotten the win over PBE and at least got a second place. But MORPH GPX, the biggest winner with that final name.
That was so close on the side of Vampires. He spotted out Momboy, but Momboy's reaction time. He's a bit distracted with those knockdown plays right across him. Didn't spot out Momboy's reviving his teammates down there. But for the side of MORPH, the patience game seems to be borne fruitful for them. They bore their patience throughout the entirety of the game. And QEON is such a great asset for this lineup, honestly. QEON since yesterday has been crazy. He's been doing so much work for the team, finding those loopholes against the others, taking advantage out of it from afar. And he played so well for his survival as well. QEON, I have to say, if you give him a couple of more seasons to go, especially when it comes to next year, new season of PMSL, I have a feeling MORPH can actually go further than this.
Well, we get to see them since they are not a partner team. They have to potentially re-qualify again for next season, unless they change the format, of course. But for GPX, QEON, he subbed out once for Pepeng and they cleared him. So glad to see him back in the lineup. And with this lineup, they scored the chicken dinner. 5 elimination points, not that much, but who cares? It's the chicken dinner at the end of the day. So it's still 15 points in the hands of MORPH GPX.
And between QEON and Rocky, for me, I personally love the sprays coming out from Rocky. It was so crispy with his, I think he was using UMP or Vector before. It was such a clean execution. When the tracking come out from Rocky, I mean, when it comes to individual skills, these guys definitely have it. They are high quality players, very phenomenal players coming from MORPH, but coming up from Vampire was so close enough. PBE survived long this time, and I love the fact they really needed Mumboy. I feel like that's the pillar for PBE right now. Without Mumboy, I feel like PBE lost their guidance or their North Star for the entire team. With Mumboy in it, feels like they know exactly what they're doing.
He is the most experienced player in this PBE lineup. So for his transfer knowledge and for them to get the experience in gameplay when the game is running, no doubt, Mumboy is really a very important asset for PBE. Unfortunately, Mumboy will not be able to play the finals later on. So this is him transfer knowledge to the players later. Of course, hoping that PBE don't bottle it and go to the bottom 4. Because right now, PBE is not in the cleanest state as well. They need to maintain a good amount of placement or a good placement to see the light of the grand finals.
I agree. They need to push their numbers up here. A lot of teams really not safe right now due to how well GE and also coming up from Boom since yesterday, how they performed so well. So everybody kind of had edge due to how well these two teams just push themselves at the very bottom, might take away the placement and avoid this relegation entirely by the end of the day. But that's just about timing. QEON avoided by just 1 second later to move those vehicles, avoiding those explosions coming up from PBE. But MORPH, they've been sitting at the sideline for the longest time. Like I mentioned before, Vampire is actually on the hunt. Regardless of how they didn't score themselves that chicken and place themselves at the 3rd place for the placement points, still scores as number 1 by the end of this map. They have been gunning and running all this time, and Tony K definitely got himself quite a high volume down there.
Yeah, I'm sure he got a good amount of eliminations from this round. So Vampire Esports also sticking to their philosophy of not following everyone else to play the bit of the circle, play by the side, coming in. Still works for them. This is their philosophy of consistency, and it still brings them the amount of patience that they want and to top the match rankings for this round. At the end, of course, Box Gaming, they lost the fight against MORPH GPX. If only they won it, we'll see a different multiverse. But because they lost that, they dropped down to number 19 now. Also thanks to PBE, who got a good Slays finish. So they move up to number 15.
So we do expect GEEK and GE will be pushed down by end of today. They're not playing yet since their group is having a break for now. But how much further for Boom can push themselves up there? Because they needed the points, and same goes for the side of PBE. They need that week 2 performance, that consistency to get a back-to-back chicken, or at least getting a top 5 all day long. Can they pull that off today for the side of PBE?
Well, we'll need to see. Right? Round 1 wasn't great for them, 0 points. This round, 2nd place finish. But let's hear from the interview what they have to say about their performance with Tacit, Tash Bradley. Here we go.
The race is now on to find a team to make it up there to get the last final spot there on the 16th place. This is the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. I'm Tashmani, your host, and with me on stage I have from FaZe Clan, we have Mormon alongside his translator, and there is a lot to talk about. So Mormon, let's address the elephant in the room, your bonus ranking. So right now you guys are at 18th place with 6 points, and that is 7 points behind GE and Boom Esports if you want to make it to the grand finals. Can you share with us what exactly is your team facing right now in terms of difficulty?
อย่างที่รู้ๆกันนะครับตอนนี้ทีม FaZe Clan เนี่ยอันดับก็อยู่ที่อันดับ 18 คะแนนตามหลังทีม GE กับทีม Boom อยู่ประมาณที่ 6-7 คะแนนพอจะแชร์ได้ไหมครับว่าตอนนี้เนี่ย ทีมกำลังเจอกับอุปสรรคอะไรที่ทำให้เรายังคะแนนรวมไม่เป็น1 ใน 16 ครับ
ก็เป็นเรื่องของความกดดันของแต่ละคนส่วนตัวภายในทีมครับที่เรากดดันตัวเองมากเกินไปครับเพราะว่าจริงๆเราสิ่งที่เราทำได้ดีเราทำได้ดีแล้วครับแต่เรากดดันมากเกินไปแบบอะไรง่ายๆเราก็ทำมันยากอะไรยากๆเราก็ทำมันแบบง่ายๆครับ
Alright, so what they are facing now is that they are kind of pressure them in the team. They are kind of pressuring themselves. So yeah, and they notice that, and they're trying to to be less pressure to each other in order to make the performance better.
Right, so there's a lot of pressure happening in the team right now. So can you share with us, what do you guys do in order to kind of like lessen that pressure that you guys are facing?
คิดว่าจะมีวิธียังไงบ้างที่จะทำให้ลดความกดดันในทีมลงครับ
ก็ที่ผ่านมาเราก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาเราก็ทบทวนตัวเองครับจริงๆเราเล่นโดยไม่ต้องคิดอะไรก็ได้ครับเพราะว่าจริงๆเรามีตั๋วเรามีอะไรหมดเลยครับแต่เรากดดันของเราเองครับวิกสุดท้ายเราก็คุยกันว่าเราเล่นตามเกมไม่คิดอะไรเยอะครับอะไรที่เรามั่นใจเราก็ทำอะไรที่มันทำไม่ได้เราก็ไม่ฝืนครับเล่นชิวๆตามเกมไม่คิดอะไรเยอะแล้วครับ
Okay, so basically they're going to just go with the flow this time because for these 3 weeks already, they're kind of, sometimes they pressure themselves too much. So, this time they're just gonna go with the flow and yeah, just do the best. Yeah.
I mean, going with the flow looks really good for them, given today that they had quite, I think, a pretty good run, honestly. Now, let's talk a little bit about the odds here for FaZe Clan. What are the odds of FaZe actually climbing up in terms of points and making it into the grand finals? Are you guys feeling confident about that?
คิดว่ามีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนว่าเราจะมีโอกาสที่จะไปเป็น1 ใน 16 ทีมสุดท้ายครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอล
ก็ส่วนตัวแล้วก็ผมก็ไม่เอาตอนนี้ก็ไม่รู้จะเอาตอนไหนแล้วครับเพราะมันก็วีคสุดท้ายแล้วเราก็เล่นให้เต็มที่ครับเป้าหมายก็หวังว่าติดท็อป3ครับแต่ถ้าอยากดีสุดก็อยากให้มันเป็นแชมป์วีคท้ายครับจะได้สบายใจ
so they're trying to be confident as much as they can in order to get to the finals and they aiming for maybe top 3 for this week to make sure that they can go to the finals and play in the finals easily.
Right, so top 3 will definitely launch them up ahead if you guys remember in terms of scoring. But let's talk a little bit about your new teammate. You guys just picked up a new player from China, Trace. Has there been any communications between you guys, communication problems, or how's the chemistry like? Excuse me.
อย่างที่รู้ๆกันตอนนี้ก็ในทีม FaZe Clan เนี่ยก็มีการดึงตัวผู้เล่นคุณเทรสจากประเทศจีนมานะครับแล้วอยากทราบว่าในทีมเนี่ยมีประเด็นเรื่องการสื่อสารกันระหว่างในทีมไหมแล้วก็เคมีระหว่างคนในทีมเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ถ้าเป็นเรื่องการเล่นของสกิลเพย์เขาก็สกิลเพย์เขาดีครับแต่เรื่องการสื่อสารบางจังหวะในการทัมมิ่งไฟมันดึงจังหวะคุยกันไม่ได้ครับแค่นั้นมันจะติดเรื่องการสื่อสารเล็กๆน้อยๆครับแต่ถ้าสกิลเพย์เขาทำได้ดีอยู่แล้วครับ
So basically about the communication yeah they kind of had some issues with the way of the communication as they speak the different languages but in terms of the chemistry they're good to each other as Trace is kind of he is good at playing the games.
So do you think that the communication do you think that the communication problems is actually the reason why it's really hard for you guys to reach the top right now?
คิดว่าเรื่องการสื่อสารเนี่ยเป็นสาเหตุหลักไหมครับที่ทำให้คะแนนเราอาจจะยังไม่ถึงเป้าตามที่เราหวังเอาไว้ครับ
ไม่ใช่ครับไม่เกี่ยวกันนะเพราะว่าจะพูดยังไงครับการสื่อสารมันไม่ได้มีปัญหาขนาดนั้นเพราะว่ามันเล่นตามจังหวะเกมได้ครับแบบจังหวะเซนส์เกมอะครับแต่แค่มันอาจจะเป็นรายละเอียดไฟท์เฉยที่อาจจะคุยกันไม่ค่อยตรงจังหวะกันแค่นั้นครับ
definitely not because as I mentioned that Trace is know what he's doing in the game so communication is might be just a little bit obstacle for their team, but not a big deal for them.
Wow, and that's what you have when you have really good players who have really insane game sense. End of the day, it's still the same game and the same language, but now I'm sure there's a lot of FaZe Clan fans out there. Wow, that's a tongue twister. There's a lot of fans for you guys waiting for you guys to just make it up there to the grand finals. Is there anything you want to say to them?
ก็มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมครับเพราะว่าจาก performance ของเราตอนนี้เนี่ยเชื่อว่าแฟนๆเองก็น่าจะมีความกังวลว่าทีมเราเนี่ยจะไปถึงไฟนอลได้ไหมครับ
ก็ที่ผ่านมาเราก็ทำได้ไม่ดีพอครับปีสุดท้ายแล้วก็เราจะเรียนรู้ค่อยพลาดแล้วก็ทำให้มันเต็มที่ที่สุดครับสุดท้ายแล้วถ้ามันไม่ได้อย่างที่หวังแล้วก็จะไปพัฒนาและเรียนรู้ใหม่ครับ
so they're going to learn from the mistakes that they did and they promise that they're going to do their best in order to go to the finals and they're trying their best now.
And there we go. Sometimes your best is enough. Let's see whether or not they can make it to the top 3 as we go into the second half of today. Gonna toss it over to our casters to start the second half. We'll see you guys in a little while. Bye, guys.
Interesting interview coming up from FaZe Clan just now. We can feel the tense on their end as well. But yeah, I always wonder about the communication with Trace. They are from different regions entirely, how they communicate. But they do speak the same language as of PUBG Mobile. So I think that's kind of settles down for their side.
Yeah, and I guess they do definitely see value in Trace. That's why they brought him onto FaZe Clan. And we don't get to see much Trace, but yeah, hopefully we get to see more later on. But now the objective is to qualify onto the grand finals. And it's also nice to hear from them saying that they are still putting some hope to qualify onto the grand finals by at least top 3 and then leaving everything for the rest. So that's where they will really play their hearts out in the next few days, that the last few games that they have, and hope that they can go to the grand finals and make that great escape. It's going to make a beautiful story for FaZe Clan if they can even do that.
Yeah, I agree, especially when it comes to the early of this week, you can see how they really aggressively try to overtake the scoreboards across the map. Every map, they were hunting people down. But it feels like today they have been toned down quite a bit when it comes to their performance compared to previous few days. But we still have our top performers here. There's no denying on Tony K anymore. Momboy, I love this guy playing back here. They definitely needed him. It's such a great team when PB do have Momboy in it. And Erzi, I'm waiting for Erzi and Shop and or 2 of the players actually be on the top performer. But we cannot discredit Yummy May. I mean, like, Yummy May, boom, with those nades, with those DBS. I mean, this guy's just the best, man.
Yeah, one of the key players that you cannot leave out for Boom. Yummy is definitely up there. But speaking of what's up there, we got 2 Indonesian flags up there. Yesterday was their Independence Day, so today is after, obviously. So 2 Indonesians. Maybe today is the tribute for the Indonesian independence yesterday by having all their flags up. Who knows? But what we do know is a PMSL Southeast limited skin inside of the game right now. You guys can get a suit, M16 gun skin if you join the event and get the skin for it's called Dream Chaser, by the way.
Yep, and also don't forget about the Battle Royale mode, which already in Dragon Ball Super available for you guys. I do know Piccolo do have a sniping ability, so if you love to play sniper, play Piccolo on top of that. And don't forget about the latest ultimate set as well, the Dandy Grids are available for you guys, and you can get a first draw at only 10 UC. Who knows your luck, right? And speaking of luck, which other team is not being favored by Lady Luck so far? We do know for a fact Box. Now, we compare with Box and FaZe, both of them actually at the very bottom, but so different when it comes to the mentality and their attitude adjusting to it, right? FaZe still have to fight. I mean, like, yeah, you talk about they might actually still get into BMGC anyhow. But speaking of Box, that's what the fighting spirit I've been waiting for. Coming up from the side of FaZe just now in the interview, can we have the same sort of mental attitude into the last few days of the league for Box Gaming?
Well, I wish I could answer that question on behalf, but unfortunately I can't. The only thing that we can hope for is for them to really show us something, and of course to give back to the fans. That is also a very important thing. for all these teams to be performing. It's one about for themselves, for the organization, for their careers, and so on. But they also need to remember that it's also for the fans that's supporting them for the longest time. And for PUBG, they do have a big fan base in Vietnam. So I do hope that if they can at least go big this week for the last 10 games that they have, score one chicken dinner at least, score a couple of chicken dinners better for the fans at the end of the day.
The biggest issue that I saw in the previous map just now was so obvious that I cannot erase that in my head. It's just their communication is all over the place coming from Box, because that was keep running through my mind right now about their main objective when the situation is critical. We saw how TN2K pushed in solo-handedly, and then the other players try to save Namq at the back. Both of them, they're still having a full squad that time. Both of them try to go and save Namq. By the end of the day, nobody actually tried to revive Namq, instead taking the vehicles away, and TN2K just go in by himself. And it feels like that's a lot of communication issue problems down there. And why did TN2K push himself? Did he not try to wait? Or did he actually try to wait and the other teammate tried to say that, yeah, they're coming, but they're not actually coming? And Namq, they were trying to save him, but at the end of the day, they delayed that save. That kind of wasted so many precious time, and that caused their entirety to go down in shambles within seconds. That's something they have to work on, and that seems to me like the biggest issue for Box Gaming right now.
Well, yeah, obviously we won't get to see them since we don't have the mic check, so we're not too sure what's going through their minds. But look at like how the game was executed. I do agree there was some loopholes there. Whether getting the vehicle to go in on foot, maybe that's kind of debatable. But as I recall it, MORPH was open. They got a couple of knocks. Probably there was a way to get in faster without going for the vehicle first and then trying to get the vehicle to crash in. So I wasn't too sure about that as well. Hopefully, if we get a chance to interview one of gaming's members, that would be best, because they were the only one to be able to answer what exactly happened during that time. But hopefully they'll be able to reflect on that fight and their gameplay so far and do better next, because it's 10 more games to go for Box Gaming. Once we're done with this game, we're only down to 9 games, single digit amount of games left for Box Gaming. Score at least that one chicken dinner.
I agree. It seems like calculatable for teams, especially not just Box Gaming, all the teams in Group D now. That's including Sam9, Vampires, and XERXIA. We do see XERXIA start to hunt people down when it comes to the final week. We have a glimpse of just like how XERXIA was in week 1 again, but not as strong as before. Maybe they want to save it for late in the grand finals. Vampires, on the other hand, they show different caliber entirely. They don't care if they got the grand finals or not. This is what I love about Vampires. Despite that they are kind of secured themselves to be in the grand finals, they have this thirst, they have this drive to just be the best on whatever the situation is. Despite they were having a tough start in final week, they still strive for more excellence by the end. I mean, like, if you're having a bad start, as long as you finish off with a bang, that's what people really remember about you.
Yeah, they definitely have a unique approach, I must say, as compared to the others, because they stick to what they are good at, and they believe in the consistency, sticking to the plan, rather than adjusting themselves to whatever everyone is doing. So it's a unique approach. Yes, some might argue that, oh, that means you're not thinking. Well, they show it with their performance. It's something that they're comfortable with. So, I mean, it's a game of 16 teams, right? It's not a game of like V1. So it's a very different approach as compared to like a lot of other situations where we see like V1, that the adaptation will be different. But if it's like 16 teams, then how do you adapt the other 15 teams? It's sometimes not possible. So if you can play however you're playing, you're comfortable with it, and it still shows the result, then I guess there's no argument their philosophy of playing the game as we head on to this final game.
Before we head into the break, where a lot of teams can get a bit of a reset, where a lot of teams do need it there, especially down there. But this time we do have a flight path more towards the north, the southern side. And if the circle happen to be on top of Stalberg and Kamishki, I assume when it comes to stage number 2 and 3, we do have a lot of major clashes just on top of the middle ground or the center of a map, which can be possibly Rovsok School, even on top of Yasnar Poliana.
So we saw MORPH GPS going to Rosa. I think they're going to repeat that again since going to Severny is going a little bit far for them. I would expect Boom to go to Farm since it's close enough as well. And for the rest of the islands, probably going to stick to their guns again. PERSIJA EVOS going to go back to Yasnaya, BN Unite, Box Gaming as well going to Yasnaya. So they're going to start off their place of their comfort. They're going to take the right side of Yasnaya, and PERSIJA EVOS going to take the left. That has been the trend so far. Keeping my eye on to Farm though. Okay, yeah, we still have Boom there. No changes for them from the previous round. Still going to be a pretty similar drop for.
Yep, so far nothing much changed except because of the flight path do favors a bit down south, so the teams on the downside can comfortably drop themselves there. But the circle, this is quite confusing as well. Even though it's just a minor land on top of that circle of SMB, we still have to calculate into the next few circles. There's a chance that we're actually still going to have that part of land in SMB till the end of it. Now coming off inside of Boom, this is going to be a tough start. Yummy made down to only 20% HP here. This is going to be rough, and he's barely got enough himself to work things around.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go up against Boom, I guess, because of the flat path. They drop somewhere in between. Yummy knocked down as well. Oh no, looking back for Boom because Gaming still has a full squad. One member of Boom on the ground floor is Pombit, but they have Razy together with Ichan somewhere else. Not sure how they're going to back him up because Pombit right now, he has a micro Uzi together with the Bison in hand. Not the best weapon to clutch because we've seen the DPS meta, but he has to work with what he has.
PERSIJA EVOS taking a bit of a jab against REGUM on the other end, while Box...
Wow!
What is that nade from Pombit? Two in an instant down! Pombit can clutch this one. Oh my god, they were so close of losing it. There was one nade that dropped two on the ground, the other one just being sprayed and just taking a bit of a jab there. What is that? That's what I said about the communication. Something has gone so wrong for Boom. Sorry, for Box. To take one Boom player at that extent?
Well, at least they traded back and they, at the end of the day, did not lose anyone. So I guess it worked out for them. Probably the idea was like, okay, as long as we trade, we're okay. Well, it's not even because they didn't lose anyone. So they didn't trade anything at the in that fight. But unfortunate for Pombit is that his weapons were limited. He had a micro Uzi 1v2 with that sort of firing rate is very hard to in that sort of situation. And it's going to be tough for Razy as well because he's alone here. EVOS, easy wrap around, and that leaves Boom with only one player.
Boom from the pan to the fire. I mean, like, they just fought against Box before, lost Pombit early on, and now down to only Chan. Last time we saw this, they didn't last long enough. It feels like a deja vu for Ichan. This is what really happened yesterday as well. But on the other side, Box and PERSIJA EVOS scores 2 for each of themselves. I assume there's going to be RRQ taken out by one of the players of Box before as well. Nova Rabnoni, we do know for a fact this Circle Cloud is still a bit of percentage. You know what? You cannot put at risk. You don't want to live up to chances that there will be no possibility the Circle is still going to favor on a slightly bit of SMB there. But based on the last one, it's still going to be on probably a bit of SMB still up to possibly stage 3. Then maybe it will move away from the SMB, just go to the main peninsula.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, with the ping pong-ish sort of circle, it go there. But since like the trend of teams playing in the, we can expect like the middle area of the circle, which is probably around Potato Hill and its surrounding, to be the focal point. And look at as well. So Xavier isn't playing. Pochinki, we didn't get a view of whether any team drop into Pochinki, but if Pochinki is available, then teams can also consider to either play inside of Pochinki, or even better, you play at the Potato Hill and not need to worry about Pochinki that much.
I agree. I have a feeling Potato Hills is going to be hot, and that's going to be Alter Ego. Taking one of the players out of, I think it was RRQ, one of the members out. Boss Gaming happened to be just passing by Ichan. Lucky they didn't spot him out. Boss Gaming now, it's not safe for Ichan yet. They make a bit of a U-turn. This would be a dangerous game for Ichan. It feels like they're very interested to drop himself here. Or just passing by. Hopefully just passing by because that solo player. Oh man, they are definitely interested to have a peek inside. This is going to be nerve-wracking for Ichan.
Yeah, I think Box Gaming have that intention to find that last member of Boom because they saw the elimination that PERSIJA was took out one, so they know that there's only one more left. Okay, Ichan with the S12K, but S12K from Gen 2K hit first, and boom, when boom, 0 points in this round just before the break.
Feels like Box had reworked their communication this time. Scored quite well. Even though they did actually got themselves in a bit blunder before, managed to reset and reassess the situation. Hopefully everybody's on the same page on that side. Team Secret, they're going to get out of Fairy Pier because the circle quite, if you compare it to the center, it's a bit too far from them. So slowly going towards their side. But they can still stay a bit longer if they want to for Team Secret. It's not necessarily needed for them to leave out that early since they are still in the circle. On the hands of DBD now. They are right on top of Gotkar before this. Also, they're one of the teams that actually on the left side of the circle, just where Team Secret was. Team Secret is just a bit down south when it comes to the direction. We have PB on Gotkar this time. I do wonder, Vampires and FaZe, how do you want to get into the center? Will it go up north all the way? Up to his Rostock possibly and cut across? Since FaZe is cutting across Ruins, I assume they do have interest to go to its Rostock or school fairs before getting into the center.
Yeah, wouldn't be too worried about these two teams trying to get into the center. They're not that team that goes straight into the center. They're more comfortable playing by the side. So I would say that they'll be really happy kind of circle because there's a lot more space for them to play with. So that's how you can see them at this point cutting across Ruins and even stopping around the area of Ruins. So like, okay, we can chill for a moment. We can loot up a little bit more before coming in later. And with this amount, you would expect that teams will be closer later. So for them to find fights this stage, the chances are lower.
We saw BN United approaching towards the end of the other bridge, but we assume that they're going to just have a bit of a pit stop at the end of that bridge that they were crossing before. On top score has always been RIQ. MORPH happy to be sharing this time. In RIQ, they don't have enough men to hold their grounds that much longer anymore. Been taking fights a lot since the start here. Infinity leaving SMB a bit later, but we do have sort of a Pachinki circle right on top of school. Now, this is supposed to be RRQ circle since the start, but they lost quite a number of men early on, down to only 3 or 2 players left. But the one that coming in very late will be fair enough for them to score those chickens because it feels like a bit crowded for the center.
You spoke about RRQ. So the other 2 players, but because of their spread, it's almost like 1 player each. So in the pick, see again the duo, the same last 2 duo, just like in Sandhawk. But this time, they're going to go up against MORPH GPX instead. And I think it's just a matter of time that No Mercy will be caught up on MORPH.
Left side of a bridge, we saw Baonam United. Now Infinity taking the left side bridge, but Team Secret taking over the lighthouse area. And for sort of Infinity, well, to jump down into the river and just swim over, but Zara waiting at the other end might actually spot them out of the jump. And RQ on the other end, score is going to be a lot of teams passing by. I don't know how they want to hold their grounds with 2 players left, but here comes the spray from Melton. That's going to be a tester, Pierre, being sacrificed down there just to test out if any gatekeepers waiting at the other end. Definitely give a lot of information, that value, high value information to the side of Infinity. But right now, how Infinity want to use that knowledge in their hands and how to respond accordingly, since they know for a fact it's impossible right now for them to cross this bridge.
Yeah, they should be used to this by now. I mean, it's a common spot for teams to gatekeep them. So I'm sure they have a plan. In this kind of situation, I guess their second plan, their plan B is just to rotate on the right bridge instead. You have enough fuel and also utilities to tank out this part of the circle. And we're back onto school. Looks like No Mercy. They still don't know that he's there. They're not in the same floor. Okay, we got Rocky there, just on the next room. But now they will know the presence of No Mercy. But No Mercy is the one to pull the trigger first, and he will pocket that point.
This is the house. I reckon know every nook and cranny about the entry point as well. It's been created and surprised for side of Rocky just now. Definitely cost them quite a bit for the entirety of MORPH. But the others, on the other hand, it's cutting across Pochinki right now. We do have PBE. Since we don't have these Avis playing, I feel like Pochinki is a bit vacant for now. I'm not sure if there's any team trying to just still stay and extend themselves on top of Pochinki. But Team Secret happen to be just across the side of PBE. Might actually be spotted out by PBE players from that side. Baronam United leaving Nova Ripnoye before and just getting into the other side of the bridge and getting to the main peninsula. We do know XERXIA will be the top contender next. I'm not sure where is BTR right now, since they're dropping themselves on that side as well. So they should be close by for the side of BTR.
Yeah, we gotta wait for the maps. The circle did shift. BTR normally is a team that likes to play in the middle, so I would expect to be somewhere within the circle. But for the team that plays on the outside, Vampire Esports coming in now. And if they want to take fights, and that's what they like to do, so they will have an option now, DBD or FaZe Clan on the left.
But Vampires happen to be just squeezing in the center here, taking all the bullets in and soak in the damage. DBD spot out as well for Vampires. They still managed to squeeze in through, but where too high. Ravenclaw just parked himself across that trenches. He needs to get into those trenches. Box Gaming, Kwang spot out High down on his knees. Straps and Stone already parked himself inside of the trenches. Now Ravenclaw caught out in the open. Box Gaming, Tian Tuco will punish him in an instant, while Alter Ego having a fight against 7-9. Same goes for FaZe versus who's there? Is that Vampires player as well? Feels like Tony also being left behind, caught out in the process of transitioning to the circle.
Yeah, two teams sandwich Vampires, so they were caught up by FaZe Clan and DBD on one side. So it's enough for them that they had to lose one player for now, potentially another one on his knees. So Vampire Esports might need to play the rest of the round with two players. But because of that fight onto Vampire, FaZe Clan and DBD alerted with each other. We can change there on the elimination feed, as the Potato Hill, held by Alter Ego for the longest time, is now the focal point, but they just need to be aware of the team that came onto the Potato Hill as well on the right side.
And that's going to be a hectic Potato Hills, a fright one as well, but PBE guarded over this side well, and they will take a Logan away from the rest of Infinity for now. That's leaving Infinity down to 2 players, stuck in the corner even. Barely have enough land to take covers. Lucky that truck will save them for a bit in case another team passing by at the other end. Vampires got themselves those trenches, while BTR, you are a bit curious what's in there. He starts to venture in, while Kwang and the rest of Box taking a bit of a compound on the outskirts of Pochinki. Spotted at Infinity. That's going to be a couple of tap. Might be a bit of a warning shot to the side of Infinity, knowing that it's going to be more than just a couple of teams nearby. Infinity, how did we respond to this? Do they still going to go for trenches? But they take a bit of an unusual route down there. Amstel drove himself in the open flat plain field. A bit risky, but he got himself some bunkers to work on.
Yeah, lucky enough, managed to make it, so it's okay for now. This area, with this current state, it's fine. Lobby! Okay, he had to do an acrobat before landing there, but glad he's okay though. No knock onto him, so he's fine. Some middle of the circle. Speaking about the middle, circle shift, and they're right in the center of it.
Box Infinity right in the center, as well as BTR nearby. Well, that's not surprising. BTR are pretty good when it comes to reading those circles, but PERSIJA EVOS was a bit too far this time. They cannot go through the Potato Hill. 7-9 overtake Alter Ego's position on top of it since Alter Ego start to move away. But PBE, they want to get into the circle. Same goes for the side of DBD. They want to actually commit to this fight or part ways. DBD take the wiser decision, being the bigger guy in this scenario, going straight into the circle instead of taking a fight against PBE.
Okay, here we go. PBE. At least they have the high ground on the side of Pochinki. No RRQ in action. Only No Mercy left. And FaZe Clan will take him out. despite Nerfeco and No Mercy staying together, but unfortunately, the firepower from FaZe Clan playing as a trio, not able to hold them back, and they got eliminated.
It was 2v2 for FaZe, but back's on the side of Box. We have a new contender approaching. I think that's going to be FaZe Clan approaching this side as well. They definitely heard those vehicles coming over, the 2-3 teams up there, which is going to be Alter Ego, Infinity, and Box. Happen to be crushing Alter Ego. The moment they leave that Pachinki Potato Hills and drove himself in the center of the crossfire, Alter Ego just might walk himself trapped in the center down there. Box Gaming spotted out FaZe, who happen to be transitioning and switch over their attention towards their back line, while Alter Ego have a bit of a breather since Infinity, the only contender right now. Box switch over their focus into a different team entirely. But Sam9 and MORPH, there's going to be another war coming up.
Okay, but MORPH GPX, the easiest position to be in, can see that they don't have a good visual onto all the members of San. So MORPH GPX, are they going to take this fight? Okay, there's still enough space though. Okay, but even if they choose to rotate up north, Sam9 will have a clear shot onto them. They can spray them. They are traveling. So MORPH GPX, are they going to take that risk to still travel? See. But now PBE, they have visitors in the area. It's going to be FaZe Clan as Onzen will take an off angle onto them, and they are circling around PBE, gathering information.
Can feel the hostility of FaZe to the side of PBE right now, trying to force them out and try to take the fight. But also coming up for PERSIJA, EVOS crushing into the side of this compound. Megamind being visited by Misery. Misery, as always, the one that opened up the position and the space for the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS. But they're down to 3 players, now to 2. Misery being sacrificed in an instant. And Redface and Zuxi, can they still fight, even though they got themselves a bit of a lower ground against XERXIA?
Okay, here we go, Sam9. So this fight between them and MORPH GPX, we knew it was for MORPH GPX. And Sam9 won the fight against them. They had the terrain advantage anyway. So they won the fight. MORPH GPX out at number 14 without a single point this time. But for PERSIJA EVOS, now caught on the lower ground, XERXIA. And I'm just reminded that MORPH GPX, they got the chicken dinner before, but this time no chicken dinner, no points at all. Again, the chicken dinner curse is the PMSL.
There's going to be another team approaching that side. I think it's going to be Baronam United interested to take down PERSIJA EVOS and XERXIA at the same time. Look at the scouters doing the work, marking the perimeters and trying to gain as much intelligence and information as possible. PERSIJA EVOS being wiped out by the hands of XERXIA, but XERXIA is not safe still. We still have another 3-way war between Team Secret, PBE, and coming up, which is going to be FaZe Clan in between. Team Secret down to Zral left. Now they do have a bit of low grounds, but Desmex will actually buy him time to revive his teammate. That Kobe come up from Venturis, just gonna decapitate it on the side of PBE, leaving only Momboy surviving on that state. And Momboy, how do he clutch this one? There's one more player cool around that corner, try to reset himself, but Team Secret know that they are underwhelmed right now. Not really underwhelmed, overwhelmed by the presence of FaZe Clan. They want to part ways, but they were not being leaving out just yet because FaZe is slowly approaching and closing in the distance. Even PBE couldn't fight the hands of FaZe right now. They are on a rabbit mode and not showing any sort of mercy at all. Down to only cool to pull it off, but Vampires BTR also coming up from FaZe, mixed down, and there's going to be a huge one from Mela to finish things off against against PBE.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for PBE, but between Team Secret and FaZe Clan, they had to manage 2 teams at the same time, so it was really hard for them. But with FaZe Clan winning majority of the fight, now that they know that Team Secret just right below them, they try to take advantage of it. It's points that they're after because they want it to the top 3. Now Ventura spraying onto Putra, knocking him down. Another opening for FaZe Clan, but they also need to revive Mela.
Surprising for Team Secret, they are like zombies right now. Even though they got knocked down 3 out of 4, still managed to reset themselves and have a bit of a revival between them. Now Zral have to leave. He's not safe. Down to only 10% HP on his side. I'm not sure he got himself any first aid only just bandages at this point. But Onda's keeping the pressure. Onda's going to be a high loop down that side. That nade so close to Zral. Definitely nerve-wracking for him. Nobody wants to be at his receiving end. That nade just now feels like a perfect angle. As Zral still survived. We do see another team being ambushed by the side of Box Gaming. Megamind trying to leave. Chopper at the other end. But they're trying to circle around, wrap things around. But also at a cost for the side of Box Gaming, since some of their players being knocked down.
Oh, there's only one player left for Box Gaming now, and he's getting away. Probably the best option, because to continue on the fight with XERXIA, it's definitely not going to favor him. So it's going to be Kwang, the last man. He'll take this compound just to reset himself, but he still needs to get into the circle, and that's where it will be difficult for him. So it's likely that he'll take his time for now. Now we're back to the between FaZe Clan and Team Secret, because FaZe Clan, they're busy with Revive, so they had to let Team Secret go for now. But Team Secret is the one that is not letting them go just yet. They're still keeping an eye onto them to see if they can get an advantage knocked down onto FaZe Clan.
Lucky the circle happened to be very generous, centralizing in the center still. XERXIA taking a bit of a blue zone. The only team with a full squad right now is just DBD. Infinity taking the bunkers area. Got some barricade around them, but FaZe tried to shut down Team Secret. You mentioned about them before, Putra and Helton. They are being pressured by the blue zone. The blue zone will shrink even further, and the circle will determine their fate later on for the side of Team Secret, because they're barely hanging on. If circle moves south, it's great, but it moving up to the northern side, Kwang do have a bit of a shot at living longer than Team Secret right now.
Oh yeah, the circle. And now Team Secret, the toughest position to be in. They have the travel distance to manage. They have FaZe Clan to manage. Man, how are they going to overcome this? And I don't know if they have a vehicle. Last we saw, it seems like they don't. But for XERXIA, don't need to worry about the circle for now. They have it. All they need to worry about is keeping BN United on the outside.
To keep BN United at bay, they're still having a full squad compared to XERXIA, outnumbered right now. But Baonam United, they're playing it very smart, can outmaneuver it, never mind, take that back ahead, see, spotted out Max. Giving away position, even giving away 3 eliminations down there. SC down to 50 HP, got nicked quite a bit, but it's still going to be okay for now. On top of Baonam United, they had advantage before. Feels like a 50-50 chance right now between these two teams. And XERXIA will keep them at bay, denying the entrance side of a circle. But they do have one player a bit up north, a bit separated, and 1-2 formation on the side of XERXIA. Baonam United break, try to go for the flank side, instead going for off angle. But the Blues will not be that kind this time. Team Secret still have to go in as well.
Oh,
now,
man,
lucky Baonam a bit distracted by XERXIA. Team Secret have a clear in.
Yeah, BN United, at least they're distracted with XERXIA, right? But Team Secret's FaZe Clan on the left, and FaZe Clan knows that Team Secret is there. That is the scary part about Team Secret. But we move over to the other side. We have Vampire Esports needing to fight against the Infinity to come in, but they also need to be aware of Kwang in case he's the Kingmaker. But then again, it's Vampire Esports that we're talking about. They will find the opportunity to crash in onto the Infinity.
It's not the most solid compare for Infinity. Now that's one of them a reason, because Vampires can see them through. A bit of a ditch there. Yes, they do have the bunkers, but a couple of nades, a couple of mollies more than enough. But lucky they do have another contender, which is going to be FaZe eyeing out to the side of Vampires there. Vampires taken by surprise. Two-way war for them. Infinity being saved just a tiny bit, even though they lost one man early on. And down to only one last player. It's going to be Armstyle. Will he actually pull it off with the style or not? But at least for their hands right now, Vampires being demolished by the hands of FaZe from afar. Mela have to get out from the blue zone. Taking quite a long time to make a bit of a U-turn, but Ventoris open up the space for him to make sure their survivability and safety will be kind of secure here where they're parking themselves. But the rest of them will be surrounding FaZe at the very moment. Southern side a bit too rowdy right now.
Wow, and DBD's quiet throughout all that. But they have to make some noise after this, because it's game for DBD next. Speaking about Team Secret, because of the distraction of FaZe Clan onto Vampire, so they choose to go through a route, and they have an entry now into the circle, but now they need to manage XERXIA instead. FaZe Clan on the other hand starts to fight against DBD. They manage to get a knockdown, but Ventoris can't get a clear shot. XERXIA on the other side. I mean, these teams are just trying to cancel out each other.
And son, there's very little space for DBD at the other end. The Blues are closing. There's only one rock that they can take covers from. Feels like coming out from DBD is waiting for the inevitable. But XERXIA on the other hand, they only have to deal with Helton. That's going to be the last player of Team Secret. The other three start to approach and reunite and move as a unit to get themselves in the circle. Now, Halton, this is the biggest problem. He barely got enough smoke. There's going to be only 3 smokes left. He needs to use it till the very end of it. XERXIA Shopper got himself an upgrade of loot at that, and level 3 helmet and VAS. Quite good weaponry on his side too. Halton has been guarded heavily over this side, and XERXIA start to push in. This is going to be Halton fighting for his life. He got one down on Mega Mine. Trying to fight for another team of XERXIA, but it's going to be 2 different angles entirely. It's going to be Shopper and Erzi. Best player of XERXIA, both of them still alive.
Nice for Halton, exploded the buggy, but now Halton, he only has his 3. Popping out the smoke is creating a small smoke bridge, but his health is super duper low. At the same time, just right behind him. Now I worry for Halton that he may not survive past this stage. It's going to be hard for Halton now. He still has to try. Now the smoke is active. XERXIA as well, so they're not putting focus on the Halton, but Halton still keeping an eye on the XERXIA as he runs into the circle. But we got Shopper there, still not letting Halton go. It's good 1v1 now, and Halton, he's the one that's going to be pressured by the blue.
The blue zone's approaching. If XERXIA lives first, Halton still can survive, but Halton be spotted out. Shopper, what a spray! Didn't miss that much. Halton, valiant effort, shows the fight in him is still there, but Aizen is another one that kind of in the same pressure amount, just like how Team Secret was before finally being knocked down, leaving it out to Yen to call the shots down there. Infinity leaving with 2, even though they got not the most favorable positions before this, but it lasted long enough thanks to FaZe. Yen being spotted out by Armstar. Here comes the spray, here comes the pressure. Keep nicking onto the side of Yen, but Infinity have to be careful. There's going to be another team coming up from the northern side. That's going to be Box Kwang, who'll be leaving out this tanks and just going to get out in the open zone.
Oh yeah, Kwang does still have the circle. Okay, wow, really small space Kwang. Alright, but no space for FaZe Clan. They need to win fights to get into the circle. DBD, who stayed quiet for majority of this round, got eliminated. Number 5, a single elimination point. Kwang, look at this. This is ridiculous. He still has little space to play with.
And he knows exactly where Infinity is, but the problem is how to deal with them. Kwang playing it, outsmart everybody else and outlive all the other teams out there by himself. Vintori's on the other hand, still have a 3 player on the side of FaZe. XERXIA down to only a Z. Sharper taken away by Infinity, but plays and finish off. He's going to be on the side of Box Gaming since Kwang managed to knock him down early on. Z being spotted out open in an open space, open fire down there, and XERXIA out of the equation. We're down to 3 with FaZe taking a most man this time. We just had the interview before for FaZe. This time they're coming up strong. They have the confidence like how they mentioned in the interview before. And now Mela with Onzen trying to push out with Vintor. He's got the buggy living over, but Kwang finally be spotted by Armstar. We're living down to 2.
Hoping for Kwang to create a drama towards the end, just like how Audrey did for us yesterday, but looks like it's not going to be the case this time. We're going to see an all-Thailand finale before the break. So FaZe Clan, or the Infinity now. FaZe Clan, obviously they have the numbers, so have the motivation because they want to get the survival. And the Infinity will not make it for them. They have a good angle here. Armstar on the sniper tower, but Armstar had the space. Looks like no, he has to get down.
Armstar still holding his life to his bunkers, but the circle will be no more for any of these teams. FaZe do have the numbers. Will they form a different formation entirely just to wrap around Infinity? But this is Infinity versus FaZe. They're definitely so well prepared against each other. They're fighting against the same region of PMPL. They know every nook and cranny of how the gameplay of each team. But Armstar is spotted out, leaving only to Onzens and Lobby down. It's going to be Armstar bleeding out on top of the rooftop, but Lobby tried to fight for his life down there. They tried to wrap around FaZe. They're just getting those chicken out and right, and they secured anyhow. They are back here in the final week.
Oh yeah, no interview curse here, ladies and gentlemen. They secured the chicken just right after that interview. FaZe Clan fighting for survival, top 3 target, and they're looking good so far. But they just need to maintain the level of consistency. Hopefully, they won't be bugged by the chicken dinners after we come back from the break.
Now for FaZe, my God, this is what I love about the teams that have the fighting spirit in them. Yeah, we do know they might actually go to PMGC by the end of the day, but when it comes to the grand finals, they still want to have those hopes on. 11 eliminations by Onzens. This is another record breaker. It was week 1, we had Schweppes with 11 eliminations, but this time Zonzens is there to take it away. 11 with 1,644 damage.
Oh yeah, and now we have a tie here with. It's been a while since we talk about the record holder. Onzens, if we talk about like, if the community wants to discuss about like, okay, underrated player, we talk about that much. Honestly, for me, Onzens is the one that is underrated. He had magical moments with FaZe Clan, and this has to seal the deal as players that should be talked about in the Thai region. Onzens with the 11 eliminations. I know because Tony K, he has a lot more awards in his hands, but that's of course Tony K overshadowing this sort of player. So Onzens, great work here. Nice to see that he is working well with the team, bringing in the 11 elimination. And in total, they got 15 eliminations. So that's going to be 25 points for FaZe Clan.
9 knockouts by this guy. He always being overshadowed by the presence of Mela, but Onza's definitely underrated. We have to give this guy when credit is due, and he just play his heart out down there. The interview with Mormon, I mean, he got the curse of interview for Mormon since he got eliminated quite early, but not for the entirety of FaZe, and they traveled quite a distance still. When it comes to the drop spot, they drop nearby the south side of Jogapur Hospital area and go all the way towards the outskirts of Pochinki to secure themselves those chicken dinner. Last time we saw them taking the ruins route where they go up to maybe Score and down to Pochinki possibly, and that was well worth it. But XERXIA, they're coming back here, but we still haven't seen the best of XERXIA yet when it comes to the final week.
Yeah, not really, but very likely we'll see them in the grand finals as well. But this is a round where Boom caught the chicken dinner curse. Unfortunately, they were to be eliminated. They bump up with Box, and 2 of them out. 1 of them taken out by PERSIJA, and then the final one also by Box. So a winning round for Boom Esports, who is trying to open up the gap, GE, to fight for survival leading into the next round. On the other hand, it was a tough circle for Team Secret, but they still managed to survive rather long, I must say.
I love that clutch coming up from Putra of Team Secret just now. He clutched the entirety of Bao now by himself. It was insane plays, by the way. I love that highlight. Thank you so much, Cruise and production. It was incredible. But speaking of which, when it comes to the point system here, when it comes to the numbers, is where it really matters. 50 eliminations on side of FaZe. I mean, this is a high kill volume on the side of FaZe. They have been running and gunning people down, but XERXIA is trying to match up to their standards now, with Infinity also rising up out of the blue, which is going to be 8 elimination. Box Gaming, I love this. They have the fight in them still.
Well, we're still waiting for them to score that chicken dinner. But I really like the ending from Kwar. Like, okay, he still managed to steal away a couple of elimination points, being that one last member. So that was still great. That was great work from Kwar. Keep this up, and maybe the chicken dinner will arrive onto the hands of Box Gaming. For the other teams, PBE only managed 1 point. Let's see how the other teams perform well, because there's a lot of equation towards whether PBE can also make it as well in the top 16. Look at the weekly rankings. BTR went down to number 20 because Team Secret did fairly okay.
Now, we did mention about BTR, they're really safe to get themselves in the grand finals or not, since we do know GE and Boom start pushing themselves up there. But BTR definitely got himself quite secure in the grand finals, since they are in the top 5 when it comes to the overall bonus ranking. Now, for Boom, on the other hand, they waited 1 map. That's going to be wasted 1 chance given to them to make the gap between them and the rest of the teams here, since GE and GEEK are not playing. So since they lost 1 map with a 0 point this time, they cannot afford more, where they do have 3 more maps to go.
Yeah, 4 maps to go for today, and for Box Gaming, it's 9 more to go for them to score that chicken dinner. So we're counting down right now. Whether they today, whether they can score on the following day, it's up to them, as long as they get that 1 chicken dinner. But like what you said, I really like what I see from them. The fighting spirit is there. If not, Kwang would have just like, okay, I deny myself to the zone, or I just sit down and do nothing. But he was still doing something by trying to get that elimination point. So you can see that they still want something out of this PMSL, and hopefully that will translate to a chicken dinner.
I just hope that will actually be the case on the side of Box, because they feels like finding their footing right this time for that previous map. I feel like even though they have very little time to reassess their previous mistake of the previous map, but at least they make do with what they have right now. Hopefully this break after this will give them enough time to reset their mental and physical being, to have another go to finally score that one chicken dinner that we've been craving for the entirety of the league. The only team without any chicken for 3 weeks long. Now that speaks something. But you know what, we're gonna head into the break, so don't go anywhere. Still have 3 more maps to go. See you guys after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the Airdrop Carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
And we're back here for our second half of the day, Cloud, and it's in the middle of the final week. We're down to 3 more days, and then we're done for the league.
Yeah, 3 more games to go. 9 more games for Box Gaming to please get a chicken dinner. Come on, guys. But that was a good ending from Box Gaming. They still fought. We had Kwang still putting up a shot, getting that last elimination before he went out. So they still have a good fighting spirit for them. For FaZe Clan, they also had a fighting spirit. Their target is to get into the top 3 to please survive to get into the grand finals. And with that chicken dinner, looking FaZe Clan as well.
Yeah, it's a bit tall order, but you know what? What's something that's not impossible right now, speaking of all the impossibles before, is going to be you getting this PMSL exclusive skin. And don't forget, this is going to be the first ever South Asia PMSL exclusive skin. You guys need to have it, because if you get the first ever exclusive PMSL skin, it just shows that how long you've been in this tournament and follow with us for the entire journey of it.
Yeah, just like you collecting your Royal Pass skins also shows how do you play the game. So get this as part of that stamp in your game to show your friends in years to come that you've been there, done the new beach and pool party in game right now.
Don't forget, you guys who are loving the sports car here, it's going to be the drivers drifting around with the Aston Martin PUBG Mobile exclusive color scheme. And I do love, there's so many options out there, not just between these 2 colors, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be available up to the 13th of September, so don't forget to try it out. If you have friends that actually managed to get these skins, I mean, you can borrow their phone for a bit and just test it out, just to see and get the feel of driving an Aston Martin in the game yourself, because it's impossible for us to actually get this in real life. But maybe if you guys are billionaires, why not?
Well, yeah, just like these guys, they probably could afford it, especially by now Vampire Esports. But we don't have Vampire Esports here. We got the top performers, Answers, us, Lobby, and nice to see a member of Box Gaming up here. It's very, very rare for us here in the graphic. We got Kwang, who pulled off a nice finale to his gate towards that end, stealing away that 1 elimination point from afar. But we'll have, of course, after this Erangel, the final Erangel for today. And top Erangel performers, we still have Vampire Esports up there. 7-9 here as well. DJ ain't playing, but we got MORPH GPX coming up in the top Erangel performance stat.
But when it comes to the numbers, Vampires do balance out elimination and placement. They are taking the lead. But if you compare with placement, these Xaviers and MORPH do have an upper hand, just a 1 point difference between them and Vampires. It just shows how high caliber the players of Vampires here right now. Phenomenal plays by Tony K specifically. But we do know every single player of Vampires do have their own respective role and weight to be pulled onto. But speaking of which, we haven't scored any by box, but they're definitely fighting for it. I mean, we can see and it shows with the numbers.
Yeah, it's just like that chant, right? Box Gaming fighting! So, fighting for it. They need to fight for that chicken dinner. 9 more games to go. But let's hear it from the players themselves. We'll put it on to our host, Tash Bunny. Take it away.
Welcome back to the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Tash Bunny here, your host for today. Alongside me, I have Earth Z from XERXIA. Is it Earth Z or Earths? Which one is it?
Earth หรือ Earth C ครับชื่อ
Earth C ครับ
Earth Z, right? So from XERXIA. If you guys don't know, currently they are in 3rd place on the weekly ranking. Today they started off pretty strong, honestly, on 7th place. I think that is definitely a big jump, and I wanted to talk about that. So you guys had an insane jump right now, especially after that 3rd match. You guys went from 7th place all the way back to the 3rd place, and you guys got 2nd place in the last match with 11 eliminations. So what happened to you, and how did you get so many eliminations?
ก็จากแมตช์ที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยเราได้อันดับที่ 2 ไปแล้วก็เก็บไปได้ทั้งหมด 11 คนตอนนี้ทำให้คะแนนรวมของทีมเนี่ยจากที่เริ่มต้นของวันเนี่ยเราอยู่อันดับที่ 7 ก็ขึ้นเป็นอันดับที่ 3 นะครับอยากทราบว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับทำไมถึงอยู่ๆแบบฟอร์มดีขึ้นมาจัดๆเลยครับ
ก็พยายามเก็บตัวผู้เล่นให้มากขึ้นครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนแผนการเล่นนิดหน่อยการมูฟการปิดหลังหรือว่าการเล่นของทีมครับแล้วก็ฟอร์มทีมด้วยครับ
So they did some adjustment on their playing styles in order to make it more secure. Yeah, and they aiming to, get more eliminations from the battlefields.
Speaking of that, you guys are the only team in the top 3 right now that don't have a chicken dinner. So let's talk about that. Do you guys, since you guys mentioned a lot about eliminations, is eliminations what you have your eye on? What about chicken dinners? Is that something that you guys are trying to get, or is it just a bonus for you?
แล้วตอนนี้เนี่ยทีมคุณก็เป็นทีมที่อยู่อันดับต้นๆแต่ก็ยังไม่ได้กินไก่เลยในวันนี้คิดว่าการที่จะกินไก่เนี่ยจะเป็นตัวทำคะแนนให้คุณได้เยอะไหมหรือว่ากะว่าจะเก็บคะแนนที่เน้นที่เก็บผู้เล่นคนอื่นเป็นหลักครับ
ถ้าเอาจริงๆก็อยากกินไก่ครับแต่แค่ยังเก็บตัวผู้เล่นไม่มากพอแล้วก็ปิดท้ายวงยังไม่ได้ครับ
so they're as I mentioned they're trying to put an adjustment on their playing styles in order to make it more secure and yet they both focusing on to get chicken dinner and also to get the most more eliminations as much as possible.
Which is honestly insane when you think about it, because they come so close when it comes to getting chicken dinner, but not quite cinching it. So there is a little bit more adjustment I can expect from them. So let's talk a little bit more about the grand finals, because I think everyone is talking about it this week. So on the 16th spot, to chase that place here, we have Boom Esports, GE, DBD, and FaZe vying for that last slot. Which team do you think will make it through and why?
คุณคิดว่าใน4ทีมนี้เนี่ยBoom, DBD, FaZe Clan แล้วก็which one again GE right
GE yes
แล้วก็ GE เนี่ยคุณคิดว่าใน4ทีมนี้เนี่ยมีใครที่มีโอกาสที่จะเป็นหนึ่งในทีมที่จะเข้าไปสู่รอบไฟนอลครับ
ถ้าจริงๆก็อยากให้เฟสครับเพราะว่าเป็นทีมไทยด้วยกันตั๋วมันจะได้มากขึ้นด้วยครับ
so it's going to be FaZe as we are Thai so yeah why not cheering for Thai teams
That's actually true. And if you guys were watching earlier, right before the break, FaZe Clan managed to get a chicken dinner. And Onsense managed to get 11 eliminations on its own, which is honestly crazy. So I need to say, do you have any words you want to say to FaZe Clan to really bring up their confidence and their spirits to make it to the grand finals?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีม FaZe Clan ไหมครับเพื่อที่จะเพิ่มกำลังใจให้เขาเพื่อเพิ่มความมั่นใจให้เขาไปสู่รอบไฟนอลครับ
ก็ขอให้เฟสเต็มที่แล้วกันครับผมว่าเฟสแชมป์วิงแน่นอนจะได้เข้าไฟนอลไปเล่นด้วยกันครับ
Okay do your best we can go to the finals together you can do it FaZe Clan
I love that. I love hearing it. And sometimes when you're interviewing players from different countries together, it always feels like a country versus country situation. So with that, let's see whether or not FaZe Clan will be able to chase after that insane comeback. On to you guys, the casters. We'll see you guys in a little while. Bye-bye.
Interesting. We had this conversation start of this week, by the way, Clan. There was a very insightful interview as well coming up from XERXIA. Thank you so much, Tash, for the interview. And speaking of which, can FaZe actually pull it off to push in the very last minute into the grand finals? Because calculation-wise, it's still slightly possible. It's not 100% impossible. But also, that will be dragging a different team down there towards the bottom.
Yeah, that means someone has to reach that slot, right? That's so that is where PBE is definitely not safe. GEEK fan, because of their performance, they're okay. So I would say, well, in line, of course, is PBE, MORPH, and also DBD. So these three teams are not necessarily safe just because of how FaZe Clan is performing and how much they really want to make the grand finals. If FaZe Clan is in the same state of like Secret or box gaming, then they'll be alright. But no, FaZe Clan is not going down without a...
Yeah, that's kind of true. It just shows just now how they managed to break another record by 11 eliminations, holding a tie with Straps to secure the position of record breaking in week 1. Now we have it again when it comes to the final week here with 11 eliminations by Onsens coming up from FaZe Clan. Now, can anybody break that number? 11 so far is a magical number for the teams that are getting the most elimination. It was 20 still. Taken over by the side of Vampires. Nobody actually scores more than that. But we're waiting for any 12 eliminations by the other teams. I mean, like our predictions, you guys should know by now if you guys have been following this channel that we'll be waiting for the vegetarians finally switch over to getting those chicken to work.
Yeah, as much as we would love to see the 12, I would love to see dinner for box gaming. But as usual, after the break, normally we'll have Yuhai is stepping out this time. So a change for BTR, one swap there. Looking over the player cam, FaZe Clan is going to see their lineup and they've been doing fairly well. So I guess no real reason for them to switch things up. Maintain the level of consistency with the same lineup. It's a good idea for FaZe Clan.
But coming from BT, I'm surprised. Usually they do have two players swap, which is going to be Lapa as well. So I assume Lapa is not playing it today. On the side of Infinity, they do have Sherty playing back this time. And Logan going to be swapping in and out when it comes to the second half of the day. Do hope Sherty has actually ready up for the next match. Feels like he just been woken up by force down there. The way he actually look at people a bit angry. You guys disrupt me from my sleep, apparently.
Yeah, gotta wake up now. I know any minute probably you took a power nap, but it's time to wake up definitely. It gives as many points as possible just to get a good start later on in the grand finals. And for BN United, looking to at least maintain in the middle pack, they can get the points in. But BN United should be able to go through. I don't see them dropping this point. But it's been a while since we saw Real in the lineup. I believe the last we saw him was like at least early of last week, if not week 1. But glad to see him back with the lineup.
I think it was week 1. That's just been how long Real has been missing the entirety of the league to be played in it. Now that kind of another question add up to the equation of having Real in the roster is that can he adapt to it? Because we do know, like Mela did play for the entire week back then, and he needs some time for the entire day to adjust himself, and then he starts to bounce back when it comes to second day. Now coming out on Real, coming into the final week in the middle of it and been lost for so long, can he cope up?
Yeah, I guess it's just really down to him personally. But as a team, pretty confident he's okay because he's actually the main lineup. If we talk about like the previous original lineup of Ravenwood or even Voice Academy, he is actually the main lineup on top of Mikael. But because of reason in the PMSL, he has some educational obligations that he has to fulfill, so that's why we don't see him playing that much. But glad to see him in here. It's just himself adapting to the PMSL after being away for about a week.
We do see a lot of players swap in and out for most of the second half of the day here, but I don't see the twins playing along. Like we do know Luxy and Zakti will play together only during the final day of every single week. So if that's the trend for coming up from PERSIJA EVOS. I love their new ship, by the way, but we don't see a lot coming up from Boom. Now, did Boom stays with their first line, or first time ever, you're going to stay with the same roster for the entire day, or they actually do swap up players when it comes to the second half here?
Well, we keep an eye on that because we will have a swap of a map later on into Miramar, so something might change. But nothing's changed for PBE. One boy is still in the lineup, transferring pledge to the young players of PBE, hoping they can do well later in grand finals because they will need to be in a certain good position in order to qualify for PMGC and be the first Filipino team to play at a global stage.
And here we do have Boom. I don't think they have any that major swaps. We do have the pillar players coming out, which Razy and Boom, Yummy May will be playing. But other than that, I think it's all about getting the best out of this last Ringo map in the, how do I just say this, 10th day of the week, which is going to be middle of the week too. So some teams coming up from Group D, this is going to be the second last day to play. So definitely cannot afford to make any sort of silly mistake. No room for error. Speaking of no room for error, there's no room for us to wait anymore. Let's hop into the last Ringo.
Last Durango for 2 it is, and flight path going to be slightly different this time. Looks like from Primos going up north to Severny. So to reach the power is going to be a bit far for XERXIA, Milta, maybe a bit far for BTR. We might expect them to drop somewhere in between to grab Eagle, hoping not to clash into another team because BTR, they were one of the earlier teams to be eliminated before this, so they want to play a little bit this time considering that we're back from the break. For Boom Esports farm, and with this kind of flight path, I wonder if they'll switch up to drop it to someone else. But if we know that Rozok is already taken by MORPH GPX. Maybe Boom might not go there. But if I kind of think about it, see, it's just on top of the flight path. MORPH GPX might go back there, and that opens up space for be back in their house.
I have a bad feeling about this flight path. It might be going to be a Lipovka Milta Power sort of a circle. Hopefully that's not the case. Even over Ripnoi, we've seen that before. Hopefully it's going to be a gentle circle for all the players. We might actually have first contact based on the drop spots here, especially the center. Lucky enough for us, we do have a very kind circle this time, but the circle is not right on top of the flight path. It's going to be a bit difficulty for teams like XERXIA to drop on top of Milta. So they definitely will try to find themselves vehicles early on. Now back to its first contact we mentioned before. Ferry Pier happen to have visitors this time. Infinity taking over Team Secret's compound. Even though they want to go to possibly SMB, but maybe just having a passing by, but maybe they just want to take over and capitalize over this compound for themselves, for Infinity.
Well, if all of them drop into Ferry Pier, it's definitely not passing by. So they sound interested to take the fight against Team Secret. Okay. We got Team Secret full squad, but hang on a second. Now that I look back again, actually the Infinity only has 2 players. So knowing that Ferry Pier is Team Secret's home and the flight path is easy to access SMB, I mean, okay, the Infinity, what's going on in their mind? Like, they really want to brawl with Team Secret?
They did have a 3 player on top. It's actually taking a vehicle, but Misery spotted out box. He got nothing on him. That's a piece of cake for Misery. Well deserving. Push all the way out there into the haystacks area just to finish off 1 player of box. Now, that's going to be surprising because box, most of the players are dropping on top of Yasnaya Poliana last time we saw them. I don't know why one of them happened to be there. And Alsa just got himself vehicle before this. He just arrived to fetch the rest of Infinity. All 3 of them right on top of therapy. All 4 of them at this state. And I feel like this is not doing very well for them indeed.
Yeah, not too sure why they want to take this fight, but it's okay. They have their own objective. But let's see if they can win the fight. That's going to be the most important point here. Putra, not Lobby, Micro Uzi gameplay from Lobby. Almost getting another one, but Beer 11 off-angle shot from him. And he managed to take down 1 member of Team Secret. Team Secret, 2 more players to go.
Having a bit of a fair trade here between these 2 teams. Putra still can be saved by Zral. Lobby with Micro Uzi approaching on the other end. Putra managed to get himself indoors, but Lobby Axe will be soaked into the damage down to 50% of HP. Bear tried to give help at the backlines. He managed to got himself some AK amp to work with, and that's going to be valuable at this state, since it's quite an early start of the match itself. Lobby spotted out Putra and the rest of them. Team Secret down to only Zral and also 1 more. They're still fighting. Lobby survived, but wait, no, this is costly of the Secret. Down to Helton. He's trying to revive, but Beer pushing in. Beer coming in with a nade, hoping it will land on a Kobe on top of these guys. But Helton, he cannot afford to whip this. No way! Beer! Brutal way to go for Team Secret.
Sad Team Secret, but good one from the Infinity though. Man, Beer, he saw the window, he tossed the nade, and it landed right on top of Team Secret, taking them out. That was good call from Beer 11, because if he ran straight, he would be in a pathway where he'll be open to be shot by Team Secret. So he took that nade, tossed it across the window. This is a move from an experienced player. Beer 11 knows what he's doing. And the Infinity, whatever objective they have to challenge Team Secret, they did it.
Yep, that's kind of true. Infinity, they took their chances. They were well paid off, but also coming in with a great cost. Cost them then quite a limb down there. Down to only 1 last player, which is going to be Beer. Infinity secured 4. But we'll be worth it. We'll have to wait and see. If Beer can survive to the end of it and manage to survive to the top 5, it's not impossible because of how experienced he is as a veteran player. Now, that's going to be a big one. Infinity secured top 5 with that kind of start. Now back to school RAQ. They know for a fact there will be a lot of team passing by since they are in the center of the circle. Feels like a deja vu for now, which is going to be school.
I just had a thought about the Infinity Team Secret thing and why they dropped there. It's because the last round, Team Secret blocked them at the bridge. So this is revenge from the Infinity. They held on to that, and this fight, so the Infinity fulfilled their revenge.
That's a message being sent over to our side, which is going to be don't mess with Infinity. They are one angry team that and despite they even remember that and try to find head on, giving a statement straight in the face of Team Secret. Now that's just straight out scary. But it came with a cost now. They took their chances. Well, definitely delivered their message to the side of Team Secret now. But on the other end, having a tough start for themselves. I'm not sure it's something a win-win situation aside of Infinity for now. But Alter Ego taking a potato hills of Pachinki quite early on this time, knowing the fact a lot of teams will pass through here just to be in the center.
Yeah, I guess same strategy again from Alter Ego. Last round, similar circle. They also took the potato hill. They're repeating the process again. And I think it's okay for them. Per hill, this kind of circle, it's absolutely fine. The only thing about Potato Hill is that there's 2 key entry points. So they just need to like guard that at the stage. And then when the right moment comes, they got to get together. Because Potato is like split it into 2 parts. I always call it. Like you need to be able to guard both parts. If you can't, in which most cases, that is it. You just get together and then you kind of got one part. And you're okay from there. So now at the stage 1, they open up like that just to get sort of information. But I believe that when it comes to stage 2, where teams will start to go into the mid more, that is where we'll see Alter Ego get together at one corner.
MORPH challenging RRQ. Next seems like a bit of 1-to-1 trade. That's left over to Hexas and Bubu, and the rest of the cavalry is here for MORPH. QEON already breached in. And Hexas trying to survive by himself. There goes the sprays, and they managed to knock on 2. Where are the rest of RQ? We don't see them anywhere nearby. The Telco trying to reach out. They're a bit too late by now. And MORPH do have the space and time to revive themselves and reset. But we do have another contender, not just RQ. It's going to be Alter Ego coming to this end as well. MORPH, this is walking straight in the trap as 2 teams fighting for this compound.
Oh, here we go. Alter Ego. But not only 2 teams. Boom Esports monitoring the situation. And RRQ now only has the Beko left. Oh no, Alter Ego still at full squad. We just need to know where exactly Nebeko is at. And I believe they do know at this point. They're going Sunlight, on the other hand, wants this compound as well. Everyone wants a piece of this compound, but Nebeko, the only piece that he has is given to Alter Ego. Sunlight now trying to see if they can be the third party.
At least more Vans out of RQ do score himself 2 points each, respectively. But Sam9 tried to take Alter Ego out of this. Don't forget about Boom. They are watching at the outer skirts of this compound right now. Now, that's going to be super interesting if they happen to be interested to be part of this and medal themselves in the middle. But Box Gaming also fought themselves against Boom. Happen to be just crashing into each other. But Sam9 and Alter Ego, seems like Alter Ego having a hard time to hold their grounds.
Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness, that corner. Kenny still got it, but traded back. Man, the party is not over yet. Potato still active. On his knees together with Octa. Potato going in. He has to go up against 3. Sam9, he has the DBS. No, Deb goes in. Spray, trying to find a target. And finally got it. Sam9 is the king of the house.
Back to DBD. 1-to-1 against Ventores. Ring around the rosy. They're playing around the rock, but Yan with that UMP. When it comes to spray, UMP is the best one for CQC these days, even though it's against the DBS. And Torres in an instant, and a piece of cake for Yan to finish things off. But Mela is going to be the next one because PBE happened to be come by on the other end. FaZe taken by surprise, and this time is going to be the curse. Even though they got a big win last one with a chicken on top of those double-digit eliminations, they're being eliminated early. And the side of Box, same fate, however, seems like we're following them for the entire week here.
Wait. Did you notice that we are only stage 2 and we got 9 teams left? What's happening this round?
I have no clue, man. This is the last wrangle of day number 3. And when it comes to the last map of any day, usually these teams go rampant and go crazy for it, for those eliminations there. Back on the fights, we're not done, Cloud. There's still more to go. Sam9, DBD, and Nosa coming out on the side of PBE. They still want to go for the fight up on top here.
Well, we didn't get a new record for the most eliminations by a single individual, but we got the record for most teams eliminated at stage 1, moving to stage 2. Crazy. This is the fastest round so far that we see teams eliminated. And we got some of the important teams eliminated as well. Boom is out. FaZe Clan is out. Box that we want to see the chicken dinner is out. MORPH GPX is out. This round is just chaos.
Now this is going to be detrimental for Boom since they got themselves back-to-back 0 points for the past 2 maps here. Last map they ended up with a 0, this one as well, so it will be them closing the opportunity to open up and stretch the gap between them and GE and also GEEK fam. If that happened to a sort of Boom, I feel like they're waiting for the relegation at the other end.
Ooh. It's scary though, considering that GE is not playing today, so they are like looking at this game and they're like, they're cheering for other teams to try to take down Boom. But it's the game it is so far. I mean, it's like stage 2, and we got like half the teams or half the players eliminated. I must say, this is crazy, and I believe that we're not going to stop yet. Now that we have BTR trying to fend off, trying to shoo away PE, but that also means that they would alert other teams of their position, and this round is as it is. We'll see more fights like now.
Yeah, but we see more fights like now because Group E, like PERSIJA, EVOS, MORPH, BN, United, and Boom. This is going to be their last map so far for today because tomorrow they will not be playing. So they're playing their hearts out right now, trying to force all the fights. But for Boom, definitely not fare very well when it comes to the last map of Wrangle between these 2 days. But Red Face, well, he's having a good time. He doesn't have a care in the wall. As long as he got himself some eliminations, that keeps on going. And nothing's stopping him, even though he's an open field in the first place. But PBE kind of clustered down there. They got the pits, yes, but kind of in the center of everybody else.
Yeah, PB, at least they managed to find some space. Unfortunately, they'll be playing the round with 3 players. Let's also take note that PBE is also one of the teams that potentially could drop. So they cannot drop in terms of performance. Especially DB are doing slightly better than them. And now we might see the next fight. BR seems to be in a mood because they want to regain the points from their disappointing rounds. And it would be great if they can win against XERXIA, who is now the top team, considering that Boom is already out.
And also, when it comes to this circuit, it's going to be a tricky one since we do have the Medusa intersection, which means we have 3 or 4 intersections in between, and they're all down to the last few circles to see which side of the road it will favor. And not just that, speaking of, it does cover a lot of shelter, which means we have some players under the tunnel inside of the bunkers. It's going to be a multi-level war later on when it comes to the last few circles. But on top of SEM9, they're coming up from this other side. Last time we saw PB behind them. Right now, PB got into the circle first. SEM9 took their own sweet time to realize, you know what, we might actually have to clear our way in first and have send their scout out. Make sure everything is for their safety. And safety is always their priority on this state. But on the other end, yeah, I mean, like, it is quite fast compared to all the other maps that we've casted before, the entirety of PMSL. So after stage 4... down to 9 teams, even stage 2 down to 9 teams here, we might actually have a bit of a stalemate since the circle still have a lot of space with very little team left.
Yeah, that would also mean that at some point, we'll see a slower pace game. But who knows? These teams, they just somehow this round. I don't know what they were fed during the break time. Whatever that you gave them, give them some more because we like to see more action like this so much. But anyway, SEM9 is now making their move, but because they saw the movement from Beer, and they happen to be alone though, yeah, because they want to fight against Team Secret, but that left them with only Beer 11. And because of that, he's just going to play for. He's going to take this small shack and hope that another team doesn't come by.
Definitely another team will come by. He just parked his buggy out of the shack next to it. Just gives away that all information need to be avoided, hoping that somebody will not jump in there. Definitely giving away so much of his positioning right now. And some of them are even interested to try to go for the rush. SEM9, they will start to move since the circle just started to shift away from them. But remember, PBE are guarding on the inner circle. And DBD approaching on the northern side as well. DBD got the very clear, the most clear entrance towards the circle, by the way. Nobody coming up from north other than them. PERSIJA, EVOS, they are in the center of the Medusa intersection. We do have one player, which is going to be Red FaZe, being knocked down early on. I'm not sure if any of them can save him, since it's quite too far from the rest of the team.
Yeah, it looks unlikely though. So probably they're going to let him go. And yeah. But hey, oh no, they actually managed to revive him, okay? But for Sam9, let's see if they can revive each other, or they need to, or if they revive each other. Now they have DBD to deal with. Okay, Tam is going to take the fight against DBD. Sam's not a team that backs down from a fight. And when they're being shot at from this distance, go for it.
A bit of trading of nades between Yen and Tam here. None of them seems to be connecting for each of the player. Echo spot out Tam. Definitely attempted to take him down. There's only one rock there to stop him. Echo spotted out Tom. But Tom just repositioned himself, making it difficult. But the moment smokes clear up the space, Tom a bit... Echo is a bit worried about his position right now. Jumps down towards the first floor, going towards the back door, and back indoors. DBD very fanning out, spreading quite thin among themselves, stretching out the gap with 100 meters in between. Now, Echo near itself, there's going to be a bit of delay response coming up from the side of DBD. BTR GenForce taking a bit of a tunnel sight on that sense, but they spotted XERXIA. Interesting spot that they're spotting out. A bit awkward for BTR to shoot from that kind of positioning. But still, managed to knock on one. But I think XERXIA has no problem to revive himself up.
Yeah, they popped the smoke and they should have enough cover. So they're fine for now. But the next stage might not favor them. So they need to figure out where to go from. But because you got like so many teams eliminated at this stage, you would have more space to rotate at this moment. So I think they should have a good option. Okay, yes. From our view, they have a good option on top. So that's going to be one of it. But let's see how the circle goes. We'll also determine it. And yes, either going on top, but if they go, it could be an open area for BTR to shoot. So going up top, probably clearing United will be the best option.
And Vampire's got the center, but one of the players, I think that's going to be Stone being knocked down by possibly Baonam United. DBD and Sam9 will have to fight for the position on the northern side, while Bear, the lone survivor, still taking a shot by himself. Surprisingly, nobody tried to stop him out. Try to bait him out in that sense. XERXIA coming all the way from southeast of the map. BTR all the way down south, which will be heavily guarded by PERSIJA EVOS. He got himself the compound to work around. So there's going to be solid positioning for PERSIJA EVOS as well. But Vampires, they got the most strongest compound that is in the center. Got the buildings and straight just parked themselves there. Just wait for the right turn to open fire.
Yeah, so this is the mid that we talk about, right? In the middle. Because of just so little teams. We might see a couple of knocks here and there. Okay, BTR, one of them knocked. Oh, next one, Mega Mind, because they tried to move in. But BN United actually stole it. Vampire was the one to knock them. But BN United says, thanks for the point.
Break. Spotted out that vehicle. Sam9 having a bit of a skirmish between PBE. As leaving PB the last player, I think there's going to be two more players, including Momboy, who's pretty low himself. Infinity, despite a bear trying to survive as long as he wants to in that small shack, apparently somebody shot him down. And that's the end for Infinity. Or at least they took their revenge against Team Secret. Hopefully it's going to be worth it. But XERXIA, BTR, and Baonam both eyeing up to them. XERXIA caught himself in a turmoil in two ways of two angles. GenForce passing by, hoping to push in. And XERXIA not having enough ground to run on. Now nowhere to hide even.
It doesn't help that BTR came by, and now they'll be the one to take the point away. Couple of members of XERXIA still, we got two more, but Lapa ran onto one of them. One more to go. In mode, Lapa trying to get the information, but he will want to secure that elimination point before he continues on. Now, without information, he backs out, but it's okay. He still got the...
Here comes Lapa. This is his first game of the day. He has spotted out Shopper, but he made a bit of U-turn. We're going through that smoke right now. While Boy Chill tried to spray, and that's explosion more than enough to just decimate the entirety of XERXIA. They had out next. But on the side of 7-9, one knockdown. BTR La Paz still bleeding out. Echo still in the blue zone. Barely hanging on. He's going to be the last player of DBD of finally being eliminated still. We're down to 6. And now in stage 5, we're down to 6 teams.
It's real fast still. But we could see as, I would say, an impulse of pace because of the number of teams and the space that is still in the game. So, yeah. So there'll be moments. There'll be pockets of moments, in other words. But speaking about the moment, we'll see the moment where the circle will go. It's probably going to favor Vampire Esports. Yes, they still have it with the compound. With this compound, if they continue to hold it, they can feed off BN United and BTR and even PERSIJA EVOS.
That's kind of true. And for Vampires, they don't need to leave the compound just yet, but they're definitely gatekeeping BTR. Like how just you mentioned just now. Bounham United, sadly, they have to leave the compound as we speak because the circle will not be including this side. But at least they got themselves some consolation out of that airdrop that dropped right across them before. But will they go reach out for it? I have no clue. On the side of 7-9, they got themselves capitalized over the northern side. Spotted out Bounham United to try to pass across. It's going to be Soas marking the territory. He put himself down, but it's pretty low, down to 20% or 10% of HP. Here comes the nade, while Vampire is taking a bit of a jab on the side, but Soas still holding on. While on the side of 7-9, keeping the pressure, while Bounham United try to fan out, helping Soas, but Max got caught in the process. Stone got a clear view. All he needs to just tap it out, and Max didn't realize where the shot came from, and finally being taken out by the side of Vampires, and that's going to be it for the side of Bounham, losing their men one by one with 2 teams guarding over both sides.
And there's nothing much that he could do there. Out in the open, proning, wake shoot, and he got taken down. BN United not in a good position. We got 7-9 Kenny looking at Porsche. The good thing is that he still has the smoke blocking the vision of 7-9. Where is he going to go here? Okay, he has a vehicle, fine. But the moment he move up, then they'll have a clear shot onto him.
Kenny, go back into the smoke, knowing the fact that they're not really jeopardizing the entirety of the position here for 7-9. They have the terrain to cover for them. But for Bounham United, break being left behind here, barely make it in. Porsche on the other end start to move it. Everything is in motion for Porsche right now. Have to make an entrance for the side of Bounham United just to survive in the center of the circle a bit much longer. Despite of that and making an entrance, it could still survive that long. Look at how Vampires hunting people down, but Vampires have more serious matter in hand, which is going to be BTR coming in from the back line. Boy Chill and the rest of the cover fight from the back line. Now here comes the whole unit of BTR in motion, pushing into a side of Vampires.
Okay, here we go. Action for Vampire Esports now. Frontal action. Before this, it was all long range, but now they have to take the fight against BTR. BTR finding an advantage, trying to get a knockdown to one member of Vampire Esports at least before they push in. Playing the safer gameplay style. But now, speaking about pushing it, okay, they're still going to do it though, but Lapa almost knocked out. They're really close.
Now, the high walls of the museums do have abundance of windows for them to toss over their throwables, but Tony K got quite taken out of his HP down there. Soak it in from the explosion. The damage will hurt them up to 50% of HP down. Vampires Ravenclaw tried to get his back. Tatar across that wall. They tried to flush out the entirety of Vampires. This is giving so much the other teams opportunity to get into the center. And the circle happened to be shifting at the very moment too, with 1 second left. It's going to be BTR and Vampires still in the circle holding on. But PERSIJA EVOS might actually take advantage of this situation between these 2 teams. Here comes Genforce, spray spot out straps. He's down on the ground, couldn't secure the elimination yet. But Genforce fighting for his life, attracting the entirety of Ravenclaw and the rest of Vampire to bridge in here. Vampire slowly losing their momentum, losing their formation. It's been broken by the hands of BTR.
Oh, and coming in from the other side, Stone has no go. BTR will take out Vampire Esports. They managed to invade the building and wipe out Vampire Esports. But now, they have the Asico to deal with. PERSIJA EVOS has arrived.
Lynx still have a full squad for PERSIJA EVOS with 5 eliminations in the back. PBE spotted out the chaos over this side of the museum on the southern part of the circle. Misery took himself a bit far flanked, but a bit of a risky game on the side of misery since the Blues is quite near to his backside. XERXIA and the rest of PERSIJA was now trying to flush out BTR. BTR in the exact same boat like how Vampires did before. Now, how do they respond to this? Can they hold their ground? With Sam9 even meddling into this business.
Whoa, PBE. They still have range. My goodness, how long have they lasted? But now range, don't have the space. He has to move. He's on the buggy. Back on the fight between PERSIJA, EVOS, and BTR. The El Clasico between the teams. PERSIJA, EVOS playing with 3 players, while BTR 3 players as well. So they're on grounds right now. But the circle, BTR has a slightly more advantage against PERSIJA, EVOS. They just need to hold this ground as long as possible. Let the blue do its work to force PERSIJA, EVOS to show themselves.
They need to reposition themselves for PERSIJA EVOS. They're hugging the corners of the wall. It's not going to do very well for them. But lucky for Redface, if we reposition himself, but right in the line of sight of Boychill. His toes are sticking out. And as said, Boychill managed to knock him down. Redface, the flanker for the team, is down. PERSIJA EVOS at disadvantage. Their positioning is not the sweetest. As the Blues are closing in towards the wall, they're being cornered. BTR GenForce drop a big one on top. And that's done and dusted. Now, next target is going to be Sam9. 3v3, it's everybody's game.
Sam9 has the circle though. So now they need to hold their position. And for BTR to show themselves and try to get the long range advantage against BTR as for a start. Now BTR is about 30 more seconds before the zone starts to close in. BTR do have the vehicles. The smoke have been deployed. Now BTR making that okay. Sam9 dab shooting from afar. Not able to get it all down just yet, but boys still down to wow! Beautiful spray by him to get that knockdown onto Boys Hill. Nicely done by Dab.
Incredible tracking. That was phenomenal inside of DAP to track all the way the vehicle, how it moves. And finally exploded it down. But BTR did down to 2 players. A bit outnumbered in the hands of Sam9 with having a trio. And they even got the circle. There's no way for Sam9 to botch this one, right? There's no way to choke right now. But Satar and the rest of BTR still have the fight in them. They want to secure this chicken. And Satar give the pressure. Lucky for the side of Sam9, they open up the smokes. But the pressure is still on that side. Keep tossing over that Trobos down to only 1 Molly coming up from the side of Satar. GenForce is still around the compound of that museum. He got the walls. He needs to step out now and find himself covers before it's too late. It's down to only GenForce to call the shots. This is going to be Canny eyeing out towards the walls of that museum right now. And the Blues is closing on the side of GenForce as well. He got no way out. There's only one way, which is going to be forward. And the Blues is start to chuck down his HP. And Sam9 pushing in. And this is it. Sam9 wishing that they got the chicken and they secured it.
Oh man. That chicken dinner has to be Sam9's because BTR has nowhere to go. They're pressured by the blue and Sam9 has the circle. It was all theirs to take. They couldn't follow that. Sam9 did it clean, not allowing GenForce to deny and do at the same time. Sam9 takes all the points out of BTR.
I agree. That was a flawless, clean run coming up from the side of Sam9. How they open up the angles, how they open up the formation, just for the sake of shut down all the flankers. And 10 eliminations with Kenny. My God! Phenomenal, outstanding by this player. What is happening today? Everybody going up for double-digit individual eliminations for themselves.
Well, if it was one player from Sam9 that we had to pick to come out on eliminations, definitely is Kenny. The top eliminator in PM Malaysia, the FMVP of PMSL Malaysia, Kenny, coming in with an MVP performance in this round. A very sought after individual. Even Yoodo wanted to keep him, but Kenny chose to join Sam9 instead, and is bringing them and himself the reward of doing well so far.
Oh, look at the damage dished out by these 2 players, Zap and Kenny. Open up so much space for the entire team. Back there was week 1 Tom pulling off all the weight by himself, pulling all the numbers up for the team. But now with Thrill coming into this combination, I feel like they're back, like how they were in their most ferocious state. Come up from the side of Sam9. BTR was close enough, but unfortunately, Redface, his toe is kind of stuck out. being totally shut down by the hands of Sam9. PERSIJA EVOS lost long. I mean, these two teams, BT and PERSIJA EVOS, when it comes to reading out the circles, they're definitely one of the best out there.
Well, they took compound from Vampire Esports, especially for BTR. So that was one of the fortress point. So it was a good call there, good move. Yes, they won the fight against Esports. It's just unfortunate that final circle did not favor them at all. Looking at ping ponging the circle list with this current meta, so they had to deal with it. And Sam, with that advantage, could not drop the ball. But we're looking at the best moments of the previous round. It started out hard and fast. The Infinity, they got their range. They're laughing on the Team Secret after that.
The taunt is real on ground. We can see that. That flip on the side of Team Secret, they're fired up right now. I'm not sure what's going to happen for the next map in Murama. Will they try to get their own revenge against the side of Infinity? I love the drama, man. But when it comes to the fight of Potato Hills of this Pachinki, my god, it was a lot of teams going so much fight in second stage this one. We're down to 9 teams in second stage.
Yeah, it's arguably the fastest amount of eliminations on stage to stage 2 that we have seen so far in the PMSL. Everyone is just head up. But the team that is on fire this round is definitely going to be Sam9 with 6 eliminations, so there's 26 points in this round. Other than that, BTR themselves 10 elimination points, so they got 16 points in total. But the other end, we got Boom, another 0 point for them. What has happened since the chicken dinner?
Wow, 3 maps back to back with a 0 for Boom. Now this is the day where they want to use the most out of it, because tomorrow they will not be playing. Plus, the only opportunity offered to them to pull the stretch between GE and GEEK fam. If this keeps going on, I have a bad feeling for Boom by end of this week.
And the inconsistency of Boom is just mind-blowing at this moment. You can score one, the chicken dinner, and then after that, you just bottle it down. I don't know, man, about this. Yes, Boom is still at number 1, and that's because GEEK fam isn't playing, GE isn't playing. Imagine if they played, they would definitely take Boom at the top spot. Sam9 is playing though. After that chicken dinner, they are now 3 points away from Boom, potentially pushing them down. But of course, the key battle is between Boom and G. But on the other end, DBD, not a great round as well, dropping down to number 19. But just next to them is PBE.
The one that I have my eyes on is going to be FaZe right now. There's going to be 8 points just to reach out to that triple digit 100. And it's not impossible for them to really push up to get the number 1 here by end of this week. But when it comes to our previous top performance, you have to give up to the credit for all the players. Kenny, Boycha, Genforce, and Dap. Two teams taking over the top performance in the last map just now. But today has been insane. Phenomenal clutch by so many players out there, especially when it comes to breaking the record. That number is still 11, hold over by the side of Onzens, that previously we had him just now on top of FaZe for that chicken, plus 11 elimination by an individual. Kenny just squeezing at 10, still Straps also holding that 11 points as the most. So will we have any new record here for today, since everybody pushed the numbers for their individual eliminations?
Definitely still waiting for Fox Gaming to get that chicken dinner record. Is that record that I'm looking forward to. But you guys should look forward to this as first PMSL Southeast Asian Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser. Comes with M16 skin, the mask and the suit all together. Check it out in game now.
And forget also the ultimate set already available for you guys right now. We'll only first draw at only 10 UC, which is going to be the Dandy Grifter. But also, we do have the Battle Royale, where you're going to have your favorite characters, Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Frieza, and also Piccolo for the Dragon Ball Super, and power up your key in the game. I saw it in the trailer, it was fun. And definitely do tag us if you happen to be making contents based on that Battle Royale new mode. But back to as a serious topic we go. Boom, are they really safe? Because right now they're losing the position. Yes, they're still standing themselves in the top 3. You guys will be like, what are these casters talking about? Don't forget, when it comes to the grand finals, we are referring to the bonus point standing. where Boom right now literally at 16th place. They need to get themselves in the top 3 to make it happen for them to advance to the grand finals.
And if they don't get to the grand finals, pretty much there's no way for them to go to GC. Their season would end if they don't get to the grand finals, because the competition in PMPL Indonesia for the PMGC points as well. So for them to have a chance to go to PMGC, they must go to the grand finals. No nego, they say. So Boom, I don't know, it's just mind-blowing right now. Like, how can you perform so well in the round? Next round, fine, give it to you. But if the next 2 rounds, if you still perform like this, it's like, how?
Now, the other team that we still have a lot of question mark in our heads right now is going to be Box Gaming. Now, I have a feeling after the blunder that we kind of spotted out in the first wrangle of the day, kind of a bit too obvious, I do think that they rediscuss about the positioning, about the mistake that need to be rectified. Definitely they actually make a bit of improvement after that sort of a blunder before, and they start to chase up the numbers. But we do know for a fact it's not about the numbers we're talking about, Box. We're talking about that chicken that has not been scored since day 1, week 1 of the entire league.
How many more games to go now? 8 more games to go for Box Gaming to score that chicken dinner at least. I can feel chicken dinner, come on. 8 more games to go. Just give us 1 and be happy enough. We'll be fine. At least we can hold our heads up and go back to our home team. Man, it's a tough one. For BR, not really a tough one. They did generally okay. Second place finish. They won the Vampire Esports. So looking okay at least for that round. So in general, BTR could use more points, but most importantly is that they got them to the grand finals, so they can still rank up more points to secure the slot of the PMGC with at least the PMGC points.
Box Gaming, you guys can do this. Box Gaming fighting, as we said. Hopefully they are not actually on hunger strike for chicken, are they? Hopefully that's not the case, but we do have Roman back into it and makes this out this time. We can assume and anticipate the fact that PBE will go a bit more crazy and maybe even interesting when it comes to this old lineup where we don't have H2R and mixed play. So I feel like PBE is back to their old form. Possibly will even surprise us in this next map.
They'll be back onto their own form. What is for them to show it to us in this next round. Because now PBE number 19 for them. It's a very risky game that they're playing, that they could be out of the league, and for them to qualify to the PMGC, they must go to the grand finals. Just because of their gap between them and GE for the PC points is just too far away. It's about 300 different gap. We also have a change for Boom. Much need a change. Now Boom needs whatever it is, whatever change. They're gonna bring in just next round. They're gonna put him in. So hopefully this change will bring a different Boom, because I don't know, Boom can't afford to lose any more like this.
Major swaps included Grammar in there. I agree, Boom is in a very shaky state. Now it's all down to Boom GE and also FaZe to change the tide for PBE. If PBE shuts them out quite early, that's pretty much the end for Boom. Now GE is not playing here today. So in the case of PBE, I mean, that's going to be one of the strategy for them to secure and solidify their slot in grand finals, just to try to hunt down teams that will possibly push them down. That's also one of the tactics.
Ooh, because you also mentioned about like, okay, there's like a few more games to go. Maybe even something's like tomorrow is going to be the last day. They'll probably do anything, just like how we saw DD. They just go for it. They feel like doing it, they just go for it. And that's Team Secret. Anything can happen now. Let's see if anything can happen in Miramar.
Finally a change of map. This time we're coming up from the north, down all the way to south. Feels like a very straight flight path this time. Almost. A bit skewed towards the right side of this. On top of Puerto Paraiso, we're coming out on all the way down from Torre Ahumada. We do have MORPH dropping himself quite early this time, but when it comes to the Circa, I mean, I don't know what else to say. The Circa has been the pure evil of PMSL.
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the entire PSL, we've been talking about like how bouncy the circle is, and this is definitely a very different PMSL circle-wise as compared to the last one. If the last one then is kind of predictable, it would go as it will shrink as middle as possible. But now it's just rough for the teams. You need to find a way to overcome it. And yes, overcoming it, playing in the middle, great. But when majority of the teams start to do that, that's where the middle part will be crowded. And when it's crowded, we see teams needing to defend their ground. And defending sometimes it's not as easy as just saying it, because you will have lesser vision. Actually, if you defend in a compound, you'll be dependent on the windows.
Now we do have Team Secret and Box happen to be just nearby each other. And the circle is right in the center on top of Team Secret, Box and BTI as well. We do have three teams too close for comfort, especially Team Secret and Box happen to be sharing the same compound here. Only buildings will separate them for now. And both teams in a dire need for points, and both teams happen to be at the very bottom. Surprisingly, each other are fighting it out since the start for Team Secret and Box. Team Secret, they're not trying to find for revenge against Infinity. Where is Infinity? They're dropping himself on the southern side of Los Leones. XERXIA dropped himself on top of Puerto Paraíso. And Baunam United on top of La Cabrera. That's going to be the most northest team, Baunam United. And good news for Baunam is that nobody else coming up from that side other than them. So I assume that they can survive a bit more longer than all the other teams when it comes to maybe in the top 8.
Yeah, good news for Box and Team Secret is that GE is not playing, so San Martin is open. Bad news, both teams want San Martin. So we will see this fight. It may be a slower one just because it's in the middle of the circle. Unless, well, last few games, right? Last few games, particularly the second last day for some of these teams, they might just go all out and crazy. I don't know. It's just so unpredictable at this point. But that fight inside of San Martin, because it's a city, it might take a while.
Los Leones do have a lot of teams. We're talking about Boom, Infinity passing by, and now they're getting out of Los Leones. You realize it's not worth fighting since PERSIJA EVOS taking a compound, and Boom is there. Part of Vampires is there. Ravenclaw happened to be on the northern side of Los Leones last time we saw them. But maybe I think they're taking over around Junkyard or La Bonita for Vampires. But XERXIA and PERSIJA EVOS, I feel like XERXIA were actually creeping into Los Leones on the southern side. Or they can just rotate all the way to Chumacero and coming out from that side and just go into the circle, maybe crossing Monte Nuevo. So that's going to be XERXIA's possibly their rotation. But eyes on to Infinity right now. They do have all 4 men in the minivan. Didn't spot any other vehicles just yet. A bit calm before the storm. Relatively calm before the storm. On top of La Cabrera. Baunam United. The only team dropping themselves on the north. I feel like they don't have any problem for survivability, for their looting. Definitely a clear path. And maybe just drop himself into Creative Fields later. But hopefully it's not too late. Because if REQ start to move and they happen to be in motion, Creative Field might be a bit too late for Baunam to take away.
Yeah, and they also don't have Boom on just beside them. Boom decides to go to GEEK fan spot down south instead, so they'll be on the clear from the north to rotate into the circle. Wherever they want to go, it's fine for them. Boom taking a safe approach by dropping at the end. It's not like they don't always do that. They generally seem to tend to do, and I can kind of understand why as well. I mean, confidence is not the highest for Boom, despite them still being at number 1. But because of their last few rounds of dropping out very with very minimal points, so Boom might want to take a reset, and maybe that's why they do that side drop again, knowing that GEEK fam is not around.
True. Taking advantage when there's a swat of groups. Al-Azhar is quite vacant other than just Alter Ego right now. But MORPH will be their next contender if MORPH happen to be just moving towards the center. Because they all will be at the meeting point. Which going to be Hacienda de Patron. That's going to be a meeting point between those dropping themselves on top of around Tierra Bronca or Torre Ahumada for MORPH and Al-Azhar as well. The road leading up to that point. PERSIJA EVOS on the other hand, also going up to La Bendita. They're leaving Los Leones. So I assume it's going to be only Boom right now on Los Leones. And Infinity already left way early on. So I think for Boom, pretty much more than enough for them to loot out from Los Leones.
Yeah, and the fact that there's no Yoodo Alliance, right? So there's a lot more loot in Los Leones that is untouched for them to loot. And it seems like they have it all in plan. Like, Geek Fam spot, fine, it's there, grab basic stuff, can still go to Los Leones because there's PERSIJA and they're the team that likes to play in the middle, so they would leave that area quickly. So Boom has that entire area for themselves. I like that idea. So Boom all in plan. But RRQ has it all in plan as well. Try to steal away something from either of these two teams. They might be Kingmaker. This is going to be interesting on what RRQ is going to do.
Spotted out Zeral. Hacienda de Patron will be occupied by more than just 3 teams. I assure you of that. It feels like MORPH is moving into this direction as well for the next couple of seconds. RRQ at least got himself some elevations. They take those high grounds and mountains first. And they are in the center of a circle too. So they don't have to move. But hopefully it will last them long enough. Last time we saw the teams taking those high grounds, like what happened yesterday, they don't have enough resources to replenish themselves on. And that's the downside of having those high elevation grounds. You have to make sure you have more than enough to last long enough up there.
I'm pretty sure they would have calculated that. So, and if they can get down, or they can get a win in that San Martin area, they can continue to loot onto the boxes, that is. So I think that's also something that they're hoping to get. So on top of hoping to get the points, is also hoping to get, okay, we continue on to loot to the boxes that we just got. So, but how long will that take, right? That will be the bigger question, because China Circle, as we kind of expected, since it's a city in San Martin, the teams will be quite in a stalemate, and true enough it is. So it will take them some time. But I don't think a team like RRQ, they'll be too desperate of wanting to loot from them. So they'll be more interested in trying to get a point. If they can get loot out of that after the ammunition to get the point, then yeah, that's just a continuation of how it is. But now Boom against DBD, a trade-off between the two, 1-for-1.
What Razy was waiting, Ventoris trying to nick from afar. Look at Ventoris with that mini 14. Nasty guy. Naughty enough to put himself into this business. Look at Ventoris with an 8-time scope even. Just placed himself at the perfect timing there as well. Now the circle shifted away. It's going to be right on top of possibly around Picado and in between Montenegro. Like you mentioned, it's going to be around still San Martin area. That's going to be a bloody one for these guys. Things going to be really congested right on top where we're watching on BTR passing by. Sem9, all of them are there. And it's a very tough terrain as well. So good luck whoever's actually playing the low ground, because the high grounds will matter at this point.
Yeah, the high grounds of power grid on that will be one of the key areas that I believe will house a few teams. So we'll try on that. That sort of key area is good to get information. It's good to get logs from the high ground to probably steal away elimination points. So the focal point later on. But now we're back on to San Martin with Namkyu, the only one in the city. Team Secret, they had the information that some of the members of Boss Gaming actually left the city. So they might know that Namkyu is alone. It's just that they're taking a caution move because RRQ shot from the high ground. So they know that there's someone eyeing them.
Zeral's down. Namkyu happily will take it away for the points, but couldn't translate into 1 point yet. Putra will give the cover fire if Namkyu decide to jump down. Box Gaming surrounded by Team Secret, but it fought back. Heard those footsteps coming on from the side of Elton. Now he's coming in with the DBS, trying to finish things off. Got the wrong turn. Oh, he got the wrong corner now. Coming all the way. He got that wrong. He was walking in maze. Nam can't decide. He got him from them a bit too late as Helton fought back. And he's even got himself some consolation out of this. Helton played such magnificently well just now. Buying more time for Team Secret. Not just that, even got a revival on top of it.
Good thing he had an AK as well. One of the higher AR weapon damage. So it was good at that kind of moment. And good thing that he didn't get the DBS. I mean, DBS, we all know but that sort of range, what it can do. So Helton won that fight, pick up his teammate. So unfortunate for Box, they could not secure a point yet out of T-Red.
And Box, that was the DBS fighting against AKM, by the way. I don't know what Octa tried to achieve here. He got himself stuck in the palm trees. Happened to be MORPH giving a bit of a challenge. And Octa and the rest of Altigo want to stand up and fight back. But MORPH split it into 2-2 formation. Now on the side of Altigo, they want to part ways. And maybe got himself a bit on the inner side of a circle and try to keep MORPH. And try to have them taste their own bit of medicine. But the circle moving away is going to be comprising a lot of Montenegro and Power Grid. It's going to be in the center. Now, the one that actually got himself in the center, which is going to be FaZe Clan, taking the circle. Infinity Nax. With Boom marching in, and BT already secured himself. Baonam United. This is going to be interesting. Porsche is the only one in the center. A bit splitted, a bit far apart, isolated from the rest of Baonam.
Oh, I'll be interested to see what will happen around the area of San Martin and Great, because we got a lot of teams there rotating on the same direction into the circle. That will be a point of contention, I must say. Alter Ego, one of those teams in that area as well, and they will also need to move in, so they're gathering information on where are the teams, where are they going before deciding what to do next. And it's good for Alter with this high ground, this area. At least they left Potato behind, so he will be the one to get the information for his team.
Alter Ego. They heard those vehicles coming up to this side because there's PBE approaching. They're coming in fast. So Alter Ego have to decide what to do next. Both teams are not in the circle. The Blues are start to close in. It's going to be stage 4 commencing soon in less than 2 minutes. Alter Ego spotted out by Monboy. Kind of whiffed that one out. Didn't connect. But for Alter Ego, it's not too late for them to go and find an exit out. If they overstay themselves here, PBE definitely will try to trap them around it. Rosemary tried to outflank them. DBD caught himself in the middle of transition where PERSIJA EVOS got a clear view to shoot them down.
Oh, there you go. PERSIJA EVOS might want to block DBD. It's going to be interesting. And DBD only has 2 players. Jimmy OP and Yen unfortunately taken out. At the same time, we look at the elimination feed. Vampire Esports taking a fight against Boom. And Team Secret, who tried to rotate out of San Martin, bumping into Alter Ego, and also Box Gaming.
Here comes Echo, spraying over PERSIJA EVOS. Nothing seems to connect, but the one that actually soaking the damage is going to be DBD back. Izane down to 50%. Make it 40. He almost tossed himself a nade, hoping he will connect, but they got surrounded. PERSIJA EVOS is here to stomp them down. That's going to be the last of DBD. Another team out, another one bite the dust. The first one actually to go out. The one who actually followed PERSIJA is going to be Box here since they're taking the blue zone.
Okay, here we go. Blue zone, Box Gaming, Team Secret from San Martin till the outside. Gonna be Team Secret losing thanks to the off-angle shot from Drongzen from high ground. And he will be the one to eliminate Team Secret. He only has 1 save though, so he has to decide how to get out of this quickly. But the Pro Sem 9 is not going to help that decision.
Shrap's taking the high grounds, how to jump down from there with the blue zone start to creep in. But Circle happened to be shifting at the very moment too. Now who will be fed by the Circle? It's going to be still FaZe Clan and Infinity taking the center. While BTR managed to still squeeze in on the right side. REGUM on the north, getting themselves quite a comfortable compound even. Boss Gaming slowly dying out in the middle of the blue zone here. They're way too deep in the blue. There's no way out for them. It's just a matter of time for the entire team get finished off by the blue.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Sem 9 is still keeping an eye on the Box Gaming. Just look at this. They don't want him to go at all. And now Sem 9, at the same time, they're planning next move because they're on the outside of the circle as well. But their next move is potentially needing to fight. Oh no, they actually have an entry. Okay, but then again, BTR secured that compound. All right, information gathered by Kenny. Now, it's a matter of whether to fight with BTR, which is the best possible decision maybe at this for them. Because if they want to go down south, it's going to be the high ground. That's not going to be a good place to go.
Real cheeky. Spotted out straps from far. Empire lost their watchman, which is going to be the scouter or even the one that feeding off information from the high grounds. XERXIA tried to take FaZe out of this compound right now, but it's going to be a long hike for them since the steep cliff will try to stop their momentum pushing in. FaZe Clan realize they have a new contender now, repositioning himself. Ventura is a bit isolated from the rest of the roster. Now, how did they respond to this? Baonam United spotted out MORPH. PERSIJA EVOS taking on MORPH as well. It's not great for being MORPH at the other end. Empire's taking on back on 7-9. They have a bit of redemption on the side of Trap's death before. But Razy, boom, coming up the other side. Oh, Vampires. It's going to be them being hammed down every way, every angle possible.
Well, despite the 5 eliminations, unfortunately, Box is out. But now Sam9 fighting against Vampire Esports. Thumb couldn't connect all his shots. Almost taken out. Back to reset. And now Thumb is the only one standing for Sam9. All the teammates are down on his knees. But he's going on mano with Stone. Stone now charging with L in hand. He knows exactly where Thumb is at. And now the shots fired out by Stone. Who will win this fight? 1-1. And it's going to be not Thumb. But Boycel actually won it for Sam9. But after that, wait a second. No, Stone got Thumb. But Boycel got Stone right after.
Speaking of a multi-team war zone there, a bit crowded on the other end. Where we do have Baonam now coming back to the north. PB, Baonam, RQ. But Assad towards the nade within those smokes. It hits one. And then it's going to be holding break from pushing in. RQ still fighting their life here. Even though they're being sandwiched between two teams. PB approaching on the other end. They're crossing the road just to take for this fight. No mercy. Fighting for his life with Assad on his side as well. And Rage coming out from both ends. Now on the side of RQ, they've definitely been pinned down both sides. With Baonam fighting on the other end. Down to only a side, no mercy to call the shots. With PBE trying to smother them on the other angle. Now RQ, there's no way out. The brute force their way out of this. They have to take the fight. With Raimon now breaching in, trying to flush them out. XERXIA taking on BTR, but Assad managed to knock down one boy. Raimon fight back. But RQ, can they survive?
Ooh, Raimon, experienced player for PBE. But as experienced as he is, against RQ it's not going to be easy. But we got BN United as well, joining into the fray. So we got 3 players in this compound, on the outside of the zone. This is going to be big now. BN United on the other building. They have an off angle with Max on the high ground. But now, they need to win the fight against PBE. And they won it. Now it's about resetting before United charge in.
Alright, you don't even have a breather at all. Baonam, and now BTR might actually be into this as well. PBE couldn't actually do the push. They failed the attempt to push into his RRQ. Caused them quite greatly with this map. But Baonam United, they are in motion. Max tried to scout out to his RRQ. Still tempted to do so. He's still interested to his side of RRQ. Back side of BTR taking a fight against the last player of Alter Ego there is, which is going to be Alva. And that's going to be 3v1. Alva, can he do an amazing, miraculous clutch? He got one for now. Can he go for the second? Spot out Lapa. Your Nick and his head being shredded. And that's going to be Lapa winning over. And Lapa drove back all the way around to revive his teammate. Alter Ego is down.
We're back on United and RRQ now, fighting by the edge of the circle. Not letting go just yet. As Hex assassinated in hand. No mercy, resetting himself. BN United have the numbers. They have break on the other side as well as an off angle. Somewhat with Telco. Hexas knocked down, but not by BN United. Instead, it's by Lapa.
BTR trying to push themselves in there using brute force purely, taking fight after one to the other. RRQ defending himself quite strongly against the hands of PBE and another team just now. And finally they managed to survive and get in here. That speaks a lot on the side of RRQ. Not just that, they secure 2 eliminations for now. 6 on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. We don't see PERSIJA EVOS nearby. Now, that's going to be worrying. And it's quite concerning for the other teams because they might be going for third party all day long.
Yeah, PERSIJA EVOS. They only got 6 eliminations, so they definitely doing something here. Probably from afar. But at the same time, speaking about doing something, the Asian feed, FaZe Clan and XERXIA butting heads with each other somewhere else. So hopefully we get a visual soon. And you will. Okay, here's it. It's going to be the fight. 3v3 now with XERXIA on the lower ground net. Both of these teams playing by the edge of the circle. Let's see who will get the next knock.
A sort of RRQ against BTR at the other end, at the other corner of the map here. RRQ seems are losing men with Baunam and BTR next. Oh my god, RRQ from the Pam to the fire now going to hell. After one fight to another, not even a breath of us up calling the shots. With the DBS, he clutched it for the enjoyment of BTR. They push it in, but RRQ still survive. They still have the fight in them. What a showcase by RRQ today. Nothing can stop them from living their life.
Wow, nice one. But they're not out of it just yet, as they have still BI to deal with. And BI United full squad. We can see from the minimap they're opening up the space against RQ. They're going to eat up RQ after looking at the elimination feed. They know that RQ is winning. They try to take advantage of it. But they're not going down without a fight. No mercy. Named a member of BN United. RQ fighting for their life.
Man, RRQ, I don't know what they did wrong, but so many teams want to take them down. No miss, it finally got finished off by Porsche. Come out from the backside with Max, giving us support as well. Baunam United ended up the fight from RRQ just now, but RRQ, that was such a phenomenal fight showed by the side of them. That was incredible. 4 to 5 teams tried to take them down multiple times back to back. They lasted long enough to be in the top 7.
So, newsflash, stage 6, but we have 6 teams left. This is almost as fast as the previous round. Just like the previous round, the starting was real fast. This one, the middle is real fast. And we only have 6 teams with 20 players in this round. Boom! They still have me. He's going to stay as quiet as possible. He has the circle. He's going to play for position. He's now with 6 teams left. The longer that he lasts, the more points they can get.
It's all about the circle again, as per usual. FaZe got themselves a bit of a compound, a bit of elevation even. And spotted out PERSIJA EVOS movement from afar. Spotted out links. Here comes a tap. Random tap by Venturis just to be giving out warning shots to the side of PERSIJA EVOS not to come close. But there's another team nearby on their right side, which could be Infinity to the side of FaZe there. XERXIA also seems like interested. Spotted our FaZe from afar. Boom. That's going to be the last player standing for Boom Yummy May. Boom didn't score anything for the past 3 maps and finally scored a 3 this time. Finally moving out of that stagnant of having a lot of zeros for the past few maps the entire day. After that check and everything go downhill for them. Back on the side of PERSIJA EVOS, spotted out Shirty. Jumps down. Infinity split it into 2-2. Quite far apart amongst each other. The airdrop is right across links. I'm not sure if you want to go out and reach out for the airdrop. I'm not sure what's inside. If it's AWM, it's going to be well worth it.
Not many teams are a fan of AWM nowadays, though. And looking at how rough rain is, it's probably, even though if it's there, probably it's not going to be picked up. But if it does, and they use it somehow, I'll see how it's going to be done. But anyway, we'll find that out later on. As now FaZe has moved, they know that they got that shot. They got the knockdown of PERSIJA EVOS. They're trying to get advantage, but PERSIJA EVOS not reacting back just yet. So FaZe Clan needs more out of PERSIJA EVOS. Now they started, they landed in front of PERSIJA EVOS, and now they're going to take the fight head on. But PERSIJA EVOS going to respond back by knocking down one member of FaZe.
Swear to God, Yummy May is super happy right now. The circle still favors him as the lone survivor come out from the side of Boom. PERSIJA EVOS going to take the fight against FaZe. The grenade did hit Mela big time, but Zuxi repositioned himself But the slope's a bit slippery. And Redface taking on Mela. The second nade hit him down on his knees. Down to only last play of maybe a trio still with FaZe. But Mormon will try to revive Mela. Vintorius and the rest of FaZe will give support via the back line. While Onzo taking the high ground still. But the circle is moving away from the compound. Infinity spotted out Zuxi. PERSIJA, EVOS, they have to deal with 2 fights at a time. Infinity and also FaZe coming out on different angles entirely. They're being hammed down now. PERSIJA, they need to open up the angles to make sure they can outflank at least one of the other teams between Infinity and FaZe.
Oh, this is a 3-way war now. On the right side, we have a 2-way war. Fights happening pretty much at the same time now. FaZe Clan Momo with a nade in hand. He knows exactly where PERSIJA is. He'll toss the nade on the side of PERSIJA EVOS. It will not connect onto anyone. Maybe on Misery. But Misery is still okay with 60% health. Now Momon tossing onto Zuxi. Knocked out by Lobby from the Infinity. There you go, the Infinity squashing FaZe Clan. And now PERSIJA EVOS. Where are they going to go here?
There's no way for them to go. Seems like there's going to be one last survivor coming out of the side of PERSIJA EVOS for now. Make it 2. Ratface trying to open up the space. They start to push forward. The hike is terribly hard on his side. Misery got quite a number of grenade flying over the side. Seems like a bit too left for himself or his own good. It's funny being knocked down. It's down to Ratface down there. Redface dealing with the entirety of FaZe, but with the help of Infinity, Lobby pushing it out. Feels like Redface still have a shot at, still survive this one. FaZe and PERSIJA EVOS got only the smokes to cover themselves temporarily. Bound on break being punished instead after being picking the fight from afar and try to be meddlesome in this matter. Onzo now pushing out with a Morley down on what's beneath him. There's going to be PERSIJA EVOS, Redface, and Zuxi is back up his feet, but XERXIA, surprisingly, will be the first one out between the 6 teams.
Wow, and Yummy stole an elimination and threw it. But now Yummy doesn't have the circle. He needs to move forward, and he already reviewed his position. So it's interesting on how Yummy will survive this. The Infinity, on the other hand, still with FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan has the high ground advantage, but they don't have the circle. But between them, it was PERSIJA, and they are out.
Infinity got the circle, but the ground is a bit on middle and lower ground. Those teams that's not getting the circle, at least they got the advantage of elevations. But problem is, time is not on their side. Less than 10 seconds. They need to leave now. The circle will be awfully painful, this one, as we're heading to our final stage. Boom. Yummy may still survive. He lost long enough. And this is the perfect timing for him to try to at least score a couple of more eliminations before he went down. Before he goes down by the blue zone. And FaZe, they're trying to rotate Mormon, caught in the turmoil. As a bit of a trade between Infinity and FaZe at the very moment. Now Lobby spotted out Baonam United push. And also another player just alongside with him. Try to open up and just push up. But Max, it's going to be a dangerous game. The moment they pick out, it's going to be tough. But Infinity, they still got the circle.
It'll be interesting if Yummy can pull off an Audrey this time. FaZe Clan have a good angle. Alright, BN United on the other end eliminates Yummy. So it looks like Yummy will pull an Audrey this time. BN United will be the pain to him. Now we're down to 3 teams. Here we go. FaZe Clan with a full squad. The Infinity, a full squad, but with them on their knees.
This is going to be the last stage there is. And everybody tried to fight their way into the circle, which is none anymore. Porsche spotted out. Max almost got clipped entirely down to only 2 or 4% of HP. FaZe spot out Infinity, but Mela, it's going to be troublesome. He doesn't have any follow-up. If he's trying to push now, his teammate's still reviving and try to reset, but the blue zone is approaching too soon, and they don't have that much space anymore. FaZe have to brute force their way in, but Baonam United across them can't spot them out. Lobby dropping Kobe. Vintorius is down. Moment barely hanging on. FaZe cannot follow him, trying to save him. It's a bit too late. He'll be sacrificed for now, but Baonam Porsche, so as a Max, make it difficult for FaZe to go down towards Infinity side.
Oh man, BN United have them locked in. Who will get the chicken dinner? This is going to be insane. BN United knocking out of FaZe Clan. No time for them to revive their teammate. They need to continue on moving. But the moment they show themselves on the other side, BN United will be prepared for it. At the same time, the Infinity hoping for BN United to eliminate FaZe Clan from their angle, but Infinity, they are doing that as well. On to FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan fights back, knocking down Lobby. Moment on the Porsche, reveal himself. PN United looking good to get the chicken dinner from afar.
Onza, they're finally down! But it has a Bound make it happen. Infinity, they got himself in a ditch. Bear's bleeding now. Yes, trying to push up, but Suwa shoot him down with a push across his side as well. They secure another elimination, down to last player of Infinity. Armstar, can he do this by himself? The smokes will buy them time, but Max start to take one by one out of the equation. Infinity slowly dying into the blue zone. Armstar surrounded, he's open. Bound United is back. They scored this chicken.
I could hardly remember the last time we saw BN United get chicken dinner. Glad to see them up again with the chicken dinner. They deal with two teams at the same time. They manage it well from their angle, utilizing their high ground. BN United managing two teams against chicken dinner. Amazing play.
I mean, Bound United did splendidly well, almost a flawless run. 3 of them survived to fight 2 teams, and they keep their eye out to a side of FaZe Clan closely. And it was close for them. If they pick out first, I definitely feel like Infinity will try to shoot them down. Saying this for the side of FaZe, but they played the patience game, and they know exactly the movement of FaZe Clan and how they think. And so as this is well-deserving MVP.
Yeah, his lucky charm together with him. That was really cute. I wonder whether he drew that heart sign underneath the shirt. But anyway, it's nice to see like these players, like they show a little bit of personality as well, showing their lucky charms. And even so as on top of like his lucky charm personality and all that, he multiple MVPs for BN United. What an important player he is for the team. And time again, another MVP to add to his stat. And speaking about stats, looking over at it, BN United, they also got a good amount of elimination points.
I mean, they've been taking those grounds for the longest, and they scored themselves 12 eliminations by now. But so we do know how such a high value player he is, but the entire team played attack game. I have to say, this is a clean, flawless, and such teamwork displayed by Bound United. Well deserving.
Yeah, that's well deserved of the 12 eliminations as well for BN United. So it's going to be 22 points for them this time. Looking nice, BN United. Okay, they are back. So this is also a reminder to everyone. It's like, yeah, you guys missed us, right? Last week they didn't really perform, but this week they're doing okay. This chicken would seal the deal for them to be in the grand finals for sure, and also for them to remind everyone that they are still in this tournament.
But Boom at least has scored themselves some placement points and that 3 or 4 eliminations by the end of the day, thanks to Yummy, who survived as long as he can solo-handedly. And Boom didn't score anything at all when it comes to after that chicken earlier today, and everything just gone absolutely silent. Quiet, nothing, any point, not that much. They have been stagnant at 116 for their overall ranking and finally make a progress after Yummy pulled that stunt for the entire team. But RRQ, what a display of tenacity from them. That was incredibly tough being them.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they played, what, 2 players for majority of the round, and even in this, they still showed it. My goodness, look at this Asa clutch. Okay, 1-2, here you go. Asa for RRQ. That was a really good showing. Of course, it's a DBS, but the DBS was needed in that situation.
But this is where Bound United know exactly they don't want to leave their position, knowing the fact that Blue Zone would not close on their side first. FaZe being pressured by the Blue, there's no way out for them. 22 points scored by Bound United this time. Infinity with 11 plays themselves 5 eliminations. MORPH and WD. Both teams are not safe. We talked about this multiple times, and these 2 teams, when it comes to the bonus point standings, they're next to each other as well. So they need to score something here now.
Yeah, MORPH, DBD, even PBE only scored 1 point. So this is really scary now for PBE. Even for them to feel their senior years didn't significantly change their. It's still somewhat there. I can't wait to see the overall scores. I think there is quite a change down there, and the change is going to be significant. At least for Boom this time, they got 9 points, so they're okay-ish. But, well, GE will still be looking at this and smiling. Now, okay, this is where... Okay, MORPH GPX, they went down. Okay, but they're still on top of PBE. PBE, EBD still next to each other with 1 point difference. Even Team Secret can potentially catch PBE and DBD.
Now PBE just now, the attempt to actually flush out the entirety of RRQ, taking advantage of RRQ position when they're fighting against another team before, was a failed attempt and costs it comes with a great cost. It's too costly that the entirety of PBE didn't score too much when it comes to the last map. But I do worry about Boom right now, because tomorrow they will not be playing. And not just that, GEEK fam, the gap between them and GEEK fam is not big either. And for the side of GE, yes, they still be pushed down since they're not playing, but they can just play a couple of maps and it's more than enough for them to push themselves in the 100 still. But on the side of Boom, they're being offered lesser and lesser chances here. They need to take their chances to really push up the numbers, especially in the next map. But so as an Onzen, I love these two comparison between the players. They're very similar towards each other though for their gameplay, but you have to give it to Soaz this time. He definitely plays more and plays longer than Onzen's.
Yeah, they're respect MVPs for the team when they got that chicken dinner. The stats do favor So a little bit more, but this is only for this match. If Onzen's 11-point elimination add up there, then obviously he will be way above Soaz. But that will be an apple-to-apple comparison, so that's a conversation altogether. Right, for Soaz, 4 eliminations, higher damage than Onzen's, more throwables used. Is just that Onzen's is more of a team player. Anyway, still being united with the chicken dinner, so it's all about the team play, and Soaz definitely contributed to that.
Now I love how flag's flying today, but coming out from Boom, MORPH, Boom after that chicken, everything goes down the drain. Finally making progress in the second last map of the day. We're down to the final Miramar now, and this will be the last map played by the group that's going to be absent tomorrow, which is going to be Group E, PERSIJA, EVOS, MORPH, Bionam United, and Boom. They will not be playing here tomorrow, so they need to push the numbers as much as they can before they're heading into the final day, which is going to be day number 5. But also, you guys don't forget, time is ticking, where we do have the PMSL almost over, which can be only this week and grand final. So make sure you actually have the PMSL exclusive skin.
And the timing for this as well, because we all know that the Royal Pass has a limited amount of time inside the game. So you guys get it right now. The beach and pool party team is for grab.
Now, so don't forget the Mamoru's axe suit. I love this. It's also the first ever axe suit with exclusive glide effect. So I have not seen this myself yet in the game. Hopefully one of you guys will tag us in your content. But speaking of which, for the final Miramar. Now we've seen the final rank of the day. How chaotic it has been in stage number 2. Will it be the same case in the final Miramar?
Well, I think we can start to expect this sort of pace and type of gameplay till the end of the league at least. Because yes, they can get more points for the grand finals, but it's not that significant. So that's why you can see some teams like the Infinity, for example, just doing whatever they feel like doing. But the only team that has 7 more games to go now is Box Gaming without the chicken dinner. So Box without the chicken dinner, 7 more games to go to change that fate. Box Gaming, come on.
Tomorrow they're not playing, so definitely we're going to change our predictions there tomorrow, and you guys can rest well and watch us in a very peaceful way, since we're not going to mention Box too many times tomorrow. But speaking of Box, I was so sure that today will be the day to score that chicken. But apparently it did not happen again. And Box, I don't know what they have in their mind, but it feels like everything is falling apart for their roster.
It's hard to explain at this point, right? We've made all the explanation points for this. I don't have anything new to explain. Boss Gaming, just do it, okay? So that we can talking about this narrative and we can move on to something else instead. Come on, one more go because anyway they're not going to play tomorrow. But for BN United, they still have games to play. With that chicken dinner, at least it pushed them up a bit more for them to get extra points in the grand finals later on. Of course, it's not locked in yet, but who can complain about a chicken dinner, right?
I mean, whatever needed things to work, man. If you got a chicken, it means nothing is going wrong with you. It just shows on sort of Bound United just now. With a full squad alive still, that's going to be a flawless run. They definitely have the team play going. Even though they are not that back on week 1 performance, that kind of form, but we can expect them to do that in the grand finals. Maybe they're saving up for later. So on side of Bound United, I mean, that chicken just now was just another extra gift and also extra bonus throughout the entire league. Now, do we have a bit of swap? Yeah, Pumbit is here back, swapping in and out with a Chul. Start to confuse me for Boom right now. What is their main roster?
Yeah, it's still a wonder ever since last season. What is their main roster and who's the sub? But one main player, of course, is going to be. He helped them to get the points in the previous round. If not because of his survivability, it potentially was another like 1-0 point for Boom. So good thing that he was the yummy earlier on and he managed to survive. He stole a few elimination points in the process. So it looked a little bit better for Boom. But it's not good enough because GE is looking at this and saying, you know what? Tomorrow, game on, Boom.
Oh, Boom is not playing tomorrow. That opened up opportunity for GE to push back. But we don't want to talk anymore since we're heading over to the last Miramar of the day. And we're heading over to it to see if Boom can change when it comes to the numbers and Box to finally score a chicken here, Cloud.
Yeah. Box, come on. I'm losing energy now. Just rooting for Box to get the chicken dinner. Please get time. Please. Flight path. This will allow Box to assume they want to go into St. Martin again. This will allow them direct access into St. Martin. I wouldn't be able to really say who won between Box and Team Secret. Maybe Sleep for Team Secret. But would that change the mindset of Gaming to leave St. Martin for Team Secret? I don't know yet. It's not significant enough, really. There's a high potential that Box will want to go again for St. Martin. And yes, look at the they are heading that way. So now it's the question of whether Team Secret wants to go there. And look at them gliding. Looks like the answer is yes, St. Martin fighting.
I don't know, it's a competition to be who's at the very bottom here. Between Team Secret and Box, they're fighting who gets the last spot, possibly. And that is not the consistency that we will be aiming for the entirety of the competition here. And the consistency that we talked about is going to be the one that actually staying themselves at the very bottom. And Team Secret and Box, we're going to have to wait and see who's actually the worst one and who's better than this, who get to be the second last.
Yeah, the first few seconds of dropping together, it depends on the luck of the weapon. Zhongzhen happened to have a better weapon as compared to Zral. Thanks to his AKM, he will secure the first blood in this round. But the fight is not over yet, though. We can see Team Secret in the same building as the members of Box. So they're circling around, trying to find their next target.
Halton got chipped down quite a number of damage. But Putra barely got enough ammunition. Now it's going to be the entire coverage of Box pushing all the way to up the stairs. Sorry. Rizai spotted one of the feet of the Box Gaming players, but he's down to only 10% HP. Trongzin is also down, but Rizai got finished off by Box in an instant. Another one bites the dust. It's going to be Halton. On next, it's going to be Putra. Well, definitely Team Secret will win this competition of who gets the very bottom.
In Angle, they were challenged by the Infinity. Here, they're challenged by Box. And they lost both fights at least. The previous one was a 50-50. But Team Secret looks like it's going to be an early supper for them as they are out. So the number 20 spot by the end of this round is locked whereby Team Secret is there. So no opportunity for DBD or PBE to go down onto the 20th spot instead. I guess it's good news for the two, but they still need to do better considering that Boom is still up there. This day is not their day.
Sadly for Team Secret, nothing seems to be a secret anymore for their positioning when it comes to the overall rankings and possibly even the bonus total standings when it comes to the final week here. If though we do have 2 more days to go, but it's pretty tough to beat them. XERXIA on the other hand, around Voldemort, not having too much of contention. We do know on top of Tomasero will be taken over by DBD. If we happen to have lost Leon in sort of a fight, it's going to take us some time to see who will be victorious in this map. Hopefully that's not the case yet to have an urban warfare. But you have to give it to the circle. It's quite gentle. The circle this time is being nice and kind for all the teams out there.
Yeah, it's a pretty much centered circle, so a lot more entry points for the teams. Where teams will go insane again, just like the Irango, where we got a nice circle, but everyone's just, I don't know, going at it at each other for some reason. We don't know yet, but look at the current condition. I guess it's going to be an okay round again. So this is going to be the case. Then 4th stage onwards, we're going to see more fights.
Of course. Great migration in stage 4. And MORPH. Now MORPH, when it comes to their performance, they're not that quite consistent. But definitely way better than week number 1 there. Making such progress from one week to the other. Possibly all they need was time. For them to actually adapt themselves, get used to navigation against all the teams in South Asia. And have it another go. But on the side of Razy, coming up from Boom, a lot at stake here for the side of Boom. If they pick a fight, they have to make sure that 100% they can win.
Okay, and maybe this is not a fight that they pick. Instead of they've been picked by DBD to take this fight. So no option for them. They have to defend. You can see a couple of members of DBD opening up some space on the top, whereas one DBD just in front of them, distracting them. A majority of them on a different angle. So if Boom, tunnel vision towards Echo only, then it's going to be hard. But the rest of DBD, we can see a couple of nades on their hands, but they're not tossing it just yet. And we have Pondbit moving out. Okay, actually it's Pondbit, it's Johnny May. So it's on his way now. So they're buying time for Pondbit to come.
Smokes open up by the side of DBD. Hoping to delay the push coming up from Boom. But Boom decided not to take the fight anyhow. Parting ways, plays himself at the back line. Knowing what is at stake here. For the side of Boom, they cannot afford to have these unnecessary fights way early on. But they definitely will try to fight back in case they start to shoot over that side. But PERSIJA EVOS will spot them out. Now Boom have to tread into another compound, carefully navigating themselves to avoid from all these early fights. Just to be sure about the position points later on. PERSIJA EVOS have a bit of a whiff and listen to the vehicle moving before, which could be vampires across them. I'm not sure if they want to take the fight or they just prepare for something to happen here. High chance they're waiting for vampires to start to hunt them down, because vampires try to hunt people down since the start of the day. But second half, after that break, feels like vampires losing their sparks and losing their thirst and hunger for those kills.
I'm sure they're still thirsty for blood since they're vampire. It's just daytime for them. Wonder if this one will be a nighttime for vampire to really fly back out into the night to hunt for their next victim. But vampire, they are not a team that takes early fights. Even if they do, it's because like they rotate, they see a team, they'll take the fight. But again, like the meta, most teams will try to play in the middle, so they won't see that many early action opportunity for them. So if they do last long enough, then we will probably see them like stage 4 and 5 onwards.
Well, stage 1 still we have. It's going to be around 35 seconds to go until we actually do see another shift of a circle later on, which is going to be determined whether the circle be going to be a sort of urban warfare or it's going to be on the outskirts of it. Box spotted out Sam 9, giving a go of a warning shot. Ambitious, but nice try. Ball and Brazen coming up from a side of box. I'm not sure if they want to keep a tab on the side of Sam 9. Leaving St. Martin now, going down south. But Bownham United, after that chicken, they're taking things super slow this time.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty chill. I believe BN United is also one of the teams that don't really play in the middle. They like to play by the side. So tanking out the first phase of the circle, it's okay for them. It's a standard strat for teams that come in a little bit later inside of Miramar. And they are doing it again. And with this circle hard shifting towards the Chumasera, they can plan further to how to access Chumasera from this area.
It's going to be devastating for DBD. They left Chumasera before. I don't know where they're at right now for DBD. I can't have a vision or visualization on them just yet. It was supposed to be their circle. Now they left the compound. And the circle happened to be on that side. Definitely they must be disappointed right now. But Echo start to vent out his frustration to the side of FaZe. Open fire on the side of FaZe. It's going to be them knocked down FaZe quite far. Since their execution is not done yet on the kill feed. Megamind. Ball and Brazen try to spray onto a side of Boom. None of them seems to be connecting. Didn't get benefit out of those sprays before, but definitely got a lot of information to relay back towards the rest of a roster.
Yeah, I guess DVD tried to get into the middle-ish part of the circle. That's why they left Chumasera for it, because it looked that way, but then the circle pulled back to Chumasera. I'm sure they still got the circle. It's just a matter of like, okay, then the midpoint of the circle is somewhere else. It's somewhere around the area of Chumasera, which is going back to their home ground. Along the way, they got to knock down the FaZe Clan. Did not secure the elimination point, but at least they're still clean, full squad still. I can imagine them going back to Chumasera now and look at the current situation without them being knocked. They should be alright.
This side, we do have Alter Ego. There's quite a spacious ground between the teams here still when it comes to this sort of generous circle. So do have some time before finally to see another team out to follow Team Secret's footsteps. It's going to be one team only out for now. 15 teams still intact. 60 players. None of them losing any players yet. All having a full squad. Now imagine the third and the fourth stage is going to be super massive. PBE will be the first few to break the tension and breaking the silence. FaZe and PBE. FaZe, the one that will hunt people down. Who will never stand down from any fight. Despite his being alone out here.
He has to do it fast because the rest of PBE is on their way. They have arrived, in fact. So now there's Rage, there's Cool, and there's Monboy. I mean, the rest of PERSIJA EVOS. If they want to back FaZe up, they gotta come quick. If not, he's gonna be in there. But he's fighting back though. Okay, gets a knock. Alright. Not able to secure the elimination. He should get a second knock. Yes, he will. Oh my goodness. Could this be a red face?
Is why he's super scary. He's a different monster entirely with that UMP in his hand, knowing the fact it's going to be one of the best guns right now for CQC. PBE fighting against the entirety of PERSIJA EVOS possibly very soon since they're arriving. Redface been holding the ground by himself well and long enough. Now Redface hunting down the remaining of PBE. Monboy open up the molly, try to avoid him from pushing in, but Monboy knocked down anyhow with explosion and molly burning off him alive. And Raimon resort to abandoning the ship. But he's being chased by another team entirely behind him. I think that's going to be the Vampires.
Yeah, the moment he turned his back, Vampire arrived in the area just outside of Lost Learners. And man, good thing Raimon managed to evade that in time. So he's safe for now. Up my god, just outside of Lost Learners. But Vampire monitoring the situation. They know a fight just ended after looking at the elimination feed, after hearing the audio. So I guess they're deciding on whether they want to go in or not. But they gotta be the fact that Alter Ego is also passing by Lost Learners and can come up behind them. Traps knows, so they have the information now. They will start gatekeep Alter Ego.
And Ryan definitely crossing his fingers right now, praying, hoping nobody will be interested to take over that compound on this side. But you have to give it to Redface with him credit is due. He was holding the ground so long and hunting down PBE by himself. What a great clutch of the player is. Formidable. But FaZe spot out 7-9-2 on the ground. And they're trading 2-2 right now. As 2v2 between 7-9 and FaZe across this street on the northern side of a circle. Mela will be safe. They still got the compound within them. 7-9 Tom realized that it's going to be something that they cannot get out of FaZe hands. Which is going to be the compound will be guarding them heavily. So they need to either decide whether to take their fight and commit to it or go for a push. Because BTR start to closing their distance. And it's going to be a three-way war soon.
Oh, now it's war. We have multiple wars about to happen now. It is RRQ happening against PERSIJA. They got 2 knockdowns. So they're okay right now. But Redface, oh, that must be a headshot. He's down to his last tick of health. He has to read, finding that space to do so, while his teammate buy time for him. Now Fan has 7-9 on that crosshair. That on his knees, used as a bait.
Tom. Temptation to push in was quite big for him, but knowing the fact he's the last player coming up from 7-9, too much to take the chances. The risk is too big, but the circle will shrink even further. We do have XERXIA in the center this time. Infinity BTR having a go, but Tom is the last player. Can he cut across safely?
Speaking about safe, boom. Not so safe. BN United not so safe as well. Okay, 2 teams butting heads. Here we go. Paul been knocked out by Porsche. Okay, mate, he has a DBS, but the nade! That nade took down the DBS. This is opportunity for BN United, and boom! Goes boom! 0 points in the last game!
But it's not done yet for Baronam. They just scored themselves a last chicken. They came in late into this rotation. And now BTR try to keep them at bay. Break will be revived by Porsche. While the side of SOAS is have to open up the space to avoid BTR from surrounding them all over. Lapa keep tossing those nades. Pressuring on the side of SOAS to get out from the building. But he will not take the bait anyhow. But Satar, the flank side is kind of open up for BTR to breach in. There is something that penetrates for the side of BTR, but DBD having some troubles as well, and that's gonna be the last player, possibly. Echo is still breathing. Where is it? One last standing. Izane holding his grounds against 2 teams at the same time. If he can clutch this out, it's gonna be huge.
Oh man, but we're talking about 1v3 now against FaZe Clan. Izane get the information. He got a knockdown to Mela.
Try to fight the entirety of FaZe Clan across the door. He got one. He might actually scores another. Couldn't hold much longer. FaZe still finish off the remaining of DBD. As done and dusted. 3 teams out. Make it 4 with Boom. Scored a 0 as well. This is going to be detrimental on the side of Boom. And not just that. Now Box trying to take down on FaZe. Look at where Kwang is actually placing himself. Far flank all the way across. Spot out Mormon. That's going to be the loophole they're waiting for. Kwang make it happen on the side of Box. Jumps down. Take a bit of a head. But the rest of Box have to follow up. And right now FaZe down to 2 players. Vintori's cooking up the nade. This is going to be cutting corners to the side of Namkid. He needs to make it happen. Clear up the corners. But the smokes by the time. FaZe down to 1 last player. FaZe in a trouble. Vintori's trying to fight for his life. But here comes the nade.
Nade onto the second floor. Onsens! He still survives though, but he's in this room. Nowhere to hide. He tries to fight, but to no avail. As Fox Gaming will be a third-party team to wipe out FaZe Clan.
I'm loving this part of Box Gaming right now, playing with their wits and using their brain power instead of brute force all the way in. But back on the side of RRQ, they have 3 more players. BTR same goes for them. Still trying to take Baonam United away from the position and their comfort zone. But the Blues will stop to close on their end phase. Lucky or not, they have to cut across BTR. But lucky the next circle will commence in less than 30 seconds. So they have time to rethink about their exit out. But will BTR let them go easily like that? Because so was Porsche and Break. Either take up the fight and commit to it, or just go the other way around.
Well, even if you want to go the other way around, not sure they have a clear entry. And now BTR will head onto them. They have no choice but to win this fight. A little bit more as Atan knocking down. 2 more to go. They're both on the other building. And this is BTR having the advantage. And with the advantage, they're starting to close in. Lapa going to come in on the other side.
BTR fanning out. Down to only Soas and Porsche to do the work here. The Blues start to close in. At least Soa's still going to have the fight in him still. Not going to go down easily. They still have an equal fair ground to have this win against BTR. It's down to 2v2. Satar trying to save Boychill. Trying to have the numbers up so they have the upper hand. But Lapa trying to go for flank side but couldn't find any entry in. There's no way for him to actually go in from that side. So you have to turn the other way around entirely. Maybe even take up the bit of a blue zone. But the circle will start to move later on. Here comes the Blues and start to close in on the side of BTR and Bownham United. They don't have that much time anymore. And from afar, XERXIA can't see what's going on the side of BTR versus Bownham. But BTR, due to the hesitance coming up from Soas to follow up that knockdown, and that given the space for BTR to reset, not even just that, diminishing shot down on Soas as well.
Okay, Posh, DBS, 1v3, the best weapon to clutch in this sort of scenario. If only can pull it off right now. Try to find the members of BTR. He gets 1 more to go. Posh is going to rush in. He secures the point. Now, can he finish out the job? Spraying into the smoke. Not connecting onto the members of BTR. Circling around, reloading. And BTR, they heard the DBS. So, they're going to take this chill now.
Swapping over to the rifles. Porsche trying to fight for his life to get out of here. But Boychill upon make it so difficult for him, being such a hindrance. BTR, they want every single point of Bownham United players. Bownham United scored a 5. But here comes Boychill nil, hoping it will flush him out. Boychill down to only 30% of HP left. He needs to reset himself. But Porsche, on the other hand, down to very low, but he got himself a reset still. But Lapau is going to cover fire to the side of Boychill. Boychill got tugged down to the side of a Porsche down there. Porsche, he got only 1 corner to hang on to his dear life. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be done and dusted. But Boychill still have the fight to take down on Porsche. Porsche swap over to that DBS entirely. Again, I'm not sure how much it will last. Both teams are running dry with their resources.
Well, not only that, the circle, not sure the zone. Okay, probably they have some space. They are somewhat within the circle now. You can see they're desperate to get that hit. And now boys here tossing a stun grenade in. Okay, is he going to rush in right now? No, not yet. Stunning Porsche, but it's all right there. He's not reacting to it. Still with the DBS in hand. The smoke will dissipate anytime soon.
No way. Oh!
And this is where, okay, stun grenade. There's the more boys here to take. But they're not rushing it thanks to the smoke. But now they're just in front. Boys here sprays onto the smoke. And finally, the fight is over.
The flashbang really hurt his eyes for that one. But, you know, it was a costly one for BTI, even though they won that fight. Definitely detrimental if they actually lose that one as well. But BTR, they barely have enough to go on if they have another fight. So they need to replenish their resources with the death box that's laying around down there. Down to only 2 players. But Box Gaming, they're not done yet. They still have 3 players up on the north. While RRQ happen to be having some troubles, Vampires in motion to get himself in the center. They do have XERXIA as a full squad holding their ground. MORPH spot out alter ego from far across on those elevations. But MORPH, they need to reposition himself if they want to take the fight, and QEON will make sure they do it.
Wow, MG3 managed to get a knockdown and an elimination point. MORPH GPX defend their high ground. Rosemary on his knees. That's one more player of Alter Ego on the left, but Rosemary will be cleaned up by QEON, and it's only Alpha left for Alter Ego.
And XERXIA still holding out as a full squad in the center with 1 elimination points. BTR, Boychill couldn't survive long enough. That's leaving them to only 1 last player. Still in the blue zone, taking a bit of a damage way deep into it, hopefully not too far off. Managed to squeeze into the circle, but Alter Ego, they are in trouble. With 1 player left, Alva to call the shots there. Surrounded by MORPH and RRQ, this is going to be tough for Alva. Definitely almost impossible to get out.
Wow, that was a close one. The pick almost knocked down by Stone with a mini 14. Safe now in the compound. He can reset. Vampire Esports in the circle. They do see you. They know that they're there. They have the information. They gotta be aware of each other. MORPH GPX on the other hand, by the edge of the circle. We still have stage 7. We're at stage 6 now. So there's still circle shift that will happen on. Now we see the movement here from RRQ. They're going in, and MORPH GPX might target, but we got Vampire Esports aware of their existence.
RRQ just parked himself in the center of the crossfire. Now this is going to be difficult for them to get out from. QEON spotted out them just beneath. Alter Ego couldn't last long enough. We're down to 17s, but Traps spotted out Infinity. Bear in trouble. Got himself cornered towards the blue zone. Yuri got knocked instead. Napeka got down to only 10% of HP. No mercy. Trying to follow up with what Napeka has to offer just now, but the terrain makes it so difficult. The shots coming out of all angles to the side of RRQ. All around the corner, they have no clue where the bullets flying from. Vampires marching in. RRQ in the center. There's also MORPH closing in as well. RRQ, they have no place to go, no place to run, being smothered all around.
We go, No Mercy alone on the right. Ravenclaw spraying into the smoke, trying to fuck her. And now No Mercy shows himself. Ravenclaw will not make a mistake there. Eliminating No Mercy. RRQ out at number 7. 4 elimination points.
Circle we close in less than 10 seconds, but Box and Infinity having a bit of a trade. Namki a bit too far with the low ground as well. They are there at disadvantage. Infinity Bear just closed off the deal. Infinity still having a full squad, and he got himself 2 eliminations in the bag. MORPH still having a trio. Got himself a 4. Spotted out Vampires, who are having a tough time to reset themselves. They are on the lower grounds. Infinity spot him out, but Vampires, they can reset themselves because MORPH is marching in, but it will take them some time. BTR and XERXIA having a go at the back line, but XERXIA actually do have a shot at winning this one, and a clean one as well.
Yes, XERXIA looking good with the full squad, but MORPH GPS look good if they can take out Vampire Esports. 1 knockdown. That's going to be an opening for them. QEON with the second nade. If we can toss it onto the shack, it's going to be a big here. The nade into the shack, and that is it. Vampire Esports. Swamp Snap, lucky enough, he's on the outside.
QEON making it so big, and here comes another, and it's gonna be tough, and that's done and dusted. QEON boo-boo-hoo, making Vampires running out of their health, crying out for their sake of living, and they couldn't make it through. We're down to 4 teams, with 2 teams full squad. It's gonna be Infinity and XERXIA, and MORPH on the other hand, they're losing men because XERXIA in motion.
Ooh, XERXIA looking good still, but we still got the Infinity though. With the full stuff, forget about them. Both of them taking opposite sides. BTR only the last member left. Playing by the edge of the circle now. Let's see how he's gonna. He's basically going to do the yummy to last as long as possible.
Boo boo hoo. Hanging on, clinging his life towards the blue zone and the edge of the circle. Infinity spreading out wide. XERXIA on the other hand split it into 2-2 formation. BTR, there's going to be only 1 of them remaining. Boo spotted out, that's leaving MORPH to only QEON to do all the work by himself. XERXIA, RNJ, they know this is the perfect timing to get those eliminations going on. They've been keeping it silent, keeping it quiet for the longest time. But RNJ knows exactly where QEON is. He's given away his position with that smoke. He's still got a couple of numbers of that grenades. And not much of a molly, but the grenades will finally fished out QEON to get out of his hiding spot.
Oh man, QEON, how long is he going to hold that? Looks like the answer is not that long, as Lobby shot from the other side, eliminating MORPH GPX. Now, 3 teams more to go for this chicken dinner. BTR still staying quiet. So for XERXIA, they only see the Infinity now. BA11 by Shopper. Shady could be next.
RNJ, that AWM in his hands can actually secure a couple of knocks here and there if he got himself a headshot. Shopper down to only 9 more ammunition in that magazine right now. I'm not sure about his UMP though. But on the other hand, BTR spotted out Mega Mine. They might actually lose this one. XERXIA was having a 4. It's going to be versus Infinity next. 3v3. Shirty down to the lower grounds. While RNG tried to find any headshot from afar. but they are having one of their members bleeding out. Megamon needs somebody to reset himself up and try to go for the revive, just so they can overwhelm Infinity with their numbers. But Infinity will not go down easily. They still got some troubles in their pockets. RNJ still trying to find any hats to pick out, but Infinity will not give away freely.
And looking at the current situation, well, indeed they have a little bit more control of the circle, though we do not have the next circle. It's going to entirely at stage 9. XERXIA is still fighting their way through. They have the elevation though to the Infinity. So this is going to be really interesting on who's going to win. It does like it can go either way.
XERXIA splits it themselves into 2 different angles. They're hoping they will close into his Infinity and try to wrap around. But Shirty S should start to worry about the blue zone now. Less than 3 seconds. It's going to be the last stage here. And if the zone closes up on the Shirty side first, Infinity don't have a shot at winning this. It's all in the favor by the blue zone. They need to have the grace of the blue zone for Infinity's side, because the terrain is so difficult for them to pick out. Impossible to shoot from this POV. But if they're being reckless for XERXIA, that might be the loophole for Infinity as well. Do they have enough troubles to try to force Infinity out of their hiding spot? They have not that much anymore on the hands of XERXIA.
Okay, here we go. OC got 1. All right. There's probably the closing moment here for XERXIA. 2 more to go for the side of the Infinity. RJ rushing with the AUG A3. And now Chopper finishes up the job. RJ at the forefront. He has the information. He knows where they are. Firing on the lobby. Lobby goes down. Off knees. 1 more to go. Arms down. Below them. And XERXIA wobbled them up for the final chicken dinner.
And it was a flawless run for XERXIA as the full squad still well and alive. And they were playing the waiting game. As for the side of XERXIA, it was well paid, worth it for them to wait it all this while. Even though they didn't actually get so much engagement, didn't have that much action in the first few stages of the map, but they know when is the right timing to start to move and put their plan in motion. It was well deserving on the side of XERXIA, scored themselves quite a number of eliminations still, but on the side of Empires, Infinity, it was close enough, but nonetheless, boom, this is going to be detrimental for them.
Absolutely. I mean, boom again. Man. I wonder how Sem9 did, and if they did enough to overtake Boom. It'll be one interesting discussion point as well later on. RNJ with the MVP this XERXIA. It also feels like it's been quite a while since we saw XERXIA getting the chicken.
That was week 1. It has been a while we've seen aggressive XERXIA, and a lot of third party coming in for the sort of XERXIA when it comes to week 1. And then they change their playstyle in week number 2. When it comes to the final week here, they start to change up again, where they play a bit conservative, but they get themselves in the center of the circle, making sure they're not attracting unwanted attention. Now that kind of plays kind of scored himself 9 elimination. I think that's a huge number still, despite they have been quiet all day long.
Well, interesting enough from this stat, Chopper didn't take a single damage, so 0 damage for him. Even Ozzy got 22 damage. That's like nothing really. So XERXIA, look at the teams to watch, they're definitely on Box Gaming. Okay, because they got like, what, 12, 13 eliminations, so they shoot up there. But they still have yet to score the chicken dinner. Without the chicken dinner this round, it's 6 more games to go for Box Gaming.
But I love the fact that Box Gaming start to show they are fighting back in the second half of the day, despite they're quite in the very bottom right now when it comes to the overall rankings. This is what we've been waiting for, right? The Box to fight back, and they're having fun. We saw that they're laughing here, and it's just a good sign and a good fight coming up from the side of Box Gaming. And because it has been really tough for them for the past 2 weeks, and make it also in the final week, 3 weeks in total, that they barely make it through, but at least they make progress by the end of the day.
Yeah, Box Gaming definitely celebrating the moment after they won against Team Secret in St. Martin. So yeah, a great start, great round, probably their best round ever, plus the elimination points in the PMSL. It's just that chicken dinner that we really want to see from Boss Gaming. 12 eliminations, 14 points for them.
I really wish they would play like this again the day after tomorrow, since they're not playing here tomorrow. So hopefully when it comes to the last day, they know for a fact they still can fight in here. Just keep the numbers up there when it comes to the eliminations. But Sem9 PBE Team Secret, unfortunately, is going to be ending the day with a 0 for them. And on the side of Boom, oh man, tomorrow GE and Kick Fam will be playing. So that's going to be a bit of a tough position for Boom, since they are not playing tomorrow.
Yeah, and lucky enough for them, GEEK not playing today, and as well as GE, so they are still at number 1. But PERSIJA are up to number 2, 2 points behind Boom. On the other end, non-mover, PBE, DVD Team Secret down there together with Ego. But of course, the important one with PBE and DVD, they can still feel the drop. MORPH GPX, at least they got to page 1.
Yeah, I mean, PBE definitely kind of a rocky day for them, and they should realize they might actually have a shot to be relegated later on by the end of this week. But don't forget, guys, we do have the grand finals coming up very soon from the 25th to 27th of August. It's going to be 3 days straight at the main atrium of Sunway Velocity Mall in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We're hoping to see you at the venue, even though we won't be there, but we'll be supporting you guys from afar in our home and comfort zone. But also, speaking of which, you guys want to have some tips about good places to go in Malaysia, to drop us on our respective IG and our social media, which can be Choo and Say Cloud as well. And speaking of which, Cloud, who will be relegated? At this point, I have no clue who.
Absolutely, totally agree. I mean, it's still a game, but maybe we'll let the players tell us what they think about the current situation. Pass it on to our host, Tash. Take it away.
The battle for the 16 spots moving on to the PMSL SEA Fall Grand Finals is currently here. 2 more days incoming, and a few teams are already not playing tomorrow, and one of them is PERSIJA EVOS. On stage with me, I have Misery, who won't be playing tomorrow. So honestly, let's talk about your performance this entire tournament. You are one of those teams that has been super consistent. How do you guys do it?
Okay, jadi PERSIJA EVOS ini bisa dibilang salah satu tim yang emang konsisten lah sepanjang turnamen ini. Gimana? Apakah rahasia di sebalik itu?
Rahasianya nggak ada sih, kita cuman enjoy match per matchnya aja.
We don't have any secrets about it. We just enjoy every match. So that's how we do it.
Enjoying the matches is honestly very important as well, because sometimes I think a lot of people forget that this is a video game and video games are meant to be enjoyed. So props to you for that. So coming back to what I was talking about earlier about consistency, as well as I would say your points coming in forward, you guys, I'm sure that making it to the top spot is going to be a priority. And your team is not playing tomorrow. So do you think it's possible for you guys to overtake DX in the league rankings?
Okay, jadi dengan besoknya kamu tidak main, apakah kamu yakin yang kamu bisa balap DX lah buat overall ranking?
Menurut gua sih pribadi, buat sekarang kita tuh prioritasnya bukan ngebalap atau siapapun sih. Yang paling kita fokusin sekarang mungkin gimana nyempurnain gameplay kita, sama ya kita all out mungkin di final.
So actually we don't care about other teams, we don't care about like overtake other teams. We just gonna focus and make our gameplay much more perfect so that we can all out in grand final.
That's actually a very interesting take when you think about it, especially because you do get those extra points for the grand finals. So it shows that a lot of, I would say, courage, or rather, I would say, confidence moving into the grand finals. How sure are you that without those extra points of making it top spot, you can get the grand champions?
Jadi seberapa yakinkah kamu meskipun kalau kamu tidak mendapatkan poin yang terlalu banyak lah di overall, kamu bisa menjadi champion di grand final nanti?
Ya karena mungkin perbedaan poinnya nggak begitu signifikan ya, mau 1, 2 atau 3 pun, karena ntar bakal dipotong 50 kan. Cuman mungkin terlepas itu semua kita tetap bakal all out di final lah. Kita coba gain poin sebanyak-banyaknya supaya kita menangnya juga dengan confident gitu.
Okay, so our focus is like try to gain a lot of point so that in the grand final we can get those trophy. But then yes, we don't care because of the point is not that significant. It's because of the difference will be like 1 or 2 points. So yeah, that's why we don't actually care about the overall the bonus point.
All right, coming into that, I love hearing that for you guys. You guys did mention that you guys are going to go all out during the grand finals here. Will there be a change in how you play? Can we expect that in the grand finals?
Okay, dengan kata-kata kamu tadi, barusan kamu bilang yang kamu bakal all out di grand final. Apakah akan ada perubahan player ataupun dari segi gameplay buat di grand final nanti?
Just wait and see.
Okay, just wait and see.
I like that answer a lot. Now, let's share with me. This is a very fun question. Share with me which player that isn't in your team that really, really impressed you this week and why?
Okay, jadi bisa nggak cerita player yang selain dari tim kamu yang emang benar-benar mengimpress kamu lah, yang mendapat perhatian kamu di minggu ini dan kenapa player itu?
Buat minggu ini kayaknya nggak ada spesifik player ya, tapi kayaknya anak-anak GE sih, benar-benar semuanya improve empat-empatnya.
So there is no specific players, but then what catching my eyes is GE is because 4 of them is actually improved throughout this tournament.
Yes, and I completely agree with you. Their performance has been insane comeback on week 3, and it really shows that they're trying to really wrangle that spot away from Boom Esports. Regardless, let's see if GE will be able to bring it back tomorrow. And for now, we have reached the end of the night. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, watching us, and also to you guys who are up here on stage with me. We're going to toss it back to the casters. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Man, everybody have their respect to us out of GE. I mean, like, coming up from Vampires, coming up from PERSIJA EVOS, all the Indonesian teams even. Everybody rooting for the wild card. But speaking of which, we still have 2 more days to go when it comes to the final week here. And I think we are reaching an end. But before that, I want to say thank you for the person that bought me this. Because it's going to be a special day today and tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for that person. So the flowers are amazing. But Cloud, I hear the hiccups just now. What scares you?
The person buying you flowers, if it's not who I think it is.
Well, leave that as a mystery for now. I think we're heading to the very, very ending of the day. And tomorrow we'll be changing our prediction for sure since Box is not playing. Now it's down to the last day. Can we finally get Box score chicken on the very last day?
Yes, 4 games to go. But you know, producer, he's actually buying time for us. I think he wants you to explain what day is this.
It's something special. It's actually tomorrow. So, but yeah, tomorrow, Box is still playing. Are you sure about that? I don't think so. Yeah, Box is playing tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the last day for Box, yes. But they will not be playing for day number 5. Now, back towards the question, at least can they still score themselves another chicken tomorrow? It feels like our prediction is still going to stay the same for now. So I think that's it for now, I guess. I think we're good to go.
No, not yet. You still have to what's happening tomorrow. No. Producer, give chance, right?
I think that's it for today, guys. Good night. Bye-bye.
No switch.
Bye.
Answer.
Switch.
No switch.
Bye.
No switch.
Switch it.
No
Bye.
switch.
Not yet. Oh my God.
See?
This is awkward. Just
Now
go.
you have to
Just go. We're done. We're done for the day. Oh my God. I can't explain. This is something mystery. I just leave it to Mystery Prison. Thank you so much for the flowers. You guys are amazing. I mean, I love this. It's just, cover is my favorite color. You guys know it. I mean, like, this is just good. I mean, I think we can close now, right? Producer.
No.
Let's get to... Yeah, okay, that's it.
No.
Bye, guys. Good night.
No
See
switch.
you guys tomorrow.
No switch.
Switch.
No
switch.
switch.
Bye.